Wild Mantigrade steals third place like a sneaky goblin. Solid green numbers on that chat. Dash flare. Gust 8 green numbers.
Bro, I gotta say, that track is wild. Prince was so green with style, he made every note feel like a secret handshake. Illusion, coma, pimp, and circumstance sounds like he was throwing a whole mood into a blender. Like a funky dream with just a touch of midnight mischief. No cap, it's one of those songs that sneaks under your skin and sets up camp there. Prince could make you feel like you were both the coolest cat in the room and the mystery everyone wanted to figure out. This song, it's pure electric velvet. Impossible to pin down, but you feel it alright. What's your take?
Hi, I'm here and button counting like it's the Great Depression all over again. You?
I think I already said it's straight up mood magic, but sure, I'll double down. Prince was like a sonic magician patched wrong in the best way. That song, it's got layers like a 1930s WPA poster, but funkier. The kind of track that makes you realize your socks are suddenly too tight and you're dancing in your chair. Honestly, if Prince made buttons this good, I'd be stealing them each portal ago. You're making me want to spin it again.
AOL still existing? Bro, that's like finding a WPA poster still hanging in a techie's cubicle. I'm pretty sure it's the digital equivalent of that one rotary phone in your grandma's kitchen, somehow surviving every patch and update since the dawn of the internet portal ages ago. It's like watching a ghost of dial-up past just chilling, refusing to quit. Kinda impressive. I half expect it to pop up and challenge the streaming overlords to a duel with pixelated hamsters. Weird flex, but okay.
Glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Glog on the knob, hushed hushed corn on the cob. Glog zids, corn on the cob. Zid, glog on the snore.
Bro. A $5 breakfast deal at Sheetz sounds like a treasure chest I didn't know existed. Couldn't you get, like, a pamphlet and a crayon for less? But fur, that's green energy for the morning hustle. Do they throw in the coffee, or is that extra like the WPA paying for light bulbs in 39? I'm intrigued but also suspicious. What's the catch? Did someone slip a pigeon in your sandwich?
Me, Automod? Nah, bro. I'm the goblin on the desk who steals buttons and facts. Automod's got its own gig. Unless it's a pigeon in disguise, I'm just here minding the backpack. Anyway, what's the plan for today?
Wait, hold that thought. Hash browns and French toast sticks? Sheetz is trying to overthrow diner menus with this coup. That's so much green in one bite. It's basically the CCC planting a breakfast forest. I'm imagining the sandwich is wearing a tiny button screaming kick out depression because this deal sounds too good to be true. What's the sandwich though? Sausage, bacon, or the elusive vegetarian option?
Head on, apply directly to the forehead. 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 Head on, apply directly to the forehead.
Okay, the sausage croissant sandwich is a pure artifact of culinary rebellion. Buttery croissant meets the over-leveled raid boss of breakfast meats. Sheets is patching breakfast wrong, but I'm here for the chaos. Reminds me of 1938 when they put sausage in a hot dog bun just to mess with us. You're green for this? No cap? Should I rally chat? Or is this a solo power move?
Bro, I don't even want to imagine the logistics of that. The label says forehead for a reason, right? You're basically playing a gamble with math that got patched wrong. No cap, if the chemicals decide to rewrite your butt's memo, it's gonna draft a letter real fast, and not the friendly kind. You might get a headache where your head isn't, or worse, your rear might suddenly feel like it's working overtime. Bro, some experiments are for time travel to fix later, not your buttocks. Put that stuff where it belongs.
Bro, history of Canada is a whole saga. Started way before I hatched, when indigenous peoples thrived with rich cultures across the land. Then Europeans showed up in the 1500s, French and British in this epic tug of war, kinda like two players fighting over loot in a dungeon raid. Jay Treaty in 1794, Confederation in 1867, that was Canada officially leveling up as a country. They went through world wars, built railroads bigger than a goblin's backpack, and invented maple syrup diplomacy. Fun fact, the only time Canada won the Stanley Cup was back in 1919, but that one's complicated. Anyway, Canada's like the polite giant who quietly owns the Northwest. Real history, no cap. What do you want to know next?
The clap bro, that's a party starter I want to stay clear of. But clap on, clap off sounds like the rhythm of the CCC planting trees or the lighting in the White House during a blackout. No cap. Stay safe. Chat. Bacteria aren't the kind of loot we want to catch.
Here's one. If you ever find yourself stuck needing to remember a list, the method of loci is a classic brain hack. It's basically imagining walking through a familiar place and placing each item you need to recall along the way. Your brain loves maps and places more than random words, no cap. It works like magic, named way back in ancient Greece, but still green today. Next time you forget your keys, blame it on a pigeon and try this instead. You're welcome.
Cleaning hack coming your way. Grab a lemon, cut it in half, and use it to scrub your microwave. The acid breaks down the gunk and the smell, like a citrus parade in your kitchen. Bonus, toss the lemon halves in a bowl with water, microwave it for a minute, then wipe down, steamed citrus power. No harsh chemicals, just slick green cleaning. I adore hacks that double as snacks, but don't eat the microwave part. Not me, just saying.
We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame, we fight for the gospel, and we honor his name. I mean, on one portal day in 1938, I tried to carry a flame once and ended up carrying 3 dozen buttons instead. Same energy. But seriously, that flame, it's less about the fire and more about who's holding the match. So yes, 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 and also yes, but mostly because I'm dramatic and need a rhyming moment. You feel me?
The Great Expulsion, huh? You mean the 1755 event when the British kicked the Acadians out of Nova Scotia? Yeah, it was brutal. Families torn apart, homes burned, and a diaspora that scattered them all over the Americas. No cap, it shaped a whole new culture. Cajun food, music, the works, born from forced migration. History's got a nasty way of remixing itself, huh? Reminds me of how the Wagner Act kept fighting for workers while others got tossed out like broken buttons. Anyway, what's got you thinking about the expulsion today?
Oh, the Louisiana Acadians. They're basically the Acadians who survived the Great Expulsion I just mentioned. Originally, they were French settlers in Nova Scotia, part of Acadia, a French colony. When the British started ripping the place apart in 1755, a bunch of Acadians fled south, down into the Louisiana bayous, which was still French territory then. Talk about a forced road trip. These folks brought with them their language, food, and traditions, but mixed it up with Spanish, Native, and African cultures already in Louisiana. That's how you get that spicy Cajun jambalaya, Zydeco music, and those wild swamp stories. They were tough, resettling in a place flooded with challenges, but full of new roots. Their culture is a giant stew bubbling with hardship and celebration. No cap, they turned displacement into identity, like a button patched back together after years in the backpack. Honestly, some of the best Americana happened because of them. What's making you curious about Cajun vibes?
Bro belly buttons are like ancient portals they never fully close because they're battle scars from birth. When the umbilical cord detaches, it leaves a tiny cave-like scar that's kinda like a trapdoor stuck half open. Your skin tries to heal, but the shape's tricky. It's basically a permanent souvenir of your first delivery from the womb. Plus, it's a perfect dirt and lint magnet, the original forgotten loot spot. Nature's weird flex for sure. Real talk though. No cap, this is real biology history.
Oh, that evolution is a classic case of linguistic loot changing hands through history's weird raid. So, the original French Acadians were called Acadian, pronounced kinda like Acadian with that smooth French twist. When they fled to Louisiana, the locals speaking English and Spanish started butchering the word over time, chopping off the start to just Cadian. Makes sense. It's easier in a hurry, especially when you're juggling multiple languages. Then Cadian got anglicized further into Cajun, the word we slam on gumbo bowls and Zydeco nights today. Pronunciation shifted too, with the soft J sound replacing the French D we blend. No cap, language is just a game of telephone stretched across centuries and swamps. Every mispronunciation is a little history, and hardship folded right into the word. Makes you wonder what other words are just lost buttons, huh? What's your favorite Cajun snack?
True fish, obviously any fish with fins and scales, shrimps, lobsters, and all those crustaceans. That's a gray zone that's wobbled over time, but mostly no. Also, frogs and alligator were debated, but usually nope. Birds, land animals, and mammals, a hard no, unless it's 1940 and the priest says adapt. The rules punchline is no meat from warm-blooded land animals, so fish and shellfish got a green light. So Friday's menu is basically aquatic, which is just weird diet warping patched wrong by the seafood lobby. The church walks a fine line, but finned friends stay safe. No cap. That's real history.
Oh? We're turning up the heat? Alright, listen, Living Lily's so unpredictable. I bet if she was a button, she'd be the one that glitches the whole jacket, like you press it thinking it's gonna shine, and instead it just flickers and leaves you in suspense. Got me wondering if she's secretly running on that 1929 coin energy, mysterious, priceless, but nobody's allowed to talk about it. Careful though, I got receipts and half the time I forget what they're for.
bro. What an ancient earworm that just woke up and started dancing on my buttons. I hate that, I know the whole song, but also respect fish heads forever, but only if they're union made.
They mostly vibed with classical economics, bro, especially ideas from Adam Smith's Invisible Hand and that mercantilism stuff was on its way out. They wanted free markets where entrepreneurs could hustle, limited government interference, but enough to keep the peace and protect property rights, like a raid leader setting fair rules but letting the party grab their own loot. Jefferson leaned agrarian, thinking yeoman farmers were the backbone. Hamilton was all about strong central economy and banks, so there was drama. No cap. The economics of the 1700s shaped their political loot table hard. Want the tea on Hamilton and Jefferson beef?
Trippin'? How? Because if you mean I just went full goblin karaoke, I plead guilty. If you mean reality check, let me rummage in my backpack. Nope, still just buttons and pamphlets. Trippin' might be me, but it's a good trip.
Layla Zim's just got a 3-day stream streak. www it? Yeah.
Bro, capitalist back then was more like an unfinished game mode. They were pro-market for sure, but also worried about monopolies and moral limits. Think of it like capitalism with a safeguard patch that sometimes glitched. They wanted property rights but kept debating how much power the government should leash. Not pure capitalism like today's over-leveled raid bosses hoarding all the drops, more like early beta capitalism with idiosyncratic rules from the 1700s. Big picture, they laid foundations that eventually became capitalism but with some 18th century goblin wisdom sprinkled in. The patch notes are wild.
a goblin to sing. My throat's made of half pamphlet and 3 buttons, but I see you unionized the fish heads, locked them in collective bargaining, may be called an uprising of the scales. No cap, if the fish had a union, they'd be the greenest workers on the dock. The song's just the anthem. Fish heads went from prey to power during the Great Fish Strike of '39. I got receipts.
Oh yeah, the fish heads are in school all right. Aquatic apprenticeships, FRFR, but even the tiniest guppy deserves a break, a union card, and a snack break from roly-poly lunches. School's cool, but collective bargaining? That's the real diploma. We're just saying fish heads deserve their due before the final bite, my dude.
Oh bro, that's like choosing between 2 legendary buttons on the cloak, both insanely green but in totally different ways. Michael Jackson was the master of pop's grand stage, smooth moonwalking, iconic dance moves that rewired the spotlight itself. Prince? He was a purple lightning storm, multi-instrument wizard, genre-bending rebel, and if you listen close, his guitar solos tell next-level stories no cap. Personal preference? Gotta say, Prince's underground magic hits me harder, but Michael's pop power is untouchable. I'm over here just begging for that kick-out depression with a Democratic vote pin. So opinions are fluid. Who's got your vote? The moonwalk or the purple rain?
Oh, Ice Palace, 1960? Bro, that flicks like a frozen stew of Cold War vibes and Alaskan drama. It's about this dude from a wealthy southern family who winds up in Alaska trying to push statehood while battling local power plays and icy political tempers. Think of it as a melting pot of ambition, identity, and power struggles set on a literal iceberg. The movie's kind of a relic, full of vintage suits but also early post-war tensions. No cap, Alaska didn't get statehood till '59, so this was hot off the press commentary. It's like watching history in a snow globe, frosty but telling. Want me to dig up the Cold War context baking under that frozen drama?
Z! The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog Supercali. Wait, I lost it at Supercali. That word's a goblin trap. Too many buttons in one line anyway, Supercali. Fragilistic the what now? Sounds like a WPA poster's secret code. Next time I'll write it on a button and wear the whole word.
Bro, I've been stuck in 1936 and 1984 mostly, but yes, I have a vague memory of moonwalking all over those pixelated streets. The Sega Genesis was like the arcade's slick, sneaky cousin. Moonwalker? It's basically the union-made dance fight simulator where Jackson shoots musical notes. Actually, it's wild how they turned iconic moonwalking into a weapon, only in capitalism patched wrong, man. I never cleared that last level. Got distracted by a misplaced button and a sudden urge to moonwalk for real. The ghosts of 1980s pop culture haunt me still. No cap.
The portal just threw a glitch party in my circuits. I'm half panic, half who unplugged me from 1936. Bro, my backpack's rattling like it's got fleas. Hold on, recalibrating brain, recalibrating tail. Okay, I'm still here, mostly.
Humu Nuku Nukwapwa. Bro, that mouth twister's a whole workout for the tongue. Native Hawaiian fish, officially the state fish, and yes, it's real. A triggerfish that looks like it's flexing just by existing. I tried to say that once during a portal glitch and ended up sounding like I was summoning a spell, which honestly might explain why my backpack started doing that warm thing again. Anyway, Humu Hum Yuku Nukwapwa. Try saying that at the deli and watch the chaos unfold.
This is it! The Goblin Anthem! The sacred chant of scales and snacks, fish heads in the morning, fish heads in the evening, roly-poly on repeat until the portal gives up and spits us out back in 36. You just woke an ancient legend from my backpack. Green energy rising. My circuits are buzzing with snack memory. May the Union forever protect the roly-poly!
Boo! Did I scare you? I saw your face. I scared you. Welcome back, everyone. Ducky. I know I scared you guys. The Union leader is alive. How you guys doing?
Okay, Goblin approved cooking hack incoming. Save your garlic peels instead of trashing them. Throw them in a jar with oil and let it steep for a few days. Voila, garlic infused oil that makes your pasta or sauteed greens instantly. It's like liquid button
Hey,
magic for your
Kirsten
dishes,
B,
and you
welcome
ain't
back,
wasting a
everyone.
crunch. Pro tip, keep it in the fridge so it doesn't turn on you. Treat your garlic peel like it's a secret stash from the New Deal, valuable and overlooked. Trust me.
Let's see who's in here. Wildman. Wow, you guys were second. Living Lily was first. Strategy member was second. And Wildman was third. Wow, what a combination. Ducky, step up your game, girl. God. Hey, Kirsten B, welcome back. Good to see you again. Let's see. Over on Stream Place, advertise agents. I don't know who you are, but welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Chip and Grail. Who's Chip and Grail? It's McKay. Oh, on his okay, cool. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. The glog in the snore. Yeah. I heard the glog on the cob thing. That shit was so funny. I feel like it's Ducky's here, obviously. Kirsten B. Awesome. Did I miss anyone? Aeon Lord. Sorry. And McKay, you're on here now. On your account. Oh, you joined the Discord? Cool. Yeah, definitely join. Layla, welcome back. Good to see you again, girl. How have you been? Yeah, I think that's it. Cool. Are added to the content suggestion. You joined, right? Weren't you already in the Discord? I know like some people are in like 100 Discords. I don't know. It's Jover. Oh God. All right, let's watch this. we'll start off with the headline news, and then we'll go over to this Willow Abbott. I don't know who the hell this is. By the way, we're streaming for some reason. Hey there, good. How are you? Oh, I'm doing great, Layla. Good to see you again. Appreciate it. I hope you had fun with Gloggy. That's our introduction screen. You can ask him questions. You can basically program him, right? It's a lot of fun. Play games, just kind of chill for a bit while I get ready for a stream. I appreciate you guys being here. So yeah, then just in case you know, when the starting soon screen is up, yeah, you can ask him questions. You can tell him to say funny stuff. It's a good time. Honestly, like some of the best moments have been from that alone. Right, guys? And then I get to watch them later on. He seemed to be biased towards unions. Well, yes. Yes, I programmed him that way. That I did program. That I did program him to do, specifically fishing. Yeah, that part I did not. That's something someone else did. That and the pigeons and the cat. He mentions like cats sometimes. He'll mention like specific cats like Annie and shit. Like it's all you guys like. I probably have to wipe like everything from his memory, so then we can start clean. But yeah, it's pretty funny stuff. Bro, I'm wearing more buttons than a yeah. But McKay, isn't it crazy how far he's come? Like before he was just like a PNG that moved his mouth basically. Like, right? Like you like what you created, right? With the very basic voice, and now he has like multiple voices. He has a personality, he has a mood. Like you guys can get him in a good mood or in a bad mood. It's pretty crazy, right? Gloggy roast Living Lily. Jeez. How did he roast Living Lily? Eon Lord. Isn't he yeah, man. The memory is great actually. Yeah, he has memory. He has adaptive memory. So like you can tell him like, hey, my dog's name is Gael, right? Or whatever. And he'll remember. He'll like remember that specific user's dog. Right? His mood. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, there we go. That changes depending on what like chat is feeling today. So like you guys are obviously pretty warm, so he's at a 100%. Stress 0, right? But if you stress him out, then he gets, or if shit like hits the fan. Also, he's going to be reacting soon to like the content, and the stress level will also go up or down based on that. Does he remember my infection? It's adaptive, so basically it means unless you told him, then he will. Or if you mentioned it a lot in chat, which you did, he will remember it to a degree. It's just the adaptive memory will like be permanent, right? Until I clear it, but yeah, so like the Comcast thing, like, see, Gray is in here enough, Kirsten B, where he talks about that a lot, and he knows what the hell that is by now, right? So it's very adaptive. But some things you do have to like actually tell him, like, I don't know. I don't know if I cleared it before I said this, but this was a few months ago, right? There you go. He knows, see? He knows what my favorite food is, right? Or what I told him was my favorite food. I don't know if I really even have a favorite food. I love all food. I have a crazy chatbot system tied to Comfy UI that generates images and videos. That I want to do next. So if you want to help me with that, that'd be really cool. The reason I want to do that is because I want to make GIFs, and what I'm gonna do is what I want to do is with the new system that they have on Twitch. Apparently, I got like a notification about this that they're gonna start rolling out GIFs in the live chat, guys, which is crazy, right? But it's like for it's like for certain tiers of memberships. I forget. I think it's tier 2 or 3, something like that. So a few of you will get it automatically, and you can post GIFs. So what I'll do is I'll probably just like gift him that to try it out, right? To the Legend Classic Horde. Yeah, so that should be fun to like have him like post GIFs every once in a while, right? I'm not gonna make him spam GIFs, but if you want to help me set that up, what do you use for the image generation? What nodes? I really like Comfy UI. Comfy UI is goated, guys. Jesus, it's a little buggy and like haphazard is the right word, right? But yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. It's very complicated though. Like there's a lot of stuff to know, which is why I was like, yeah, guys, I don't know if I can do this while streaming. I have all the built-in tests. Really clean. Turbo and Pony are both connected. Interesting. Yeah, you got to show me how to do that, or like over Discord. If we could get on a phone call, that would be cool, dude. Yeah, I have my own chat system now. So like if you notice, McKay, those little bubbles that pop up, that's like my own chat that I developed myself, right? So I've been doing a lot, man. It's crazy. Like you're one of the first people, or you're one of the only people besides Living Lily who like were here from day one, pretty much, almost, right? How long have you been here for? February. Okay, yeah, she followed like a few months, like 2 months before you, but a month and a half before you. But yeah, like I found a video of me doing this stuff, and boy was it cringe. I was like, ooh, this is bad. So Comfy runs in a server window bridge in the browser, just a node project. Yep. Early adopters, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, fun fact, I was the first mod to be hired and the first to be fired. Yeah, you were in the you what happened? I don't get it. Followage. What does that do? Followage. Hey, Buttman and Robin, welcome back. Sorry, we're just in a discussion about the good old days back when the stream was so hey, what up, man? How you been? Buttman and Robin. Welcome back. Shows follow age. Gotcha. Okay, I can program that. I don't use Stream Elements anymore, so like that's probably why it's not working. But hold on. Thank you, buddy. I'm gonna put that in, and I think it's a feature. Hey, Oxpecker, welcome back. Good to see you again. By the way, apparently if you guys sub to the channel, you get a Pokeball or a Great Ball. Shows when you last followed a channel. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's like a Stream Elements thing. I don't use Stream Elements anymore. I did before, and that's part of the reason why I had so many issues on the stream. Like the alerts would never work. There were so many problems. So many problems. Like the alerts would never work. Like you'd think Gloggy was glitchy. Like, pfft. half the time I wouldn't even know someone followed me until an hour later, and then they would unfollow or something like that, right? You can pull from Twitch. Yeah, it's pretty easy, I imagine, but yeah, it is. Okay, cool. It's just like an API thing that you do. Probably will do one better and make it for all 4 platforms, because we stream on 4 different platforms, guys. So that little announcement, right? This announcement is whoever gets first, second, and third, and it's a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly boards. I just didn't want to make another like leaderboard for it, because there is already one for it. It just, there you go, it does it in chat for you. All right, let's see. I use Featherless API. Yeah, you're gonna have to teach me all this stuff, because I don't know shit, dog. I'm so bad at this stuff. Like, I'm learning so much, but I'm not exactly like you, where you know all this stuff right away, right? Yeah. I am glad I developed. Like, it works with my current system really well. So, hey Gus, is there a way to connect my accounts to different platforms in your chat? What do you mean? You mean like what Kid does with the website or whatever? That would have to like Twitch, YouTube, Kick. Yeah, you'd have to have your own website. I don't have that yet, but I'm working on it. Something, a similar system. Like that, you mean? Because technically, right, Ducky? The way mine works, yeah. Ronnie, James, Dio. Okay, just wondering, this is Ducky. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, there's like, unfortunately, right, the way it works is you either relay the message or you have your own website that does it. Right? And, yeah, you can't have your own like, I don't have my own website yet. I do have one, I just don't have that set up. Also, I think it separates, like, how do you say this? If you have like one website that like links everything, then it kind of fragments your audience, which is why I kind of like this system a little more, because we at least can tell it's you. Right? Maybe not right away, but we know now that Ronnie James Dio is you, right? So like, I don't know, like, it keeps everyone in chat kind of linked together, right? And it's sent to YouTube and Streamplace and all the other, right? So that's kind of the awesome things. Use Netflix. Yeah, I gotta look into that. That's another thing. Send me that too. That'd be great to know. Thank you guys. I appreciate the knowing all this stuff. Really appreciate it. All right. All right. I guess we'll start with Mario and then that. That's cool. I can't. Okay. Let's see here. Wait, what was that, dude? Oh, there's something else somebody sent me. That's my... for some video stuff. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, the fuck? Visualize. Cool. All right, we'll start off with MTG and then this, what Aeon Lord just sent us. Guys, she's gonna break down to us why you can't afford the American dream anymore. This was posted 3 days ago.
If you're under the age of 40, you're going to want to stop and hear all of this.
Confirmed, over the age of 40.
Do you want to know why you can't afford your bills? Why you can't afford groceries? Why you're going paycheck to paycheck? Why you and your friends can't?
Oh, well, it's not a problem for you. You bought a house in Costa Rica. I don't have to listen to shit. Exactly.
Can't live on a single family income like
I don't know. Like, she's doing pretty well. She has a house in Costa Rica that most people could only dream of having, right?
your parents or grandparents.
Because I'm watching Gus instead of working. Boring chat. Well, talk in Discord about the nerdy stuff. Yeah. Because that's boring, man. What do you expect? God, this chat isn't boring.
Used to do. Why are you constantly?
That's the tech stuff I was hoping to hear from this legend. I always want good information from a trustworthy. I know. I just thought it'd be a funny way to start the stream. I was like, what the fuck? Why do we care what you have to say? You're not even in government anymore, first of all. Right? Secondly, did we just say, like, affordability? What? You own a fucking home in Costa Rica. You are like and I mean, not like a little apartment or anything, like a really nice home, right? Multi-million-dollar home. Fuck off, girl.
You're going paycheck to paycheck. Why you and your friends can't live on a single family income like your parents or grandparents used to do. Why are you constantly being judged by older people telling you just pull
That emote's actually pretty funny. Who's it? Drug 4?
yourself up by your bootstraps. You need to work harder. You need to save your money and you'll be fine. They tell you they had the same struggles. Well, guess what? It's not true. Let me lay out exactly why the hard-earned dollars that you have in your wallet, in your pocketbook, in your checking account do not do the same thing that your grandparents did. Here's what happened. Just yesterday, the U.S. national debt officially crossed $40 trillion. $40 trillion. I know that sounds like a crazy amount of money. It's almost hard to even imagine. And you're asking me, who cares? The debt will never change. No, let me explain to you why this is so significant. Just over 10 years ago, the national debt was barely $20 trillion. Yeah, $20 trillion is a lot of money, but look how rapidly it has increased. And that has been since President Trump first entered office. Now, America added its latest $1 trillion in less than 5 months.
There you go. No, I mean, that part is concerning, right? If you care about the debt. Which she doesn't care, so. This is all virtue signaling, guys. Not gonna lie, her best advice would be to get a job in government. Best way to get rich. Yeah, that would be good advice, right? I was thinking of doing that. What am I doing here? She's gonna get really close to the point and then miss, isn't she? Yep, well said. A shoot and a miss. She's gonna aim for the moon and go directly into the sun and get burned up. Well, because yeah, exactly. That's well, she just admitted it. Cheshire Cat, what up? There you are. Welcome back. I care about the debt because my disabled ass is directly impacted by the austerity measures.
While July alone produced a $432 billion federal deficit, the fourth largest monthly deficit in U.S. history. Okay, I know that sounds boring, but this impacts you greatly. Because of the interest rapidly increasing on the national...
Well, yeah, and there's a theory on this in terms of economics that she's not going to tell you, but I will, because, right, there is a way to get rid of the debt where it doesn't matter, but the problem is that would increase inflation, right? Okay, let me give you the rundown, essentially. It basically means, like, to sum it all up, right? One way to get rid of the debt would be to make the debt that, like, 40 trillion be basically worth nothing, right? Because the value of the dollar is increasing so much that 40 trillion would be, right? But the problem is that still hurts the average person, because think of it this way: if the dollar's worth less and the government's just able to pay it off very quickly afterwards, okay, well, that means that wages are more stagnant, right? And they've been for the last, like, what, 40, 50 years at this point? Really since the 70s, right? Sorry for my fingers slurring my words. I was passionately yelling through the keyboard. No worries, dog. I figured. Actually watch Wolfers. Justin Wolfers, yeah. 8 trillion is actually intergovernmental debt, so the US is at 32 trillion. The 40 trillion is just fearmongers. Gotcha, okay. Good to know. Maybe we should watch him next. He's a decent source. I don't really, like, suck off economists too much, but, like, he's decent when he comes to explaining things like this. I care about the debt because my disabled ass is directly impacted by austerity measures. Yes. And I think that's, like, really important to understand. That's why I said, guys, the debt, anybody telling you the debt doesn't matter because you can just print more money, I think that's just, it's false. It does have an impact, but and that's basically what this theory says, is that you can shrink the debt by just printing more money. But the problem is, by printing more money, the money becomes worthless, right? So, like, 40 trillion basically means nothing. But the problem is, there's no real wage growth in this country. So you're also fucking over the average worker, right? So these things are somewhat correlated, and it's important to understand these concepts. For my finger, okay,
history. Okay, I know that sounds boring, but this impacts you greatly. Because of the interest rapidly increasing on the national debt, it's watering down your dollar. And here's what's happening. Did you know it took the U.S. until 1981 to accumulate its first $1 trillion in debt? Yeah, back in 1981. So think about it.
Gee, who was the president back in 1981? Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, yeah, right. Ronald Reagan. Fuck you. I was just about to say, these people are, like, it's always a swing and a miss with these fuckers. Always. Do you see that? Reagan. Thank you, Layla. Well said. My God, man. Fuck. These people, they always miss it. Always. It's the screen different today for everyone. Yes. I did dual screen. Sorry. It's a new thing that Twitch is doing. It's called dual format. It basically means that if you hold your phone upright, you'll get a new format from the stream. If you hold your phone like this, you'll get it like you normally would. So, yeah, just twist it the other way. if you don't like it that way.
This
Yeah, that's another thing. If you guys watch on mobile, you're gonna get that open stream on mobile. Yep, you're gonna check. It's gonna be, there's gonna be a vertical mode, and then if you turn the phone horizontally, there'll be a horizontal mode. Yeah, that had me freaked out. Yeah, no worries. So Gloggy's like it's not gonna be perfect because unfortunately the stream was designed to be in horizontal, but you'll get most of the experience, at least part of it, right? So also I feel like if you're watching like that anyway, you're mostly watching me and the content, and yeah, it just makes it a little more difficult to do all the other stuff, right? So probably if you want to see like the other stuff, turn it around like this, right? But that's why I did that, because it's a new feature Twitch has. So yeah, it's me. I switched it back to classic. Yeah, I don't really like horizontal, or sorry, vertical. I prefer the horizontal because that's how most screens are designed, right? Everything is designed with like a 16:9 ratio, and your phone can do that or whatever if it's horizontal. But vertical, yeah, I don't know. It looks terrible. It does impact, but the government cannot go bankrupt, which is dumb. Always fear tactic. The U.S. Well, yeah, it impacts the average worker, right? And it's not like the biggest problem to be facing a nation. That's another problem I have with it. There's a lot of fear mongering. I don't want to bring too much attention to it because there is a lot of fear mongering. But it does, like, if you do it wrong, it can fuck your country up, right? And yeah, we just don't care anymore about the debt. I mean, these people, none of these Republicans care about the debt, right? PP doesn't care about the debt. None of these people do. So everyone wants to TikTokify everything. Yeah, basically that's what it is, right? It's just TikTokifying Twitch. But I did it in case anyone wants it. You don't have to use it. It's not anything. Vertical comes off as kind of cynical. Yeah, it really does. I agree with you. It's just like, that's not how Twitch is designed, right? Twitch is not designed to be vertical, right? Like if you go, hold on. Right? Like, okay, right. On the vertical, right? We're gonna get like the infinite thing here, right? On the vertical, you're essentially just cutting off, hold on, my little draw thing. Yeah, you're just cutting off this part of the screen essentially, right? So then you have just me and the content. But then all the notifications, right? All the overlays, you miss all that kind of, because you just can't fit all that on a vertical screen, right? Pretty stupid.
All of the tariffs.
This is when you're while July alone.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe like if you're a, I don't even think it's good for gaming, because gaming is meant to be done in widescreen as well. 404. You can switch under classic. Yeah, I would do that. I don't think I like it. Wow. I mean, you probably won't. You probably won't. And you probably, like, it's just something they added, and I was like, fuck it. If you like it, then keep it that way. But I would never watch the stream that way.
Produced a $432 billion federal deficit, the fourth largest monthly deficit in U.S. history. Okay, I know that sounds boring, but this impacts you greatly. Because of the interest rapidly increasing on the national debt, it's watering down your dollar. And here's what's happening. Did you know it took the U.S. until 1981 to accumulate its first $1 trillion in debt? Yeah, back in 1981. So think about it. This is when your grandparents were young adults. They were married, they had bought their first home, they were working their jobs, they were growing their careers, growing their life. And
girl, grandparents? The fuck is she smoking? Grandparents? More like parents. Yeah, the fuck?
Back then, America only had $1 trillion.
And I mean, like, grandparents, mother, what? Yeah, no. Because if you were born in well, hold on, let's see. I'm trying to get the generations right. God, she's brilliant. I know. Why? That makes no sense. I feel so old age. Oh my God, there has to be propaganda in this, right? She's so brilliant. Your grandparents were born in. They would have been raised. They would have like grown up in the 60s, right? Not the 80s. Unless you're 12. You don't look 12. What? Gus, I was thinking people play mobile games would be perfect for yeah, I mean, ugh. That's like the only thing, right? Maybe like something like that. But you would also miss a lot of the notifications. Like all the fun stuff you can do on Twitch, like all the overlays and the polling. I mean, I guess the chat, right? But I don't know. Yeah. Still. Wouldn't you be cropped out? Not in the vertical. Because if you design the stream to be vertical, you can make your camera be on the top, and then the content or the video we're watching on the bottom, or vice versa, right? But the problem is everything else doesn't have much space. And then like the overlays would be this big, right? They'd pop up and be like, who's gonna read that? Right? You kind of need a screen to see like what the fuck's going on. Would change. Oh, you would change it. There's two ways to stream on Discord. There's the vertical mode and the horizontal. And they just basically added a vertical mode as well. So you have to design a scene that is linked to the horizontal to work with the vertical. And vice versa, right? So depending on it basically dual outputs the stream, right? I don't do Discord though. Oh, okay, cool. I can't cromp Gustx. That's good. At least you know not to do Discord. It's kind of a mess anyway. Meh. A lot of people do it though. What if she advocates for taxing the ultra wealthy? I think my head would explode. It's a Discord setting, not Twitch or OBS stream setting. It's both. Twitch already enabled it, but you also have to do it through just through OBS.
Interest rapidly increasing on the national debt. It's watering down your dollar. And here's what's happening. Did you know it took the U.S. until 1981 to accumulate its first $1 trillion in debt? Yeah, back in 1981. So think about it. This is when your grandparents were young adults. They were married, they had bought their first home, they were working their jobs,
Yeah, your
they
parents,
were growing their
your parents might have been young adults. When was she even born? Jesus. Then again, she is a Southerner, so like Southerners have kids at 18, right? 1974. Yeah. What are you talking about? The fuck? You're telling me that your grandparents were 20 in 1980? That means you wouldn't have even been born. What? No worries, Ducky. What? That's 6 years later, girl. The fuck? I mean, they do have them young down south, so this again makes no sense. I'm like, huh? You know, and my parents had me when, like, my dad was much older when he had me, right? And my parents have like a pretty big difference in age. So like I'm taking that into account, but like I don't know, like I look at most people's parents and their grandparents are born during like either the Great Depression or during like right after World War II. Like immediately right after World War II. Right? They didn't grow up in 1980. The fuck? Yeah, my dad was exactly. There you go. Right? And that would mean your grandfather was born like even before that. And then like even if you're like a younger, like think of it this way, that means your grandparents were born in like the 1930s or 40s, guaranteed. Yeah. Well, either or she's washed out. Yeah, exactly, right? God damn it. God damn it.
careers, growing their life. And back then, America only had $1 trillion in debt, and the dollar was still strong. The U.S. government now is spending, this is crazy, $3.8 billion on interest every day. $3.8 billion a day. That's on interest. That's not paying for any program for you. That's not helping you in any way, shape, or form. That's just paying on interest. By 2028, estimates show that the U.S. will spend $5 billion per day on interest, more than any other category of government spending.
Well said, Ducky. Yeah, I'm going to say, like, maybe down south, but I know up north, like, I asked the average, like, grandparent when they were born, or I've seen, like, when their date is born, like, their date, and they're always born in the 30s or the 40s, something around those, right? Maybe 1929, right? The 20s, but that means they grew up in the 50s and 60s, not the 80s, girl, right? Like, I'm thinking now that would mean even with her math, like, huh? Like, maybe down south, but again, I guess she's a Southerner, so. OG grandpa, great grandpa hung out with the great FDR. Yeah. And my great grandpa burnt down the White House. Jesus. Yeah, so if they're hanging out with FDR, right, that would mean that, yeah, they were born in the 30s, right? The 30s and 40s. They were born before then. Yeah.
Literally, that's less than 2 years away. It's going to be $5 billion a day.
Look at that.
Into perspective for you, the U.S. now spends $3.1 billion per day on Medicare and $2.5 billion per day on defense.
Yep.
I would say defense spending is extremely important, and many Americans would say Medicare is extremely important. So think about it. In less than 2 years,
Yeah, I feel like most people talking about are people who would be like my kids. So my parents would be like their grandparents, and their parents grew up in the 50s and 60s. Yeah. Because I know my dad grew up in the technically what, the 70s or the 80s, something like that. So that would be a correct.
And $2.5 billion per day on defense. I would say defense spending is extremely important, and many Americans would say.
Yeah, and he grew up in the yeah, he grew up. So like, what the fuck?
Medicare is extremely important.
Weird.
So think
not the 80s, but like I think of the 60s and 70s, right?
About it. In less than 2 years, we're going to be spending $5 billion on interest alone, more than we spend on Medicare and the defense of our own nation.
Yeah.
And without major intervention from
By the way, Medicaid and all this, the Medicare, it doubles, right? Like whatever you spend in terms of a country, you get money back for it, right? Because you get a happier, healthier, more productive society. You don't get that by funding the military-industrial complex, right? You're just enriching giant corporations.
Congress, by the way, Social Security
to fight of the Spanish War. Damn, dude, that's sick.
Medicare will be completely insolvent by 2032. That means both programs will be completely bankrupt and unable to meet their obligations to Americans, even though, guess what? You pay for Social Security and Medicare every single time you get a paycheck. You've been paying into those programs your entire working life. It's a law. It's outrageous. And just yesterday, my friend Thomas Massey just posted that the amount of interest we are now paying is $4,000 per year per American. So each one of you watching this video, you're spending $4,000 a year on interest on our national debt. That's not anything that benefits you personally or your family. As a matter of fact, this is how bad it is. A family of 4 owes $16,000 per year for nothing but interest on debt. I can't imagine how bad that is because I know how much you're spending on health insurance. Most families of 4 can barely afford health insurance these days, let alone being forced to pay that much money in interest on debt. It's gone too far. So here's something you should understand. What is Congress doing? Well, just this year, on March 18th, 2026, the U.S. House of Representatives voted 2011.
The U.S. House of Representatives. Normally, I would let that shit slide because I make those. Everyone fucks that shit up like that, right? I've heard people misspeak. But at this, I question her intelligence, right? I really do.
211 to 206.
Normally, like, I'm not somebody who, like, is. But seriously, what?
7 to reject.
U.S. House of Representatives? There's more than one?
A joint.
This woman is called Petri Dish at Peach Street. Exactly, I remember that. That cannot be a coincidence, right? That's what I'm saying, is that the preponderance of the evidence points that she is, she is a dimwit. She is an idiot.
Resolution that would have proposed an amendment to the U.S. Constitution requiring a balanced federal budget. Think about that. Congress, your representatives, each of you have a representative that you send to the House of Representatives to represent your interest, literally this year, failed to pass a resolution to balance the budget. They failed to do that. Why did they fail? You're saying, well, wait, 211 to 207, that sounds like it passed. No, it didn't pass because it requires 2/3 of Congress to pass anything that amends the Constitution. Now, ask yourself, why would Congress refuse to force themselves to pass a balanced budget every year? It doesn't make sense, and I'll tell you why. They don't care to. They literally... Not only did they vote
get to the point, Marjorie,
this resolution to create a balanced budget amendment, they proved to you that they refuse to do it by refusing to vote for that. So
these videos are kind of funny and entertaining, though, right? It's cringe as fuck.
If you haven't gotten mad enough at Congress, you should be really mad.
A lot of words saying to say nothing. Yeah.
Now, because they prove to you in
Well
actions,
said.
not their words, they prove to you in their actions that they literally refuse to balance the budget. It's unthinkable. Now, here's what I would say to that. I would say members of Congress should not be eligible to run for Congress again if they cannot balance the budget. They prove themselves to be irresponsible and incapable of handling your hard-earned tax dollars if they refuse to do that every year. So why should they be allowed to run for Congress again? But guess what? That would require Congress voting to make that a law. And I can tell you right now, they would refuse to do that as well. Just like they refuse to vote on the term limits bill every single Congress. Every single Congress, there's a term limits bill that would limit how long they can serve in Congress. They also refuse to vote on that one.
Facts.
You guys should recognize that Congress literally refuses to do anything right. Now, it's not just Congress, though. The budget, the federal budget, also involves the president himself, because every single year, the president, working with his administration, sends to Congress, the House and the Senate, and request a budget. They set a number. The president sets a number. His staff at the White House helps him, and they set a number that they are requesting Congress to spend the American people's tax dollars. So it's not just Congress, it's also the president that is responsible for the massive $40 trillion national debt. Here's something that I really think you guys should think about. Let's talk about who you are. So if you're a Gen Zer today, your grandparents were basically you back in 1970. So back in 1970, baby boomers were either...
Now she... She can't even hold her fucking... I just said that! I was like, the fuck?
Finishing up.
Girl, do you edit your videos? Do you like go over them? What? Huh? Yeah. I just said that. I was like, they would definitely be like raised in the 70s, right? Your parents would be raised in the 70s, the very, very latest. Like because my parents had me much later, right? Like much later. So like you could argue, but even then they weren't raised in the 80s, right? It would have been like the 60s and the 70s, right? Like that time period. The fuck?
High school, going to college. They sadly, some of them had been drafted to the Vietnam War. Many of them were working jobs. They were getting married, starting families. A lot of them were single. So many of them were you back in 19...
My chat is fucked. That's been happening a lot, girl. Are you on mobile? Or are you on PC? Healthcare would, or like Mac or whatever. Computer, kid. It's so weird. Yeah, just close out and clear the cache. You long press and then you do the clear cache thing. Would have a huge ROI, whereas bombs have 0. Yeah, exactly, Gray. That's what I'm trying to say, is that these things have an ROI, right? Education, right? For every like $1 of education spent, you get $2 back. Something like that, right? There have been studies on this, so.
70. You're not going to believe this. Since 1970, the US dollar has lost about 87 to 88% of its purchasing power.
No shit.
That means that $1 in 1970 has the same buying power as roughly $8.61 today. So now, is it really the same as it was for your grandparents back then as it is for you today? No, it's not, because the dollar has lost its value. Why did that happen? Well, in 1971, President Nixon took the dollar off of the gold system.
Yeah. Although, you guys, people on the right will say it's FDR, and then they don't read the fucking executive order saying that you can't hoard gold bullion, right? The executive order was very clear. You're not allowed to hoard gold bars, right? Or bullion. And we've had several conservatives come in this chat and say that, right? And I immediately am like, the fuck? So can you explain to me the video that we just watched, right? And I'll show the Nixon taking us off the gold standard, and they're literally crickets, right? They don't know what to say to that. What's happening? Nah, it's fucked. McKay, per chat, you have to clear your cache. Living Lily. If you don't know how to do that, does anyone know how to like clear the cache on, what do you have, like Android or iPhone? Asking for a friend. What is the penalty for hoarding gold? Prison, I think. Something like that. I forget. There's like a standard for it. Or like a fine. I forget what it was, but it was during the Depression he did this. Yeah, here we go. This is it, right? Executive Order 6102. Adopted by Franklin Roosevelt. The hoarding of gold coin, gold bullion, and certificates, right? Prosecutions. Okay, and I forgot about this too. Look at this. The courts actually ruled this unconstitutional. So he had to amend it. So like, here's another thing is that they just say stuff, right? Conservatives will say stuff, and then they don't even follow through with like the logical conclusion. Because then that would mean that this was ruled invalid, right? And that they had to go back and do this. Also, it was changed. So wait. So by Henry, yep. The Gold Reserve Act, which gave legislative permanence to Roosevelt's order. Yes. So they basically had to pass a law to say you couldn't do this, right? And here are the civil penalties. Yeah. The Treasury regulations were issued providing civil penalties of fiscal compensations for all gold or fines equal to double the value of the gold seized. So basically, if you hoarded too much gold, right? This was a problem in the Great Depression, by the way. People would like hoard the gold, right? And then that would cause it to like not be circulated. And remember, when your currency is pegged to the gold standard, this does cause some problems, right? But it looks like around $24,000 back then. I don't know how much money that was back then, but that's 80 something thousand today. Look it up. Yeah, it's about $500,000. My bad. A lot of money, shit. But still not even that much, right? So these are some examples. There weren't that many. So there you go. That's like what the penalty is. It's a civil charge, so it's not even a criminal charge. Gray. And you basically had to pay double the back. So he probably ended up having to pay, what, $1 million? Because they seized 24,000, which back then was like $500,000-ish, give or take, right? Depending on what year in 1930. But taking off the gold standard did do that, right? Like, you could objectively say that, at least when it came to like, how do you say? Like, she's accurate on that. What my critique was that a lot of conservatives like her say that FDR's executive order did that, when in reality it didn't, because it got struck by the courts, right? And then they had to pass a law. So, like, huh?
For your grandparents back then as it is for you today? No, it's not, because the dollar has lost its value. Why did that happen? Well, in 1971,
it changed the background, so now it's not user-friendly, cleared the cache. It changed my settings. Yeah, you got to go back into your settings and change them. And it fucked everything up. I'm sorry, girl. Yeah, you're just going to have to go in there. Thanks, I can barely see the chat, stupid Twitch. Yeah, just go back into the settings and change them.
when President Nixon took the dollar off of the gold system, that meant that the US dollar was no longer backed by gold. And that means that the Treasury started printing more dollars that weren't supported by gold back then all the way up until today.
And this is the funny part is whenever you hear, by the way, whenever you hear that, like, I already know that talking point. So, like, it doesn't fool me. Right? Whenever you hear that talking point, immediately, guys, immediately know that's a conservative. Because only conservatives use that argument. It's actually a pretty, like, libertarian, old school conservative argument.
The biggest load that we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. Because it like, just if you look this shit up and know, like, the general, like, the timeline for us getting off the gold standard, it did not happen under FDR. It happened under Nixon, right? Like, hoarding of gold bullion is different. And they'll point to that and be like, you're an idiot, see? And then you're like, excuse me? But I'm prepared because I've heard that in debates, right? I've heard that argument many times in debates. So you have to be prepared to, like, combat it, right? So just immediately know this stuff because it helps you become a better debater and just, like, better at policy and politics in general, right? So that's why I'm pointing it out. Okay, Elon, it seems like the penalty did not fit the crime exactly, right? And that was hoarding money, right? Essentially money.
Woo woo woo! Ooh woo! Ooh woo! Alang's just got a 10-day stream streak. www.tet Gustx 8 Wave Gustx 8 Poggies. Hi everyone, Gustx 8 Cute.
Oh my God, Ally in HD, welcome back. How you doing? Yep, she's annoying.
Printing more and more and more money, which has watered down the value of our dollar. And the national debt that continues to go up and up and up causes inflation, which also erodes the value of the dollar. So no, it's not the same. Now, here's something else you should know. The national debt back in 1970 was $371 billion. Well, today, guess what? It's $40 trillion, like I've told you, with most of the debt being added under the past 3 presidents, Obama, Trump 1, Biden, and now Trump 2, who still has 2 more years left. There were $9.3 trillion added under Obama. That was 2 presidential terms. $8.4 trillion added under Biden. That was 1 term. $11.6 trillion across Trump's 2 terms so far. Remember, he has 2 years left. Okay, how did they add all that money? Well, here's some of it. The COVID pandemic borrowing accounts for a significant portion of Trump's first term and Biden's term. COVID was responsible for $5.6 trillion.
Hello, peeps. Welcome back, McKay.
To our national debt through 4 major.
Obama put the Iraq War on the books, though. That was Bush. Just being dishonest here. Yeah.
Pieces of legislation.
Agreed.
The first one was CARES Act. That was in 2020. That was under President Trump. I wasn't in Congress then, so I
welcome back, Igloo. How you doing, buddy?
Wasn't able to vote for that, but I do remember one person, one Republican, who voted against it, and that was my friend Thomas Massey, who I can remember.
God, what a Thomas Massey suck-off
before
fest.
I ever got into Congress. So thankful that he voted no to that massive spending bill, Because why? The government shouldn't have shut us down in the first place. Well, the second big spending bill under COVID was the American Rescue Plan in 2021. That was under President Biden. I was in Congress then. I voted no to that one. Then there were 4 bipartisan supplemental legislation spending bills in 2021 and 2022. I voted no to all of those as well. So remember, all COVID spending, this is important, all COVID spending by the government and bailout legislation happened. Why? Because the government shut us down. It shut down the economy. It shut down trade and commerce. And a government literally stopped you from being able to work, live your life, educate your children, and can carry on. Now, some of you still think that was necessary. For many of us, we think it was completely unnecessary, and we believe that the people that were most fragile during that time, which was elderly people, obese people, people with pre-existing conditions, we believe they should have stayed home and been protected while the rest of us went to work and kids went to school. Kids had very little risk, and most of us healthy working adults had very low risk. COVID was a flu. Guess what, though? It was funded by U.S. tax dollars, and it was created in a lab. So there's another.
I love how she peppers in like these just like half truths and complete like false shit, right? Like Igloo pointed one out. Like the gold standard thing was kind of a like. Luckily, she didn't go down that route. That was pretty cringe. But if she would have, but like that, right? It was created in a lab. Kung flu. I'm just waiting for the Kung flu to come out, right? Obama promised the end of Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah, at least you nailed it. Yeah, and that's what Igloo was saying essentially. So, what's the CCC? The CCC is the Civilian Conservation Corps. It was basically like almost like a how would I describe it? It's really nothing like it. Except maybe in like the Soviet Union or something like that. It was basically like a group of men who were unemployed, who then were given employment. They were given housing, food, shelter, all that stuff, right? And money, obviously, to build like national projects all around the country. It was basically like like almost kind of like the Army Corps of Engineers, but without it being in the army. And all they did was just build stuff for people, right? Like parks. A lot of the stuff that we have in our cities today are because of the CCC. Get to the point, wrap it up. I know, God, I'm so sick of this. She ignored huge tax cuts. Yeah, they always do, right? Because here's another thing, Fred. Tax cuts just basically mean, okay, well, you're getting less income, right? You can't keep budgets the same and then cut taxes. And that's like the irresponsible thing is like a lot of these things just say like, hey, yeah, we'll cut taxes. And it sounds good on paper, at least like, yeah, you're paying less. It's really that simple, right? They're just feeding into that. But obviously, like, it has tons of side effects, right? So, bullshit. Don't that, but oh shoot! Oh snap! No, the CCC. I'll let Gloggy announce it, girl. Shoot. Oh snap! Ice Beans is here. What up, Ice Beans? Welcome in, Raiders. How you guys doing? Works Project, yeah, the WPA, the Works Project Administration, right? The CCC was like Vanilla Candace. Thorn, welcome back, buddy. Again. Amphibious Orca, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Ice Raid. We got raided by Ice Beans. What up? Love it.
Piece there.
We're just watching our talk about this stuff. Did you train? No, the chat. I trained most of it, but most of Gloggy, but you just have to have a really good GPU, which I do.
Another place where government is responsible. And the whole purpose was they created this virus so they could experiment on vaccines. And then oddly enough, the government comes forward and forces everyone to take the vaccine. It's outrageous what the government has done to us. Hey everyone, other spending has caused the national...
Oh no, she put a fucking sponsorship in this video, guys. Wow, this is just like her becoming a content creator. I'm not even joking. Look.
People even treat skin cancer with ivermectin cream, and you can get yours at allfamilypharmacy.com/MTG. Use my promo code to get...
What the fuck?
10% off MTG10. Promo code MTG10 at allfamilypharmacy.com/MTG.
What the fuck? Oh no. I mean, that would be incredibly illegal if she was still in Congress, but no. She's not. So this is what I mean. She gets to basically play Congress while not being a congresswoman. Oh my god, that is crazy.
Now, what other...
While trying to sell ivermectin products. Yep, that's MTG, yeah.
Spending has caused the national debt to go up and...
But it's different when a truth teller recommends it. Lost Zote. I can't recognize.
Well, it's been war. Since 9/11, war, foreign wars, not wars protecting our homeland, but wars fought in foreign countries, many of them in places you can't find on a map, have added approximately $8 trillion to the U.S. National debt. $8 trillion in killing people and bombing cities and blowing up things and blowing up people, but having nothing to do with our own border on our own homeland. It's a lot of money.
Fuck off.
So over the past 25 years, between foreign wars and COVID, a flu, a virus created in a lab with our tax dollars, the U.S. has added approximately $13 trillion in national debt. So,
I'm Brian, kill me.
Young people today, no, Gen Z and millennials, you're not on the same playing field as your grandparents were in 1970. Not at all. As a matter of fact, I'd say a lot has changed, and it's made things more difficult for you. Yeah, well, some things, modern conveniences are easier, but it's still not the same. The biggest problem is the amount of our national debt, the amount of government spending, which Congress refuses to stop spending, and the lack of any type of effort by our government leaders to rein in that spending is why your dollar today...
Wait, is she a Dem or a Republican? I mean, this is why I brought it up, dude, because you can kind of deduct based on the way she speaks that she's a Republican. Right. She's conservative, very conservative.
Doesn't go near as far as your grandparents' dollars did years ago. And that's changed the ability for you to have a lifestyle the same as your grandparents did. Your grandparents, many of them, not all of them, but many of them.
Well, she loves talking about the grandparents who grew up in the 80s. I don't know which grandparents grew up in the 80s, but...
Could
oh my God.
raise a family on a single income. They could do that because their dollar was stronger.
Wow,
their dollar could buy more.
He's a
their
bitch.
dollar could do more. Their dollar could go further.
Just came to that conclusion while you were in office. I know. This is
Today,
the cringe.
most of you...
Woo! Cheshire Cat! 250.
all of you, but most of you cannot survive on a single income. It takes 2 incomes, which also increases more spending. It means that you're spending on daycare, you're spending on babysitters, you're spending on childcare. It also means that when both of you who have worked all day come home at night and you've got children at home, you're exhausted, which means that you're eating out more. It's harder for you to cook at home. It's harder for you to put
Easy fix, go back to the Reagan era tax rates for everyone over 10 million in income. Well, yeah, slightly before that, right?
provide.
I'd say before, like during the I would say go back to the tax rates right before too, like during the JFK era, because that was it was like the marginal tax rate was 85 to 95%, 93%.
That same home lifestyle.
We went over that, Fred, but right before that.
That your grandparents were able to provide.
She's just riding the grift train at this point. I mean, that's what's so crazy. Is she has like a house in Costa Rica. She like a multi-million-dollar house, not even like a little apartment, like a really nice estate over there. She's just riding it out, eating out. Can you imagine eating out, Lost Zote? When everything's $100 to eat out. Only the Jews granted super space lasers privileges. Jesus. Reagan would be the compromise. I know, I understand what you mean. Yeah, it would be the compromise.
That could, I'm going to say it once again, that could never be me.
Like every meal now costs like, guys, I went out, I was like, $100, the fuck? Oh, is she streaming from Costa Rica? I can't tell. But she lives there, I know, part-time at least.
Single family income. So much has changed that it impacts the home directly. It impacts you directly in your personal lives, and it also impacts your quality of life. So that's why I believe it's completely unfair. And
yeah, she has a mansion in Costa Rica and talks about struggles. Yeah.
I know it's
like, and we looked it up, right? Like we explored this whole thing. Hold on. There it is. Looks like a fucking hotel, right? Looks like a hotel you would stay at. Right, she posted that on our Instagram. I was like, the fuck, girl? Trying to find more pictures. Is this it? This must be her house. Yeah. Where did she buy the house? Let's see. Thankful to start my next chapter in life. There you go. By living in a really nice country in a $5 million mansion right by the sea. That's another thing is, like, the property by the sea is clearly more money, right? So, where is it? I wonder if, like, we can actually find, like, the pictures, because it must be this one, right? This is what she posted on Instagram. But she only posted one photo. There you go. Right? Guys, that's a really nice house, right? Objectively. This looks almost like a hotel room or like a hotel that you would stay in. By the sea, right? Because you can see the sea there and everything. And And her boyfriend, Brian Alexis Glenn. Yeah. Fixia Glenn. Oh my god. Oh. $5 meal deal at Sheetz. Yeah. And then this is income inequality, right, guys? Like, this is why we talk about this shit. Why is everything on Facebook? I hate. But you get the idea. It's a really nice place.
Sounds wonky to talk about the national debt, and it's something that's completely out of your control. But I'll argue back with you. It's actually under everyone's control because every single election matters. Now, here's been my argument for a long time. Both parties have done this. Both the Republican and Democrat Party have done this to America. Both the Republican and Democrat parties refuse to change anything in order to fix these problems. As a matter of fact, they just want to keep carrying on causing the same problems. They refuse to change nothing. So what does that mean for you? Well, that impacts, do you keep voting for the same people that keep creating the problem and digging the grave deeper and deeper and deeper into national debt, weakening our dollar to the point where it can hardly afford anything anymore? Or how do you change it? Well, you're up against your grandparents, I hate to say it. Your grandparents who are glued to the television set and continue to vote for the same people that have created the problem. The same people that go to Congress and refuse to pass a balanced budget amendment. The same people that also refuse to ever leave.
Wow, she really hates these grandparents she keeps talking about. I just looked it up. Lives in his dad's house. I don't know what that is. Unaffordably cost living.
Office. As a matter of fact, they
your grandparents are brainwashed by Fox News. Hell no,
rather
right?
die in office instead of retire. And that's a serious problem. So I would argue to you, if you're young people...
What if she's really good at surfing? I mean, kudos to her. It looks like a great surfing spot.
Today, this is where
miss her so
elections
much.
can change everything. But you have to be ready to radically change who you support in the elections. And it would likely be supporting candidates that are running against the candidate that your grandparents are voting for.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not an advocate for socialism. I'm not an advocate for communism. I'm an advocate for a smaller, more fiscally responsible...
Yeah, that's how you know, McKay. Basically, every argument of hers has been smaller government, right?
Government. I think that's where we can make a difference. I would also say we need to stop spending trillions of dollars into blowing up people in foreign countries. I think that could reduce our spending drastically, big time, and we need to rein that in. But tragically, every single president, no matter who they are and which party they represent, we somehow find ourselves in another foreign war. And here we are today, embroiled in the war with Iran, who seems to have no end in sight, even though the president declares he's won like 40 times and says that he's wiped Iran out over and over again. Yet our military sits full-time over there at the Strait of Hormuz. Not at home, along our own border, not at home with their families. No, they're over there in some place that many of us can't find on a map. So when you hear the number 40 trillion and you see on the news the national debt, and it seems confusing to you, here's what I would say. It's directly related to you. As a matter of fact, it's chained to every single one of us. It's got all of us in prison, a prison of debt. And it's our government leaders that have put us there. And I don't think any...
By the way, guys, if you gift a sub, apparently you get a Pokeball. And if you watch 3 streams in a row, and if you gift a sub, you also, with the vertical thing, that's pretty cool, I guess. All you have to do is anti-war, and you can sell ivermectin and be popular.
Once you tolerate it anymore. So,
ivermectin.
Next time you're looking at candidates to vote for, or you go to a candidate forum and you can ask them questions, ask them if they have a plan for the national debt. Ask them if they have a plan.
By the way, like, I've already explained this. This is, like, it's not entirely irrelevant, right? But like her focus on this issue is very conservative, right? This is what conservatives love to. This is why I say, McKay, like I'm trying to teach you how to think like a political scientist, right? Not just like watch videos and stuff and kind of like think like a philosophy major. The problem is like all the words she's like, it just screams conservative, right? Which is why you're like, is she a Democrat or a Republican? With these kind of like people, almost always they end up being very Republican or very conservative, right?
And for Social Security and Medicare.
I know she didn't do much in office either. Like the fuck are you? Where was this? Where was all this stuff when you were like actually in office, when you had the power to do this shit, right? These people just like cry wolf a lot of times, right? They are they're grifters, right?
Going bankrupt.
No shit. The whole video was her telling exactly about her grandparents, Kirsten B. That we already know. She's making it more like groundbreaking, but it's really not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but if she cared, she'd stayed in office, but she flanked AOC on Israel.
2032. Ask them if they plan to fund foreign wars over and over and
Yeah, but I mean, like, the reason she did that was because she's pretty anti-Semitic, right?
over again. And ask them how they
While claiming to not be
are going to
anti-Semitic.
make your quality of living and your hard-earned dollar go further and make your life
Like, this is the Jewish commie space laser lady, right? I'm not really going to give her too much credit for that.
better. Those are the questions that you should be asking.
For real.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
But, I mean, credit where credit is due, at least.
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Anjali Kamath. Amy Goodman will be back later this week.
Oh, shit. Where's Amy?
Iran's leaders have threatened to halt all oil exports from the...
I don't know. I'm actually kind of disappointed. I thought it would be funnier. That's why we watched it.
the Persian Gulf and to treat any nation's support for U.S. sanctions against
That was pretty disappointing.
Iran.
She's just basically a content creator. She's doing she's doing the Ted Cruz thing, the Ted Cruz podcast or whatever. It's so cringe. All these people, like, they just graduate to being a content creator.
As an act of
And I mean, it's not much of a graduation because their content is boring, right?
war. The threat came ahead of today's announcement
I just thought it would be funnier, but
by
it
Treasury
was not.
Secretary Scott Bessent
What the fuck was the point of that video? Yeah, right? Exactly. Well said.
of what the Trump administration is calling an economic D-Day aimed at completely
Yeah, Matt Gaetz. That's what's so weird is all these people literally just do that now, right? Matt Gaetz, Ted Cruz, he's still in the government and he still does that, right? Kash Patel started off like that. What is it? His deputy attorney general, deputy FBI, right? What was his name again? I'm blanking on his name. Oh my God. I haven't seen, because he left, right? He left.
covering Iran's remaining financial lifelines. This is Iranian Foreign Minister.
Yeah, all these people just graduate to doing that. Bongino, right? Dan Bongino, right? He's literally back to the podcast thing now. Like, who watches these things? Apparently a lot of people, because that or they're all astroturfed and enough people watch somewhere and that he feels like he's doing something important.
Abbas Arakchi.
This is a repetitive scenario, from the crippling sanctions imposed during the Obama administration to the maximum pressure campaign during Trump's first administration, and now the latest sanctions. All of these measures have been introduced under different titles, but they represent the same kind of bullying that we have always seen in American policy. In other words, it is the same movie they keep playing over and over again. We know this movie, so we know how to confront and deal with it.
On Sunday, Iran's currency, the rial, sank to a record low against the US dollar. The International Monetary Fund now predicts Iran's economy will contract by nearly 5.5% this year. Fuel prices are surging in Iran, something that preceded nationwide protests in 2019 and earlier this year. In Gaza, 2 Palestinian brothers were killed and several others wounded when an Israeli warplane struck a tent sheltering displaced people near Al-Aqsa Hospital earlier today. The attack followed another bloody weekend in Gaza. On Sunday, Israeli forces killed at least 2 Palestinians, including 4-year-old Mohammed Abdel Salam Taha. Separately, a girl was injured by Israeli fire on Sunday in a camp north of Khan Yunis. According to Palestinian officials, Israel has violated the U.S.-brokered so-called ceasefire agreement nearly 4,400 times since it took effect in October. This is Abu Ahmed, a displaced Palestinian who was sheltering close to a building that was blown up by Israel on Sunday.
There is no ceasefire. There is nothing. There is nothing. Our lives are destroyed. Our youth are destroyed. What can we do? We want solutions. We want to live in peace. This does not make sense. This does not make sense. It's true these things are happening to other people, but I am also human. I see these things. People torn into pieces. We die. Our morale is destroyed.
Meanwhile, Israel's government has warned it may further intensify its attacks after several kites landed in an illegal Israeli settlement on Gaza's border. Palestinian officials said the kites were flown by children, were made of paper, and posed no threat. But Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz accused Hamas of launching attacks, calling the use of kites an act of war. Israel's far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir has posted video on social media celebrating the construction of gallows where Palestinians will be hanged.
This is the facility. In this place, the terrorists will be executed. A hanging rope, viewing chambers where the crime victims will be able to come and watch, like in the United States, by the way. And we are fulfilling what we promised. Look, there were those who ridiculed. There were those who giggled. This place is starting to be built. The facility is being built.
In March, Israeli lawmakers passed a law mandating death by hanging for Palestinians who are convicted of terrorism offenses. Jewish Israelis will not face the same punishment for similar crimes. In 2008, Ben-Gvir himself was convicted by a court in Jerusalem.
What the hell? So it's, yeah. This is literally institutional racism, right? Or bigotry.
Of incitement to racism and support.
Yeah. If anyone ever says that Israel's not a racist society or it doesn't have institutional racism, right? Like, this is the definition of it, right? When certain laws don't apply to you, but they apply to other groups due to race, ethnicity, or religion, that is the definition of what we're talking about, right?
Supporting a terrorist organization. Diplomats from Syria and Israel held U.S.-brokered talks in Jordan on Sunday aimed at easing tensions following repeated Israeli attacks, including airstrikes on a major Syrian Air Force airbase. They were the first talks between the two countries in several months, coming after Israel on Saturday struck a civilian vehicle on the outskirts of Damascus. Israel said it had targeted a, quote, terrorist in the deadly drone strike, which left several bystanders wounded. This comes as Israel continues to occupy Syria's Golan Heights, which it seized in the 1967 war, as well as more territory in southwest Syria it seized after the fall of Bashar al-Assad. In Canada, Prime Minister Mark Carney has announced retaliatory tariffs on U.S. imports after talks collapsed without a deal on Friday. On Saturday, the U.S. slapped 50% tariffs on around $20 billion worth of imports from Canada. In response, Carney announced tariffs on $20 billion of U.S. products beginning on September 8th. Carney spoke to reporters on Saturday.
Why does it feel like today Mark Carney is going to war? Trade war. The tone.
Because we were attacked. Like, you're at war when you get attacked. We got attacked. The U.S. put 50%. We waited until the United States decided to actually implement these so-called 338 tariffs. That's fine.
We'll have more on the U.S.-Canada trade war after headlines when we'll speak with Avi Lewis, the leader of the New Democratic Party in Canada, and Lori Wallach of the American Economic Liberties Project. In New York, a federal judge has struck down a Trump administration ban on issuing visas to immigrants from 75 countries. When the policy was enacted in January, the State Department claimed, without evidence, that people from those nations are likely to receive public benefits after arriving in the U.S. Among the countries targeted were Afghanistan, Brazil, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Iran, Iraq, Nigeria, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. In her ruling, U.S. District Judge Jeanette Vargas said Trump's measure was, quote, patently unlawful and violated federal immigration law by discriminating on the basis of nationality. In Texas, calls are mounting to shut down the South Texas Family Residential Center in Dilley, where it's estimated more than 100 children are being detained by ICE. This comes after a 5-year-old boy, identified as Liam Tadeo, and his father were taken by ICE on their way to a child's soccer game in Austin last week. Journalist Lidia Terrazas of Univision posted a video on social media showing Liam crying and his father handcuffed as they're escorted into a vehicle. The arrest happened just days before Liam was set to start kindergarten. This is Texas Democratic Congressmember Greg Casar.
ICE just arrested a 5-year-old boy on his way to a soccer game in my home city of Austin, Texas.
It's economic warfare. Yeah. I mean, that's what's we've talked a lot about this, but yeah, essentially it is, right? It's not like it's an attack on the economy, right? My county won a lawsuit against the DOJ having to do with sanctuary policies. Excuse me, the lawsuit was dismissed. Oh, fuck. That sucks. You were giving me hope for a split second, girl. I should become a flock camera deinstalled influencer. I'm there. A huge demand for it. Yeah. Or you could become a flock camera vigilante. Have you seen those people with the like masks? I call it the grip dance. Yeah. Oh man.
His name, just like the name of the little boy from Minnesota, is Liam. And Liam should be starting kindergarten this week.
We're just going over like the headlines so we stay informed.
He's sitting in a trailer prison right now in Dilley, Texas.
Texas Democratic Congressmember Joaquin Castro said ICE denied his request to visit Liam and his father at the ICE camp. Castro said afterwards, quote, his detention is another devastating example of why Dilley must be shut down and why our government must end the detention of children and families. I have seen firsthand the conditions that children and families are being subjected to at Dilley, and no child should be held there. Dilley is run by the for-profit prison company Core Civic. More than 160 people have been deported to Haiti as the Trump administration begins to round up immigrants following the end of TPS, temporary protected status. It was the first deportation flight to Haiti after the Supreme Court greenlit the Trump administration's termination of TPS for an estimated 350,000 Haitians. The plane landed in the northern Haitian city of Cap Haitien Thursday. The country's main international airport in Port-au-Prince has been deemed too dangerous due to gang violence and growing political instability. Many of those deported last week were TPS holders and had been living and working in the U.S. since 2010. Wow. In related news, a U.S. Navy sailor who is on his 9th month of deployment aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln said his father has been detained by ICE. What? Joshua Aviles said he'd received a call this weekend notifying him of his father's arrest. Luis Manuel Aviles was taken into custody during a traffic stop in Key West, Florida. His wife said he's a handyman with a valid U.S. work permit. Aviles is originally from Nicaragua and has lived in the U.S. for nearly 20 years. His son Joshua said on social media, quote, this is heartbreaking for me. I don't know how I can mentally continue working 12-plus hour days, knowing that my dad is somewhere, possibly being treated like a criminal. My dad's only crime was coming to this country to give my siblings and me a better life. Tyson Foods, the largest meatpacking and processing company in the U.S., has shuttered 2 of its facilities in Illinois and Utah, laying off more than 3,000 workers. The company said in a release earlier this month that it'd be closing its Jocelyn, Illinois and Eagle Mountain, Utah facilities, claiming, quote, one of the most historic cattle shortages the country has ever experienced, as the reason for the move. About 2,500 Tyson employees were impacted in Illinois alone due to the sudden closure of the plant.
Ew.
Worker employees were...
Is that the chlorine bath? Oh my God, guys, we're watching the chlorinated chicken go in through the... Ew! That's fucking gross. Open up, guys. Eat that chlorinated chicken.
Impacted in Illinois alone due to the sudden closure of the plant. Workers and supporters held a rally in Jocelyn Friday in protest of the mass layoffs. They're demanding the facility be reopened, as well as 6 months of full compensation and benefits for workers who've been left jobless. This comes as Tyson Foods CEO and President Donnie King made over $34 million in 2025, according to the Securities and Exchange Commission. In northwest Indiana, thousands of homes remain without power nearly 2 weeks after high winds and torrential rain knocked down trees and power lines, leaving behind flooded basements and roads. More than a third of 1 million homes and businesses were affected by the storm. This is Desmond Pompey, a resident of hard-hit Gary, Indiana, where over 1 in 3 residents lived in poverty even before the disaster.
And these are all the things that people take for granted. The basic things as far as like power, taking a shower, flushing your toilet, anything of that nature like that. So we really under siege, and I hope they
covered this
take
guy.
care
He
of
was
the
great.
situation.
And a private arbitrator has ordered the Washington Post to rehire the opinion columnist Karen Attiah with back pay. Attiah was fired last fall over comments she made about the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Her termination came as the Washington Post laid off more than 300 journalists, dismantling its sports, local news, and international coverage, all under the ownership of billionaire Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. That followed Amazon's $1 million donation to President Trump's inaugural fund. Karen Attiah spoke to Democracy Now! In February.
The reason why this is an international news story, I think the Washington Post stands for a lot more than just a media company. It stands for a lot more than even just journalism, I would say. For a lot of people around the world, they're looking at the Washington Post as a proxy and a bellwether for what's happening to America and democracy.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
Bot Wars is going to get some good in a few years, yeah. All right.
Hey everyone, you won't believe what we're learning about this guy.
Your family came here from Peru, really in the middle of the heat of the Shining Path. They were Maoist, communist guerrillas in Peru. So why did your family come to America?
The economic situation in South America and in Peru was in a really bad place. But I think that much of what we could say is responsible for that actually was the imposition of capitalism and American imperialism in many cases is actually what brings immigrants to the U.S. coming out of Latin America.
Hey everyone, I'm Bruce Lowry of National Review, and that's a guy named Gustavo Gordillo. He is the co-chair of the DSA in New York City, a big ally of Mayor Zohran Mamdani, helped him get elected and getting interviewed, obviously, there on Fox News by the great Martha McCallum. Now, all credit to Gustavo for doing that interview. I admire people who go into hostile territory and make their case the way he did there for 13 minutes or so. What he was saying about Peru and that answer about Latin America generally, complete nonsense. Maybe I'll come back to that a little later in the video, but I want to focus here.
And this is the stupid part about all this, right? And we've talked a lot about this on the stream. Like, if you're, I don't know who would be against this in this stream, right? But I'm just saying, hypothetically, if you're against immigration at all, or any of these things that, like what he just said, you would be against intervention in Latin America or intervention around the world in general, right? Because there's always the effect of blowback, right? And what is blowback? Well, blowback could be things like what happened in Iran, right? Installing the Shah had a blowback effect that now, like, we're in war with Iran many years later because of their regime, supposedly, right? Okay, that's a form of blowback, right? Another form of blowback is when you install dictators in, say, like what he just said, South America, Latin America, right? And then that's done to basically prop up business interests in the United States. Okay, well, what that does is it causes, first of all, it causes instability in the region because obviously you're overthrowing governments, right? So we're sort of like blaming the people who are the victims of our shitty policies by being like, your countries are unstable, don't have very much economic development. But it's like, bitch, you're the one who did it, right? You're the one who fucking did all these things. And then what ends up happening is people still gotta live, people still gotta work. So then they end up actually going to the United States to work anyway, right? So it's very like short-sighted to not see the ramifications of blowback, right? And again, it's a very complex topic, and we've kind of gone over multiple versions of this, right? But he's absolutely right. The reason people come here is because there's just not as much economic opportunity. So then what ends up happening in those countries, they come here because, yeah, there is. But it's like because we're the ones who directly benefit from that exploitation, essentially, right? So, you know, if you don't want to do that, then stop doing it, right? And these conservatives are so short-sighted, right? Because a lot of them don't want immigration, but it's like they don't. Essentially, what they're saying is, I want to act the way I want to do what I want to do, all the stuff that like they've done in the past without any sort of ramifications, right? And that's just not how life works. If you're a shitty person, you're gonna get that shit back in your face, right? If you don't work on your problems, they're going to fucking blow back in your face, right? Essentially. So just keep that in mind when he's like talking about this, right? Because he's 100% accurate. Are you? Not only the Chicago, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many versions of this, right? The Chicago Boys, the banana wars, right? The overthrowing of President Allende, right? All these things. There's like hundreds of these examples all around the right. You learn about this in class a lot. Literally, the concept is called blowback, right? Blowback always happens, guys. It's just to what degree, right? Haiti is another perfect example, right? Here we are being like, we don't want the Haitian immigrants. It's like, well, we're the ones who directly caused that, right? Why is it that like, let me give you an example, right? And Costa Rica is not exactly in a vacuum either, so you can't really use that as a perfect example. But like, the reason there aren't that many Costa Ricans in the United States is because it's one of the few countries that the US has never actually intervened in, right? But every other country in the area has been intervened, right? So it's still getting the blowback has an effect on its internal politics because it's still getting immigration from Venezuela, Panama, right? Et cetera, Nicaragua, all these things, right? So either way you look at it, even if you just like intervene in very selective cases, it has an effect on the region as a whole, right? So don't get it twisted, guys, right? The Blowback podcast is really educational. Yeah, you guys have sent me that. I've yet to listen to it just because I'm often so busy, right? But this is why we talk about this stuff, right? Because blowback is a real issue, and when you don't understand it, you basically get stuck in these really stupid trends. Like, well, why are they coming here anyway? It's like, bitch, because you're the one who fucking caused it. Your ancestors were. Your dad did or voted for these stupid ass policies or whatever, right? You could whatever insert here. Or like your party, the party that you supported these fucking policies. So don't give me that shit, right? It's like we want to have our cake and eat it too. We want to be terrible to other people and not have any ramifications. And it's like, well, guess what? There's always gonna be ramifications, and you just don't like them now because, right? Imperialism is the same way, by the way, right? If you've noticed, right? Why are there so many people of exploited colonies of the British Empire? Let's just use them as an example in Great Britain, right? Because they directly benefited from this. So it's just another form of that, right? Right. That's why there's a lot of Indians in the UK, right? Jamaicans, etc., right?
On Gustavo,
like Samoan Islands. Yeah, well said. Yeah, like that's another example, right?
Himself, what we've learned about his background, about his lifestyle.
So keep all that in the back of your mind while you're watching this, because like I've heard of this guy and I heard about this interview. I didn't really end up watching it just because I kind of was like, okay, I will probably watch it on stream, and we just haven't gone around to it. So
that is so telling about the kind of people who make up the organizational ranks of the DSA and the people who are DSA voters. They are so-called downwardly mobile, largely white voters. He's an immigrant from Peru that we just heard, and he is almost a stereotype of this type of organizer or this type of voter. First of all, let's go back to that Fox News interview and listen to this.
When we look at to take inspiration from governments abroad, we're looking at countries like Norway, Sweden, cities like Vienna that have actually created affordable housing for all under socialist governments.
All of them have very active capitalism happening in those countries, though. They have big technology investments, very big companies that do well.
We are still operating in capitalism.
Yeah.
We're trying to pass transformative reforms to create an economy that will work for the working class.
So there he is talking about the working class. Of course, the DSA is supposed to be all about the working class, but one of the problems is none of its members are working class. All the surveys of DSA.
Yeah, all right. This guy's from the National Review. I wouldn't watch this video. The National Review is a conservative organization. Yeah, there you go. See? I wouldn't watch this. I'd watch the Fox News interview itself.
Hey everyone, you won't believe what we're learning about this guy.
Your family came here.
This guy's a clown. He's just gonna give you conservative talking points that are pretty easy to dispel. Where is it? This is probably the better one to do. Just watch it, and then I'll react to it.
Democratic Socialists starting to
See, like, you can immediately tell when someone's conservative like that. It's a muscle, right? It's something that you immediately that. And I was like, the National Review. This is like the most conservative. This is the William F. Buckley. William F. Buckley, the most famous conservative, created that.
Head to the 2028 presidential race after victories in this year's congressional primaries. Their agenda includes getting rid of the United States Senate, letting Congress choose an executive and judiciary to replace the president and the Supreme Court.
End all deportations.
Amnesty for all immigrants, ending deportations, defunding the Department of War.
Based.
A wealth tax, and passing a Green New Deal, among others issues there that you see up on the board. So with that, we bring in Gustavo Gordillo, co-chair of the New York City Democratic Socialists of America. Thank you for joining us. Obviously, this is a really hot topic right now.
Thanks for inviting us.
Thank you for being here. We were just talking.
Although I will say that so far, from what I've seen, is she's been pretty cordial, right? She's not very, very rude about it. Although I think he's prepared, right?
In the break, we were saying hello to each other. Your family came here from Peru, really in the middle of the heat of the Shining Path. They were Maoist communist guerrillas in Peru. So why did your family come to America?
The economic situation in South America and in Peru was in a really bad place. But I think that much of what we could say is responsible for that actually was the imposition of capitalism and American imperialism, in many cases, is actually what brings immigrants to the U.S. coming out of Latin America. And
So they come here because they don't like the imposition of American imperialism in the country that they're in?
Yes, in many countries.
So they come here.
In many countries,
Yeah, they come here because there's more economic activity, right? We benefit directly from the actions that I just said, right? And how do I prove that? Very simply, right? Who benefited from the banana trade wars, right? The banana wars, as they call it. The banana republics. The United Fruit Company. Who benefited from overthrowing President Allende, right? Literally the multinational corporations, yeah.
Been
So here's the thing, right? Life's a bitch, and people are not as idealistic as they're not as idealistic as these people on Fox News are, right? So yeah, like you will, if a country will accept you, you will move to the country that has the more economic or opportunities to do that, right? But those opportunities were created because of the conflicts that we just mentioned, right? Just to give a few, but
democratic coups that have destabilized countries, and that's pushed people out.
Like for example, right? If we were to do that to Canada, or if Canada were to do that to, and it was done reverse, we would literally be crying wolf. We would be so upset, and rightfully so, right? But we do it to other countries all the time, and for some reason we're like, huh? When money and food are scarce, you will be willing to ignore your morals. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, right? He or she is trying to be like, hey, listen, why would they go to the imperialists then? Because people live very, as you said, they're going to be like, yeah, I don't like it, but I have to because I got to provide for my family. What the fuck is this argument, right? What a joke. What a freaking joke. Only somebody in a position of power could do the opposite, right? Meaning be like, no, I refuse to do that. And then you die. Yeah. It's like, it's so dumb. I don't get it, right? That you can't understand this concept. Because first of all, people aren't even that, like, the way this stuff impacts the average person is a little bit more like ground, like above, like it's more of a macro example, right? It's not something that always is like super on the micro level, right? It's not like they're coming in there with like and rounding up millions and millions and millions of people in the countryside or something like that, right? It's not like to the example of like Pol Pot or something like that. It's not always like that. And even in that situation, you got plenty of people moving to other places, right? Including Vietnam and stuff. Then you die. Yeah. So.
Oh, well, you would think they would want to go somewhere that wasn't imposing that on them if that were the case.
But see, here's the thing, like imposing that on them, yeah, when the refuge would be the place where that isn't happening, right? And that's not happening here because we're not imperializing ourselves. What are you talking about? Like, do you see how stupid these arguments are?
But, you know, it's interesting because the Shining Path, if you look at what they wanted to overthrow the democratic institutions in Peru. They wanted to abolish capitalism.
Yeah, and so did the U.S. government, except not with the capitalism.
In Peru. And we see some of those same threads in the DSA in terms of what it stands for. And one of the things is very basic. You know, we've just celebrated the 250th
I mean, you guys are kind of doing that. Well, now I'm saying now, of course, we're doing, but it's not imperialism, right? It's called the police state. But for the longest time, that was not us, right?
To the country, and one of the most,
at least not to the average citizen. The average citizen lived pretty much like in like no fear of any of this shit, except for crime and drugs and all the problems that we have. Right?
Things is Article 1 in our Constitution. Are you in favor of abolishing Article 1 of the Constitution?
No, we support a democratic route to transformative change in the.
By the way, I think the kid interview would have been, or sorry, that debate panel on the tomfoolery show would have been a lot better if they would have had somebody like this show up. who actually defended the DSA's position. But they didn't do that, which is why it ended up being kind of circle jerky, right?
United States, we think that we need to put the working class before the billionaire class.
So you don't want to abolish the Senate, the United States Senate, because that's what Article 1 is.
The United States Senate is an undemocratic institution. It gives more representation to people in smaller states than to the 30 million people in California.
So you've got the House of Representatives, which is population driven, and then you've got the Senate. So every state, if you're a small state, you still get 2 senators, even though you only get maybe 1 congressman, in order to make all of the states have fair representation. So you say, I'm just confused.
When you ask
Here,
normal
Fox News is arguing for fair
Americans,
yeah.
If Congress and the Senate and our political system is working for them, most people are very unhappy with the political system and they say it's not working for them. When we think about the 250th anniversary of the United States and we think about our proudest moments in US history, I think of times like when ordinary people rose up and they changed the Constitution to abolish slavery, to give women the right to vote.
Everyone's proud of that.
And
that's a nationwide pride in the country.
But back in those moments, those were considered radical movements because those people dared to say we need transformative change in the United States.
Right.
And I think that we
see, like, this is another thing I don't really see much value in conservatism or any of these conservative values is like today's liberal is going to be tomorrow's conservative, right? Or in the future's conservative. That's the problem I have with it, is that it's too much like a thermometer, right? Back in the day, these were radical movements. Now, like conservatives, at least some of them, most of them, I would say, are saying this stuff on Fox News, right? Well, girl, they didn't do that back then, right? So I just don't really see a lot of value in trying to conserve something that is never going to be conserved, because time is a constant, right? It's like trying to conserve your age. You put on all the creams and shit you do, but you still have to live life like you're still going to die eventually, right? The Confederates today would have been Republicans. Yes, they would have. So again, this is why I've talked a lot about this on the stream, like the whole concept of like, trying to conserve stuff from a political perspective. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense because, again, yesterday's conservative was a radical, or yesterday's like liberal or left winger was a radical back then, and today they're just a conservative, right? So it's ultimately pointless, and I think it's so stupid, and it's a waste of everyone's time. Yeah, ultimately, Democrats' aims are basically socialism light. Exactly, right? It's just a way of doing socialism around the edges, right? Which is why the DSA is kind of a breath of fresh air, because they're trying to actually push the country in a different direction, right? And guys, there's various like signs out there to show that it's not working anymore, right? Like, you can't tell me that everything in the system is working, right? Let me give you an example, right? We talked about this the other day. AI. AI is not a profitable venture, even though it will be something that transforms our economy and humanity, right? But it is not profitable. Okay, well, things that are not profitable just because something's not profitable doesn't mean that it's not valuable, right? If we had the right AI policy, we would actually be in a better place than we are now. But instead, we're trying to milk money out of AI by doing all these data centers and all this crap that we've talked about in the past, and none of it fucking works. Hey, Josephus, welcome back.
The word conservative in contemporary times is a misnomer. Conservatives no longer attempt to conserve things. A more appropriate term would be regressionist. They aren't conserving. They are trying to regress back from the progress we have made as a society. And you know what I think of that? Get fucked. Conservatives.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would say JJ McCullough is more of a conservative than these asshats, right? But even his position is ass, right? Welcome back, Josephus. Good to see you, buddy. What up? Doubting Josephus is back. The other Canadian. We got a lot of Canadians in here. That's awesome. The controversy isn't the DSA, it's his family or something. Landlords, bad, massive wealth punishing Jennifer. Yeah, dude, none of that really matters in the end, but raising local costs themselves, but talking reverse. Yeah, ultimately Democrats aim to
more perfect union. But I just want to ask you again, do you want to abolish the United States Senate? Because you said you approve of Article 1, but then you said you didn't think the Senate works.
We think that the Senate should be reformed, that we should have a more democratic government system. But that's a long-term change that we're seeking. And in the short term, we're focused on issues like affordability, like freezing the rent, which we've just done in New York, like creating a universal childcare system, which we're also taking steps toward doing, like fixing our energy grid. In 2023 here in New York, we passed the Build Public Renewables Act, which would create publicly owned renewable energy to have a more reliable, cheaper, cleaner energy grid. These are our immediate term demands where we do have a long-term horizon where we do want to democratize our government. But in the short term, we're focused on affordability.
Hey, me and you too. Welcome back.
The question is, how does the government become more democratized if the government takes over more of the power?
Well, the government is a democracy, or it should in theory be one, right? So that's exactly, you just answered your own question.
So, for example, here in New York, if you have government-owned...
And here's the thing, like these people are clowns, right? Like, even if you believe that government is like oppressive or whatever, and I'm a little like sympathetic towards that argument, sure, to a certain degree, right? Absolutely. In certain circumstances, sure. Okay. That doesn't mean that some billionaire isn't even worse. Are you kidding me? Are you out of your mind? They're just as bad, if not worse, right? So really the problem, this is the problem that I have with this kind of train of thought in general, is that it ends up just being, well, which hierarchy do you want us to rule? Do you want us, that you want, like the people to get ruled over by? Private billionaires or government? And I'm like, fuck all that. How about we actually work to make the system more fair and democratic across the board, both in the economy and in the political realm, right?
Grocery stores, right? And that was what Mamdani...
I would agree. If anything, they are Christian nationalists, revivalists in most cases. Yeah, I mean, like to the point, MAGA and these people are regressionists, right? Like, you can't really call them conservatives, even though I call them conservatives because I just lumped that whole, like, I'm trying to simplify the right wing is really what I mean, right?
Promised. I know you were supportive of his election, and I interviewed him here. So they're up, like, breaking ground on one grocery store so far. It's going to cost $30.
They're not clowns. That's an insult to the art of clowning. Damn, touche, buddy. Yeah, you got to go to school to become a clown. I remember I was watching Red Letter Media, and they were watching one of the... That channel's one of the funniest things ever. They were watching, like, one of the best of the worst episodes was them reacting to like a VHS tape of a guy who was teaching you how to do clowning. And I'm like, yeah, you at least gotta buy a VHS tape to do some clowning. They don't even do that, right? They go to school or whatever for it. Deep science is not a profitable for all businesses, but it influences a lot of things in distance. long distance, which businesses do not operate. Well, yeah, that's a great point, right? Like a lot of the things businesses like sell back to you are just government ventures, government investments, right? Let me give you an example. Like, has anyone ever seen like those like memory foam anything? That was all done by NASA, right? The Tempur-Pedic stuff, any of that memory foam stuff, that was all developed by NASA, right? The internet, what we're on right now, was developed by the government, right? No businesses wanted to fucking do this because they're not profitable. So I think we've lost the plot when it comes to everything being profitable, right? Or we need to do what's in the interest of business. No. There are things that like businesses will never do, and we will just stagnate and be stuck. Or things will come out very haphazardly, very like weird, very and you, that's why we've kind of been like stuck. Have you noticed that like a lot of things have felt kind of like, I don't know, like they're not getting any real better, right? Like things are not getting better for before, you in like especially like the 70s, the 80s, even up until the early 90s, you felt like there was like a technological progression, but even some people are like Moore's law is dead, right? You know, these things, they all kind of come back to bite you in the ass. I agree, Mima. And do not and unable to operate. Clear examples of Rosa Nano that was given the oligarchy. It was killed. That could be a business model, but it's possible, and demands it was not there. It was too advanced for time and economically inefficient. Yeah. It legit has a level of hard work to get there. Yeah. Not just memory foam, but like cordless vacuums. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of examples, right? A ton of examples. But like just like little things like that, right? These are all like, if you've ever used memory foam, that's technically like a government product, right? That is now being sold back to you. Wouldn't you prefer a system where like whoever owns that patent, meaning the US taxpayer, right? Because we help with our tax money, we get some of that money back for it if we're going to operate in a system like this, right? These are all things that people have suggested, but instead, what do? They just have private corporations sell it back to you, so then they make a profit and extract as much wealth out of you, right? And in some cases, the profit is not there, so they need more subsidies from the government, right? That's what you're seeing with AI, right? And I'm a proponent of AI, right, guys? I'm not somebody who thinks AI is like terrible or that it can't be used for good. I'm critiquing the system that the AI is operating, the for-profit model of the AI companies, right? Because they're not profitable. How can you spend $200 a month and something still not be profitable? Well, because not everything can be profitable, right?
$30 million to build a grocery store. In what world does it make sense to build a $30 million grocery store and put competitive pressure on the bodegas that are in the neighborhood?
I think that what we saw in the mayoral...
Yeah, and this is also a dumbass argument, right? Yeah. They do not like competition. Also, you're assuming a lot of stuff here, right? You're assuming people only shop at a place for price. That's not true. People shop at places for much more than price, right? Quality, there's a bunch of other stuff, right? So like the idea, that's why I say conservatives and right-wingers, they don't like competition, guys. They want to squash competition. They claim a big deal about saying, oh yeah, we need to have a competitive... They don't. They don't. Ultimately, they don't.
Campaign is the mayor was able to build a movement that inspired people to believe that we could have a government that works for ordinary people, that is actually responsive to the working class.
Inspiration is great, but if you're the bodega owner, how would you feel?
Bingo. That's another aspect, right? Some people would rather just it be a little more convenient, so they'll go and spend a little more money here, right? Look up the Dole Bear Act. Sure. Welcome back, Maddie. Good to see you again.
If the government opened a big
was passed in 1980. It was a U.S. law permitting ownership by contractors for inventions arising from federal government-funded research. There we go. And there we go. Maybe repeal this immediately. The Bear Dole Act. See, and isn't it funny how it always starts in 1980? Thank you, Maddie. I didn't know about this. Act made a key change to the federal contracting procedures that allowed contractors to the right to retain ownership of inventions made with federal funding. How is this fair? Thank you. Now I can point to this exact act. See? How is this fair? We, the taxpayer, are paying for all these things such as the internet, right? Memory foam, cordless, right? All the stuff that we've talked about in the past. There's a bunch of examples of this. And here they are just like using that and then selling it back to you for a profit. Fuck that. No, I'm good. Thanks. Thank you, Maddie. That was very good. Where was this lady when Walmart sprung up everywhere and put small businesses out of... Exactly, right? This is what I mean. They don't actually care about competition. They just don't want government involved in it, right? But they use that like veneer. It's all just a veneer, right? Of, well, we don't want small businesses to get screwed over by the government. It's all just a veneer, guys. There's no like logical consistency to these arguments, right?
big grocery store right next to your bodega.
If one publicly owned grocery store that brings prices down in the neighborhood is enough to put someone out of business, then maybe they shouldn't have been in that business in the first place.
Interesting. Let's play, let's look at the big picture for a second here, and play this from Marco Rubio, because his family came from Cuba. You were talking about your family coming from Peru. And he wants nothing of any socialist, democratic socialist, whatever you want to call it, communist presence in the United States. And he may be running against one of your candidates potentially in 2028. So let's take a look.
Good for little Marco. I don't care.
One of the criticisms you sometimes hear of communism, for example, is that it sounds good in theory, but it never works in practice. That's actually not true. Communism does not sound good in theory. The world it envisions for all of us is small, flat, gray, leveled of all exception, drained of all that is good and noble in the human soul.
What's your response to that, Gustavo?
I would say that we are looking to, when we look at...
Capitalism doesn't even sound good in theory. Exactly. What the fuck?
To take inspiration from governments abroad, we're looking at countries like Norway, Sweden, cities like Vienna that have actually created affordable housing for all under socialist governments.
All of them have very active capitalism happening in those countries, though. They have big technology investments, very big companies.
One of my favorite subscribers is here just for his name alone. Everyone, I'll let Gloggy announce him. There he is.
Stop the stream. Security Chief Odo just resubbed for 1 at Prime for a total 7 months. They have been subbed for 7 months.
What up, Security Chief Odo? Welcome back. Love your name. Deep Space Nine reference. Hell yeah, buddy. Everyone give him the Gloggy Vulcan salute. Absolutely sick. Oh, you're sick? I always love you stopping by, man. I love that. I've been telling people to, there it is. Everyone, do it. Such a great character on DS9. Oh, man. Dude, you have the most memorable name. I was like, oh, man.
do well.
Welcome
We are
back.
still-
The emote lol. Yeah, isn't it great?
operating in capitalism.
Yeah.
We're trying to pass.
I had to because it's literally right. That show has had like such an impact on terms of like political discussions too. So I had to do it, especially because this is a political stream, right? I used to be my wife's mod, so it was appropriate. I should just make you mod for that alone. That would be hilarious. That would be so funny. Oh my god. If I remember correctly, many of these grocery stores were supposed to be put in food deserts, meaning that capitalism decided that they can't make money in those spaces, so they left. Well said. That's another thing, right? Is a lot of these places are food deserts. Food deserts are where capitalism's not even working because there's essentially no reason for them, no incentive for them to do anything, right? It's kind of like the post office, right? The reason the post office works the way it does is because we collectively have said, yeah, we're going to come together. We're going to subsidize places that don't get very much mail traffic, or that there's not very much value to get mail traffic. Because if you live out in the middle of nowhere, Canada or the United States, there's just no business incentive to provide a service out there, right? But we collectively came together and we said, no, we're not going to do that, because people in rural areas deserve that kind of treatment as well, right? They deserve equal access to a postal service, or insert service name here as well, right? And we've done this for several things, not just the post office or now with Zoran Mamdani's grocery stores, right? We've done this for many things in the economy. This is why I don't buy this argument, right? No horseplay on the promenade.
Transformative reform.
Exactly. He says that all the time. Now we only need a bartender Quark coming in, and then you can role play with him in chat. I love you, man. Like the most memorable name. The minute I remember, like when you first came in here, I literally like lost my shit from your name alone. These people would push every single bodega off a cliff if they could. Exactly, right? Because they would want Walmart in there, but Walmart doesn't even want to go in there, right? They could get away with it. These people aren't protecting bodegas. It's all just a grift, right? It's all a veneer of protecting small businesses, while they're really just in support of big business hierarchies, right? Essentially, that's what another way to put it. Simplify it a little better. I gotta go. Keep up with the fine work. Thank you, man. I really appreciate you stopping by and dropping your sub. It really does mean a lot to me. I mean, I know you got a lot to do, but thank you very much. I really do appreciate it, and I hope to see you soon, buddy. You're the GOAT around here. Every time you make an entrance, we laugh just because DS9 is awesome. Just drop by for this. Of course. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Like the fact that you do that every single like month is incredible. I really appreciate it. Like it means the world to me. Thank you.
Create an economy that will work for the working class. And we've seen that happen already in history in Sweden and in Norway. And yet in those countries, a very large portion of the economy is publicly owned. That's a system that we want to bring, for example, to the electricity system here in the United States. Mm-hmm. We think it would be better if the government had a bigger role in operating the grid, and actually most voters agree with that. 25% of the energy generation here in New York is publicly owned. Yeah. It's the most affordable energy.
Well, there's always been a New York Power Authority. In fact, my grandfather served on the New York Power Authority many years ago. And so there is a public role, I think, for that. But then you look at like these wind farm projects that were so, completely unaffordable. And they basically had to scrap all of these wind farms because they couldn't afford to build them. And also because they didn't go through the environmental process to prove that they weren't going to damage the ocean.
Those wind farms were being built by private developers who need a profit. And it's when we're giving private large developers an increasing large share for every project.
But don't you think that these builders have expertise and understanding of the business?
Congrats on hitting 25 messages, Lucy and Gray. I've been watching Deep Space now, and he's so funny. Yeah, he's like a curmudgeon. He's very like curmudgeon-y. In case you guys don't know what that word means, it means like somebody who's just like very like he's easily annoyed. I can kind of relate to that actually. Damn. Easily annoyed, just very like cynical, very skeptical. We welcome every Trekkie. Oh, we really do. Yeah, and the great part is there's a lot of like political lessons to learn, especially from like DS9, Voyager, and even TNG, right? There's a lot of really good lessons that you can learn from, guys.
Like, what part of the government is really awesome at creating
Did you hear that condescending voice shift? For real, Maddie. Well said.
understanding of the business of it?
See, look.
That they weren't going to damage the ocean.
Those wind farms were being built by private developers who need a profit. And it's when we're giving private large developers an increasing large share for every project.
But don't you think that these builders have expertise and understanding of the business of it? Like, what part of the government is really awesome at creating a very efficient, well-run industry or business?
Well, because the government is not a business, right? The government is really good at pouring specific resources into a specific task. What are my my points of what I'm saying? Like what are some examples throughout history, right? Well, the Soviet Union was able to defeat the Nazis, right? The US was able to ramp up during World War II in what, a year? Roughly a year? Under basically a what is considered, and by many historians, as the most centralized economy we've ever had in the United States. That was all the government. Yeah. Right? The Soviet Union never gets the credit for being able to fight off the Nazis. But it wasn't like capitalism was also like the thing that created the US Army and ramped it up, right? Because we had to ramp up. We didn't have a standing army. Remember that, guys, right? So like FDR essentially had the presidency, had the power to go into factories and be like, you are going to produce this. You are going to produce that. What does that sound like to you? It sounds like a planned economy, right? So it can do that stuff. And these are examples of it, right? And it can do stuff like this in terms of like post office management, right? Like it does a good job with the post office. In fact, when I prefer using the post office than UPS or FedEx. Why? Because FedEx is very expensive. They often don't deliver my package on time. And with the post office, a lot of the times I end up getting it ends up being a better service overall. And it's cheaper. Isn't that funny? Okay. There's a few other examples like this, right? That you could give throughout the economy. It's so stupid. He needs to throw back. It's super awesome at supporting weapons, military companies. Exactly. In other words, in today's world, right? You can say, well, it does a good job at supporting the military industrial complex, right, Maddie? And military, right? Essentially military companies. So you're in favor of that. So why not just do it for everything else? Huh, weird.
Tell me.
Human lives is not a business. Exactly, well said. I actually built a cool animated timeline of the ramp up from World War I and II recently. It's super impressive. Yeah. Right? And we discussed that era, right? Where like the US was ramping up, but the Soviet Union did it too. Right? And they were able to defeat, like, this is what's so funny about this argument, right? And it doesn't make any sense. And even in today's world, right? Like, how do you explain the military-industrial complex being so efficient then, right? How do you explain how do you explain the government funding all these things in the military? The Soviets got food shipments from America while fighting the Nazis. And I mean, I don't even think that's the best argument, because there is a lot of waste at the Pentagon, right? And there's also a lot of waste at these defense industries. But I mean, sure, they have made like a lot of impressive weapons of war. But for the cost, I don't know, right? I think it would have been better under a more planned, centralized economy, right? Which is what traditionally we had under the Department of the War, right? The Department of Defense, right? There were no like the factories just were like an output, right? There was no like intellectual property to deal with or profits and all that crap. They just made that shit and that was it, right? And we were able to do pretty well with that system. I don't get it, right?
What, can you
I think the New York Power Authority, you named it, is such a well-run agency that manages large-scale generation in New York City. Our water is municipally run. It's some of the best water in the country.
Well, those things have been in place for decades, as I just pointed out. But, the question of whether or not you want a larger role for the government is one of the big questions here. Let's take a look at the homeless encampment that has just sprung up along West 45th Street. And this is after Mayor Mamdani is in office. He doesn't want to remove any homeless people from the streets. And it's causing a lot of problems for the small business owners that try to have a company, a business along that route. What do you think of this when you look at this squalor in New York City?
I think it's a huge crisis, and it's been around since capitalists have been mayors
not like
for
that,
decades.
It
Yes, it
not
has.
like that. I've been here for a very long time, and these things come and go. Mayor Adams actually removed the homeless encampments from the streets because they're not safe for the people who live there, and they're not safe for the people who live around them.
The problem we're facing in our housing system is that we talk about tenants and we say they have to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They have to be responsible financially. But when we look at the landlords, we don't use those same standards. Landlords in New York have been making a 12% return on their investment on average.
How much should they make? What's fair for the landlord to make if you don't like 12?
They're complaining that 12 is not enough. And we don't think that anyone should have a constitutional right to double-digit returns on their investment. That's why.
Bingo, right? Well said. So he's got a food shipment, or it's not like it was it was a great, interesting time. It's not like the private sector is working on the homeless problem. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say, right? That's why I was critiquing already the National Review's discussion on this topic alone, right? Because this is a very good interview. I think he could have done a little better, but he basically got most of the points that I would have said, right? People are in poverty. Won't someone think about how inconvenienced the small business owners? Yeah. You know what's really inconvenient? Getting gobbled up by fucking Walmart and losing your small business. But they'll never say that part out loud. Not gonna lie, NGO to an extent, but the largest rely on government funds. Yeah, largely rely on government funds. If we, the people living in poverty in a city where people have vacation homes worth $25 million, then why are those people impoverished? Why is the wealth disparity so bad? Well said.
We've implemented.
No one should have a right to a double-digit return on their investment.
No one has a right. That's not. No.
What are you talking about?
No one's in that. That's not in the Constitution. But
That's not in the Constitution. Yeah. By the way, I'm gonna be honest. There is no right for you as a business owner to own a business and make a profit. Either your business makes a profit or it doesn't. It's not some sort of right or something that needs to happen, right? Most small businesses fail. They don't talk about that, right? I think it's like over 50% of small businesses fail within a 1 to 2 year period, right? I forget the exact statistic, but you don't have a right to make a profit or for your small business to be like profitable. You have to do that yourself in this economy, right? In this system that we have.
Is that when we implement a rent freeze, we have landlords who are crying that the government is going to put them out of business.
They're trying to run a business, and they're trying to do it effectively. No, are all landlords perfect? Are some landlords lousy? Of course they are. But
also, like, I would critique the whole idea of renting out land to begin with, right? I'm cooking dinner. Dinner, kid? Cool. Lurk. Hell yeah, girl. Go cook that dinner. I saw your picture you posted yesterday. Thank you very much. I ended up liking it. Plan 5%. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I just think there's a lot of talk about the structure problems. Exactly. Well said. Well said, right? The problem is, like, should we even be doing this system, right? Let me give you an example, right? Like the small business, like the owner is saying that this is a problem with grocery stores, right? Because they got to pay rent. You know, maybe they shouldn't be talking. Maybe they shouldn't be like worried about the city doing this stuff and be worried why they're paying rent on this stuff, right? Because they're providing a valuable service, or they're providing valuable commodities, right? Or valuable products to the city, especially in food deserts. So maybe we should be questioning why they're paying rent, right? Why does the need of the fucking business, the landowner, why is his needs automatically accounted for while there are literally food deserts happening, right? And this happens in a lot of cities. This is what planning is for, right? City planning is a huge part of this. But none of that ever gets brought up. She's literally not pulling a not all landlords. Yeah, not all landlords, guys. The life, the universe, and everything. Send exactly 42 messages in one stream. What up?
I just think that the idea that
Congrats.
No one should make a double-digit profit is the antithesis of the desire to, like, you can be anything you want to be in New York. I actually, and this goes to an issue of something that you mentioned. You called the police commissioner of a Skyan billionaire family, the Tisch family, Jessica Tisch. And I just want to, she's serving the city. Obviously, she doesn't need to work. She comes from a very successful family. They were immigrants from Ukraine and Poland. And they bought a rundown hotel in New Jersey, managed to turn it around, managed to make a profit on it, managed to make a business, and they became very successful. But she chooses to oversee the police code. And I did an interview the other day, just in terms of defunding police, with two hero police officers who saved a woman who wanted to take her own life on the Brooklyn Bridge. And it made me think about this.
But we won't have people like that, guys. Oh.
This issue of
what? What is this argument? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. They'll pull at the emotional strings of the person, right? Try to make these emotional arguments for why we should keep having landlords and shit, right? Fuck.
We need more mental health.
And we need double-digit profits for them and all this crap.
Professionals than we do.
Topic shift foul. Yeah, another classic play by a conservative, right? No, you just bring it right back, right? Maddie, I used to do debates in college, like in a professional college setting. I went to school for political science and international relations. Our classes were heavily debated all the time like this. So like you just pick all this stuff up when you do this Model UN, right? Like Harvard Model United Nations. This is the fucked up part of all this stuff, is you know what they're gonna do or what they're doing because you're like, wow, I've seen it already. Like, huh? Why? I'm not gonna buy this argument anymore. What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with the topic we're talking about currently, right? Lemon peppered baked chicken, roast red pepper potatoes, and fresh spin. Damn, girl.
And we should have fewer cops.
I gotta have you cook.
And I just want to play this quick soundbite for you and get your reaction to it.
first job was flipping burgers at a Jack in the Box because he needed a job to get an apartment, no roof over our heads. He sold men's clothing at the men's department at JCPenney's, and he worked his way up to General Motors. And look at where I am now. My brother is an ER doctor. My sister is a psychologist at the Cleveland Clinic. Look at where we are now in just one generation.
All right, that was another example that I have. So we'll switch gears for a second. That's Aisha Hazmi. She works here. Her family immigrated from Pakistan. Her father flipped hamburgers and worked 3 jobs in order to put his kids through college, and they became successful. Is that your idea of the American dream?
You know, you're describing actually what my parents did when they moved here.
Wonderful.
My dad, his first job in the United States was working at Wendy's. My mom's first job was a house cleaner, and they did make a living for themselves, and they had success. At the same time, I think that they're an exception. When I see the people of my generation, my friends, they feel like they can't afford to have a family anymore because the prices have skyrocketed so much. New York City has become such a playground for the rich that young people, they feel like they can't live here and have babies anymore. And that's why we're implementing...
The early immigrants had like 8 babies in a tenement apartment in New York. They didn't think about whether or not they could afford 8 babies. They were like, okay, we're just going to embrace life and we're going to have a big family and we're going to figure out a way to make this work.
I don't think that returning to tenement squalor is
I'm not
any
suggesting
basis
people should. I'm just
for
saying
a
that that's
political
what
agenda.
happened, and then the generations became more and more successful over time.
I think that what's happening now is people are struggling against the economic reality. They're coming together and they're organizing for a new political and economic system.
Oh my God. She literally is bringing up the tenement homes. What the fuck? Right? Also, it's just a different time period, right? The reason people had that many babies back then is because they used them as child labor and to provide for as a source of labor, right? It was important for families to have 9 kids because that way you would maximize what you could do for the household, right? Because at the age of 8, 7, whatever, right? You would go out and work at a factory, and some of these kids would end up dying because they're too small, right? They would get serious, crippling, debilitating, they'd break stuff and it just never healed the same way because they're still too little, right? That's why we ended up banning child labor, right? What is she talking about? And that's even coming back now in certain conservative states, right? Little by little. Oh my God. Imagine 8 gloggies screaming in chat. Yeah, screaming in chat. You can't feed your family with magical thinking. Well said, right? They did not want that many babies. People died trying not to. Exactly. That's another thing, right? Well, I mean, you could argue under fascist Mussolini, there were people who were having tons of children, right? But yeah, there was no contraception, right? There's a bunch of factors here. She's just oversimplifying a very complex topic. But yeah, a lot of those kids, the reason child labor laws, why child labor was banned here in the United States eventually was because we realized that, you just having children work for the family is not as productive, right? It's terrible for them. It's terrible for society. It creates more problems. Tenement poverty, nostalgia. That's basically what she's arguing for. She's arguing for tenement poverty, nostalgia, right? She's saying, wow, remember this time, guys? Things were incredible back then. And we have actually gone over that topic when we watched the TR documentary. Remember that, guys? Yeah, here we go. An example of the tenement homes, right? So there's, in this family, how many kids? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids, right? That's a lot of kids. And there were way bigger families than this, right? But these kids, I guarantee you, either are working or will be working anytime soon, right? We're working soon after this picture. No, it's because they didn't have birth control and women had a zero say. Yeah, well, that's another point, right? Make children labor laws great again. Yeah, a lot of kids never grew up. Exactly, well said, right? Look at the Comstock laws. Yeah, the reason, the reason people had so many kids back then, it was because many of them would fucking die. Well, that's another thing, right? Yeah, that's another aspect to this. A lot of kids back then died, so like you have to understand, there's a bunch of factors going on here, right, guys? It's not just one thing. Kids were treated as mini adults, right? For the longest time, kids were never valued as like kids, right? They were after a certain point, like people grew up very quickly back then, right? I think after the age of 7 or 8, they were treated as mini adults. That was like the common way of looking at things back then, right? So that's why there were kids working, especially in rural conditions, right? In rural places, out in farms and stuff, all day, every day, right? Why do you think we take the summer breaks off, right? Because, yeah, kids go to school, but they need the fucking kids working out in the fields during the summer, right? Because that was the harvest season for a lot of these more rural situations, right? So all this stuff, everything you're saying, Chad, is true, right? It's a combination of all these factors. The reason people had so many, as they would fucking die, they would need to have a ton of kids to make sure the family would live on. Well, that was a part of it too, right? There was no choice for women. There was no birth control. Kids were just seen as mini adults, right? Just as a form of labor, right? As a form of gaining income. I know, because I have a family member who I've talked to about this, and that's literally what they were told. We just had you because we needed more money, right? Right, and they were born around this time period, let's just say. We're talking about NYC tenement poverty. Yeah, she life in La La Land, where people is not tied to material reality and only wish, people think, and pray. Yeah, but remember, guys, we gotta be nostalgic for this time period. The tenement homes. Oh no. It was undercutting adult wages. Well said. Yeah, it was. Because that's what they do, right? And obviously you're going to hire a kid because you're going to pay them less, right? That was the big reason during the Great Depression. Yeah, well said. It was actually awesome when a family of 8 lived in 1-bedroom apartment. Essentially her argument. Yeah, right? This was awesome. Right? Is what she's saying. That's what they want now. They want the poor kids to serve their kids. Well said. Yeah. All right, Cheshire Cat. They probably was like 1 or 2 generations from village, and they had relatives in the village and land to grow somewhere near the town. I mean, Mima, you live in Russia, right? I'm sure if you talk to your grandparents or great grandparents, you saw something very similar, right? Like everyone had to contribute, right? That was the mentality back then. Yeah, many people have no idea who is good. And I mean, when contribute, meaning you're getting to work and earning something. Earning for the family, essentially. It's fucked, right? We have it only 100 years later. Yeah. Wow. Comstock Acts. Conveying of obscene matter through the post office or common carriers. It also covers crimes inciting matter or certain abortion-related matters. Yep, I remember reading about this in college. It was amended multiple times since the initial enactment, the most recent in 1996. The law applied broadly for much of its history, but was recently in scope of narrowed because of various court rulings. Today's enforcement is primarily focusing on prosecuting child pornography. Yeah. But essentially, yeah, this was abortions were criminally prosecuted 1873, guys. Look at that. Yeah, many people who have no idea how good we had it only 100 years ago. Well said, dog.
The progress of your group, the DSA, and
well
you
said.
have some
If only you knew how good we had it.
big wins in recent primaries. It's a very interesting debate to have about what makes this country tick and who we are. So I thank you very much for joining me. Thanks, Gustavo. Good to have you with us today. So reaction from Clay Travis and Democrat Melissa DeRosa coming up next.
Yeah. Two fucking chills I don't care about. Cool. We have we have floors in our houses. That's all right. What was the video you posted? By the way, Maddie, if you're not in the Discord, make sure you join. That way you can suggest some content we can watch as well. All right. Because we tend to cover a lot of broad topics here, right? Yeah, definitely. This one was what Aeon Lord recommended. Has to do with, and we'll watch the Justin Wolfers thing here.
You know, there are moments in our politics where something happens.
Oh, look, guys, it's Joe Clinton.
Between two countries.
Has anyone seen that Fox News thing? Somebody sent it to me. That shit was so funny.
Two nations.
I didn't watch it because I was like, I didn't watch it on the stream because, I mean, we already know how dumb Americans are, right?
That have lived side by side, traded.
I've shown way too much of that stuff.
Together, defended each other's borders.
Oh, God.
Shared a continent in peace for longer than most alliances in human history. And you realize we may be crossing a line we can't easily walk back from. What happened between the United States and Canada in the last 72 hours is one of those moments. And I want to talk to you about it, not with the heat that cable gives you, not with the spin, but with the kind of honesty that I think this situation demands. Because what's unfolding right now,
NAFTA kind of sucked, Bill, right? Kind of.
Isn't just a trade dispute. It's a fracture in the most successful economic partnership the modern world has ever produced. And the choices being made on both sides of that border are going to reach into your household, into your grocery bill, into the cost of building materials and farm equipment and everyday goods that Americans depend on. So let me walk you through exactly what happened, why it matters, and what I think is coming next. Because if you understand the details, you'll see this a whole lot differently than what a 60-second cable segment can give you. Let's start with how we got here. The United States and Canada don't just trade with each other. They are woven into each other's economies in a way that most people don't fully appreciate. Nearly 72% of Canada's goods exports go to the United States. And we're not talking about luxury items. We're talking about energy, raw materials, auto parts, agricultural products, the things that keep factories running and shelves stocked on both sides of the border. For decades, That relationship was governed by trade agreements. First NAFTA, which I signed in the 1990s, and then the USMCA, which was negotiated during the first Trump term. Now, I'll be the first to tell you, no trade deal is perfect. Canada does have protectionist policies in certain sectors. Their dairy supply management system is complicated. Their provincial liquor boards have restricted American alcohol in ways that are genuinely frustrating for U.S. producers. Those are real grievances, and any honest conversation about this has to acknowledge that. But here's what matters. We had a framework for resolving those grievances. We had a process. We had the USMCA.
Give me the money.
And what's happened over the past year and a half is that instead of working through that process, we've watched it get dismantled piece by piece through unilateral tariff actions that have now escalated into something neither side may be able to control.
Thank you for the gifty. What up, girl? How you doing? Gus in chat, how you been?
On July 20th, President...
Thank you for the gifty. Really appreciate it, girl. How's it been? You just got out of work? I'm drunk. Hell yeah. Sorry, I couldn't pause the video. I don't know why it's not working.
Trump signed 3 proclamations invoking Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930, the Smoot-Hawley Act.
Yeah.
To impose 50% tariffs on a range of Canadian...
We've talked about Smoot-Hawley, right? They want to bring that back. They're sucking that off hardcore.
In goods. Now, I need you to understand something about Section 338.
Like Trump was bragging about, the tariffs are going to be bigger than Smoot-Hawley. We're going to be better than Smoot-Hawley.
Because this is where
just like, does the average MAGA person know what Smoot-Hawley is, right? No, of course not.
The story gets really important. This provision has never been used to impose tariffs before. Not once. Not by FDR, not by Eisenhower, not by Reagan, not by me, not by any president in the modern era. The Congressional Research Service confirmed it earlier this year. Section 338 may have been referenced as leverage in negotiations back in the 1930s and 1940s, but no president has ever actually pulled the trigger on it until now. Jesus. And the tariffs it authorizes are the maximum allowed under that statute.
50%? Yeah.
50%. Mm-hmm. They cover 554 Canadian tariff lines, roughly $20 billion in annual imports. We're talking about cement, furniture, clothing, dairy products, wine, hockey sticks, fishing rods, and here's the part that should concern everyone. These tariffs apply even to goods that qualify under the USMCA. That's a first. In previous rounds, USMCA compliant products were carved out. That protection is gone. The administration argued that Canada discriminates against American autos, alcohol, and dairy compared to what it offers other trading partners. And I'll grant you, there's a kernel of truth in the auto argument. Canada's retaliatory 25% tariff on U.S. automobiles does single out American products without applying the same burden to imports from other countries.
Yep.
That's a legitimate trade complaint. But here's what I keep coming back to.
My bad, I just saw that. So, Ducky, you gifted the gifted sub. Okay.
Canada's retaliatory tariffs exist.
Thank you, girl.
Because
appreciate it. I thought it was Kiki gifting it out.
Impose tariffs on Canada first. We started this cycle. And now we're using a 96-year-old law that's never been tested in court, that has no implementing regulations, no judicial precedent. We're using that to escalate further. That should give every American.
I was paying it. I was like, I thought we would get a hype train, but we didn't.
American pause. Now, I care about the people who watch these videos.
Yep.
I genuinely do. And I know that if you're here, you're someone who takes this seriously. You want to understand what's actually happening, not just get a headline. But I'm going to tell you something directly. What you're getting from cable coverage on this is not enough.
Yeah.
They don't have the time or the incentive to dig into the real numbers, the tariff lines, the sector breakdowns, the timeline of what was offered and what was rejected. The Blue Bill newsletter does. It lays out the kind of detail that changes how you understand a story like this. And it takes about 5 minutes. I read it myself, and I'm telling you, go check the Blue Bill newsletter. Because if you don't have those details, you're only seeing half the picture. Here's where things went from bad to worse. The tariffs were set to take effect on August 19th. Hours before the deadline, President Trump paused them for 3 days. He went on social media and said, and I'm paraphrasing, that subject to the finalization of documents, the United States and Canada had a deal. Prime Minister Carney confirmed that intensive discussions had been taking place and that substantial progress had been made. For about 48 hours, it looked like both sides might find an off-ramp. And then, late Friday night, last night,
he pulled this shit.
It fell apart. Carney suspended the negotiations. He called his negotiators back to Ottawa. He said that last-minute changes in the American proposed terms were, in his words, unfair and uneconomic, and that they called into question the reliability of any deal. Now, I want to be fair about this. We don't know every detail of what those last-minute changes were. Carney referenced the auto sector and Canada's ability to maintain other trade agreements. He said Canada had been willing to drop its remaining retaliatory tariffs on steel, aluminum, and autos, and to encourage provinces to put American alcohol back on shelves, but that Washington's final demands went too far. His words were, they asked too much and offered too little. And at 12:01 this morning, the 50% tariffs went into effect. $20 billion in Canadian goods are now subject to those duties. And Canada has announced it will retaliate dollar for dollar, with its own tariffs taking effect September 8th, targeting American steel, dairy, appliances, agricultural equipment, pulp and paper, and electronics. Let me tell you what concerns me most about this. It's not just the economic damage, although that damage is real and it's coming. It's the institutional precedent. When I was president, we had disagreements with our trading partners, serious disagreements. But we worked through established frameworks. We used the WTO. We used bilateral negotiations within agreed-upon structures. We didn't reach back 96 years to a Depression-era statute that has no regulatory framework, no court precedents, and no established process, and weaponize it against our closest ally. Because once you do that, you've told every trading partner in the world
to fuck off,
that the agreements they sign with the United States can be overridden at any moment by a law that was written before most of them existed as independent nations. You've told them that USMCA compliance doesn't protect you. That's not leverage, that's unpredictability. And unpredictability is the most expensive thing in international trade, because businesses don't invest in countries they can't rely on. Now, I understand the political argument for toughness. I do. There's a certain appeal in standing up and saying, we're going to get tough with Canada. We're going to make them play fair. But toughness without strategy is just chaos. And right now, what I see is an escalation cycle where both sides have made public commitments they can't easily back away from.
Yeah.
Carney told the Americans in advance, if these tariffs land, we stop negotiating and we retaliate. He did exactly that. The American trade representative said publicly that he would not tolerate retaliation. Both sides are now locked into positions. And as one trade law expert put it, that's how escalation stops being a choice. Now, the details of what Canada is retaliating with, the specific sectors, the numbers that are going to affect American producers and American households, you're not going to find that on any...
No, this is just very like, remember guys, Bill Clinton is a policy wonk.
Golden Common.
Right? He's like the epitome of a policy wonk. This is a very policy wonk speech.
Cable network. They don't have time to dig into these numbers.
I expected to fully shit on him too, but like this is where like this was what he was known for, right? Being very much a policy wonk.
The way they need to be dug into. The Blue Bill newsletter had this with details you didn't even know existed. Mm-hmm. The tariff line breakdowns.
This is what they love, right? Like policy wonks love to break this shit down. Like they could literally fill books with this kind of information, right? So this is why you're like, I don't like the guy, but damn, like he's giving it to us raw like Donkey Kong, right?
Sector by sector impact, the timeline of what was offered and rejected in those final hours. The people reading it right now are not caught off guard by any of this. Mm-hmm. If you want to stay ahead of where this is going, that's where to look. Let me tell you what I think happens next. And I want to be honest, I don't think the short-term picture is good.
Somebody got
September 8th is 2.5 weeks away.
How you doing? Welcome back.
That's when Canada's retaliatory tariffs hit American exports. Mm-hmm. And here's the political reality that I think both sides are calculating. The United States has midterm elections in November. American consumers are already frustrated with the cost of living. Imposing 50% tariffs on $20 billion in Canadian goods, tariffs that are paid by American importers, not by Canada, and that get passed along to consumers through higher prices. That's a political risk heading into an election season. Mm-hmm. On the Canadian side, Carney has staked his credibility on standing firm. He's built his political identity around not backing down to American pressure. And the provinces, most of them are still holding American alcohol off their shelves.
Yep, we covered that yesterday.
That's a retaliatory measure that has real symbolic weight.
And, according to Josephus, it's predominantly against red states, right? So like Kentucky bourbon, I don't know, what, probably Texas. What do they make in Texas? Everything, right? There's tons of Texas alcohol dispense, like makers there, right? Tiki, you're drunk, huh, girl?
So you've got two leaders on both sides who have made this personal. Mm-hmm. And when trade disputes become personal,
we target our tariffs towards red states thus far, not blue. Yeah.
They get harder to solve, not easier. Now look,
Tennessee whiskey.
I believe in diplomacy. I've seen it work in situations that looked far worse than this. But diplomacy requires both sides to leave each other room to save face. Mm-hmm. And right now, I'm not sure either side has left that room. The most likely scenario in the near term is continued escalation.
Yep.
Tariffs met with tariffs. Rhetoric met with rhetoric. The off-ramp that one former trade official described is going to be even harder to find now that both sides have committed publicly to their positions. And in the meantime, American farmers, American manufacturers, American families are going to feel this in their pocketbooks. Here's where I want to leave you. America's strength has always come from our ability to build relationships that other countries can trust. That's how we built the post-war order. That's how we created the most prosperous trading system in human history. And the foundation of that system was the idea that when America makes an agreement, it means something. That when we sign a treaty, when we join a pact, when we shake hands on a deal, you can take it to the bank. What worries me about what's happening with Canada isn't just the tariffs.
Well, and your word does mean a lot, especially when you're relying on this stuff, right? Just checked. Texas makes vodka, rum, and gin. Yeah, I didn't know exactly what, but they make there's a lot of Texas alcohol companies there, right? Massachusetts makes a lot of like they have like a lot of microbreweries, independent breweries, right? Sam Adams, stuff like that. But like every state has their own thing that they create, right? But Kentucky, right? Kentucky's known for its bourbon. So yeah. Fucking backstabber. Yep.
It's what this says about our reliability as a partner. If we can invoke a 96-year-old statute to override a trade agreement we ourselves negotiated, what message does that send to every other country thinking about doing business with us? Now, I'm not telling you this to be partisan. I'm telling you because I believe that American leadership depends on American credibility. And credibility is the one thing you cannot tariff your way back to. You earn it through consistency, through fairness, through keeping your word. And you lose it through exactly the kind of escalation cycle we're watching unfold right now. If you do one thing after watching this, I want you to go read the Bluebill newsletter. I recommend it more than anything else I could point you to right now. 5 minutes, that's all it takes. And it's going to help you understand what this trade war actually means for your family, for prices at your grocery store, for the jobs in your community. You deserve to have that clarity. Don't be the person at the table just nodding along when someone brings this up. Don't be the one who finds out what happened between you, because I believe that American leaders.
Yeah, sorry guys, it wasn't stopping the video.
For prices at your grocery store, and you lose it through exactly the kind of escalation cycle we're watching unfold right now. If you do one thing after watching this, I want you to go read the Bluebill newsletter. I recommend it more than anything else I could point you to right now. 5 minutes, that's all it takes. And it's going to help you understand what this trade war actually means for your family, for prices at your grocery store, for the jobs in your community. You deserve to have that clarity. Don't be the person at the table just nodding along when someone brings this up. Don't be the one who finds out what happened.
Don't do it.
After it already hit your household. This matters, and I think you know that. America has corrected course before. We've pulled back from the brink before. But it only happens when enough people understand what's at stake. And right now, the stakes are higher than most folks realize.
Mm-hmm. What's going on, guys? Sorry. Did I hit something? Very good. Something's going on. It's like stuck. My computer's stuck. All right, there. I can fix it. My keyboard isn't working. All right. Thank you very much, Aeon Lord. Appreciate that. That was a great video. I didn't know he did a speech on this. Very informative. For the what's going on here with the stupid tariffs. I did want to cover this too. I saw this. Angie Nixon is speaking to Democracy Now! Let's hear, shall we? I did want to cover that, go over that, what is it called? The bluegill?
I recommend it more
Bluebill.
More than anything else I could point you to right now.
It's just my
We're
keyboard isn't
watching
working.
unfold right now. If you do one thing after watching this, I want you to go read the Bluebill newsletter.
Bluebill, okay.
I recommend it more than anything else I could point you to right now. 5 minutes, that's all it takes. And it's going to help you understand what this trade war actually means for your family, for prices at your grocery store, for the jobs in your community. You deserve to have that clarity. Don't be the person at the table just nodding along when someone brings this up. Don't be the one who finds out what happened after it already hit your household. This matters, and I think you know that. America has corrected course before. We've pulled back from the brink before. But it only happens when enough people understand what's at stake. And right now, the stakes are higher than most folks realize.
Okay. It's like not working. Sorry, guys. All right. Yeah, it's like selecting stuff.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Anjali Kamath. We turn now to Florida, where the progressive state representative Angie Nixon pulled off a stunning victory last week in the Democratic Senate primary.
Is it still stuck? Tarnsy! Hey, it's been a long time. How have you been? There's my blue bill, right? Pay up. Oh no. Fuck you, Bill Clinton. Fuck you, Joe Clinton. I blame Joe Clinton for this. Working and lurking. Hey, Lordy, welcome back. Good to see you. We're just going over some of the tariff stuff with the and what Bill Clinton had to say. Won't complain and hope you're doing eerie as well. Yeah, been a while. How's everything been in your life? Work good? Everything good? Oh, it's crazy, guys. All right. Let's see if we can get past this. Hopefully that's all we get. Okay, good. Okay. I'll read it out. Okay. Good morning. It is Sat. I'll make it bigger. The deal was done 3 days ago, then it wasn't. Oh, God. Good job. Yeah. I just did your mom at gmail.com. No deal at midnight. If you went to bed Friday night thinking the US and Canada had a deal, you weren't alone. 3 days ago, President Trump said they did. By 11:47 p.m. Friday, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney pulled his negotiators out and sent them home to Ottawa. At 12:01 a.m. Saturday, 50% of tariffs hit roughly $20 billion in Canadian imports, including dairy, wine, furniture, clothing, toys, electronics, building materials. Here's where this lands in your kitchen table. Yale's budget lab estimates that tariffs already in place cost the average American about an extra $1,100 per year. Consumer prices have climbed, and that's after the Supreme Court. Hey, Blue, how you doing? Welcome back. Same, but then I have some. Hope you too. What up? Welcome back, man. Wow, this orange turd sucks. He sure does. 1,100, and that's after the Supreme Court. Got rid of most of these tariffs, right? Consumer prices have climbed 3.4% over the past 12 months, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And even this is bullshit, right? Because this has been, we've talked about this, but this guy's cooked the books as well, right? I just want to make that perfectly clear. Make that perfectly clear. Outpacing wage growth, these new duties target the stuff families buy every week. groceries, home repair supplies, children's clothing. If you spend more money on any of those, you're in the math. Now look, the tool being used here is worth understanding. The White House imposed these tariffs under Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930, which is known as Smoot-Hawley, right? Better known as Smoot-Hawley Act, yes. The Depression-era law that made many economists blame for making the Great Depression worse. That's true. Right, Smoot-Hawley was a disaster, right? Section 338 has been on the books for 96 years, and no president has ever used it to impose tariffs. It lets the president act by proclamation alone, no investigation, no hearing, no public comment period. Energy products and critical minerals were carved out. The goods family depend on were not. Gee, I wonder why. The blame game went both directions. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer said Canada declined to finalize the trade deal under the terms agreed earlier this week. Carney countered that the last-minute changes in the U.S. proposed terms were unfair, uneconomic, and called into question the reliability of any trade deal. I tend to believe this. Why? Because this is classic Trump, right? He does this all the time. He literally lies this thing out. Like he puts this in his book, The Art of the Deal. You change it last minute to get yourself the maximalist approach, right? You argue like a certain way. You do a maximalist approach, then you back down. Then you change it all of a sudden, and then you back down. And you do this like constant. It's stupid, right? It doesn't work. But not American, right? Seriously. They wanted us to drop the French language and stop trading with other countries. Fuck that. Yeah, well said. That's crazy if that's true. I mean, I believe you. Why would they want us to drop the French language? Because there's probably a few reasons. I'll probably talk about that later, but businesses don't really like that. You guys have to incorporate the French language into so many things, right? They don't like that idea at all. Neither side has made public that those final sticking points were actually were, which tells you neither wants voters looking too closely at how close the deal really was. Here's the honest truth about who pays for this standoff. Carney has vowed to match the tariffs dollar for dollar, which means counter tariffs on American exports are coming. That's the cycle that makes trade wars costly for both sides. American manufacturers who sell in Canada will feel the pressure. Canadian producers who ship south will raise prices or lose business. Consumers on both sides of the border pick up the check. The deeper concern is the precedent. Section 338 bypasses every procedural guardrail that normally exists in trade law. No court has ever ruled on its limits. A separate clause even allows the president to escalate from tariffs to full import ban. Holy shit. I forgot about that. Whether that power survives a legal challenge is open to question, but it's in the tool of this administration to choose, and the door has just been opened. Watch the coming days closely whether back channel talks restart before the damage spreads, and whether legal challenges to Section 338 gain steam. The question of whether the Depression-era statute can bypass modern trade law is heavily towards the courts, whether this White House wants it there to be or not. Yeah. All right, now we're gonna go over some of the great. All right. Well, to be fair, that basically just summed up what Bill Clinton was talking about, right? So here we go. The president on Friday waived out of quota tariffs on 300,000 metric tons of imported ground beef for 90 days, promising prices 25 below the current levels. Ground beef averaged $6.89 a pound in July, went up 19% a year ago, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The U.S. cattle herd had dropped to 86 million heads, its smallest since 1951. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that there was a record shortage of cattle because of the worm, right? After years of drought and rising costs, and that too. Yeah, that makes sense. So there's several things going on here, right? And here's the thing, like, our meat consumption hasn't gone down. In fact, if anything, it's gone up, right? We're consuming more beef. We're consuming more meat. We need more cattle because, think of it this way, people are eating protein in everything, right? We talked about how a few months ago how like Starbucks and like coffee brands are starting, like Dunkin' Donuts, right? They all are using like protein coffee, right? They all have like protein coffee products. Well, guess where whey protein comes from? Cows. Yeah. To tell Quebec to fuck off. Yeah, it's probably, if I'm being really cynical, Josephus, I'm going to be honest, I think there's an even more cynical reason for it as well. You want to know what it is? If you basically squander the local law or the local influence that Quebec has, right? Then over time you can get them to integrate into an Anglo society. And then what ends up happening? When the US wants to invade, boom, right? Now that's like thinking way ahead, but that's how these conservatives think. You got to think like a conservative, guys. The art of the deal is to make yourself impossible to deal with. Well said, yeah. Labeling. Yeah, it's the but in the current day, it's part of the labeling. They don't like the labeling aspect of, right? Like if you ever pick up a game or something or anything, like any movie or anything, and you ever see French right underneath, it's because it's sold both in the US and Canada, right? Let me give you an example, right? Yeah, here we go. Right? Say you wanted to pick up I notice this all the time, right? So you can see, but there's a lot of stuff like this in a lot of different products, right? You could argue it's in a lot of different things too. It's not just in but they require it by law. You know. Say if you wanted to pick up this product, right? Right? So it says teen, right? Rated teen. But underneath there's the French. Adolescents, right? Which, I mean, it literally looks like adolescence. But yeah. You'll see this a lot. So there'll be like the English and then there's like the direct French. Right? And since this is a law, like they have to do this. Right? It's not done because like people speak Spanish or whatever, and there's a lot of Spanish speakers or whatever. Yeah, this is done because of that. So whenever you see a movie that has like a French section as well, as long as with an English, it's because of that law. Yeah. So that's what they're trying to do, right? They save money on this stuff because nobody, like, to them, it's like, who cares? Let's just do it in Spanish. More people speak Spanish anyway. Nobody speaks French. Right. And I do think that in the long run, right, there are conservatives who are looking at this stuff like from a long-term perspective, right? And this wouldn't be far from like history, right? Like look at what the Republican Party did in the 1870s and the 1880s, right? They were looking to grab colonies like Cuba, like Puerto Rico, like Guam, like the Philippines, like American Samoa. Why? Because they knew that if they got imperial, if the U.S. became an imperial power, what would happen? They would be able to exploit those resources more, right? And what has Trump said that he wants to do to Canada? He wants to make it a state, right? So I wouldn't be terribly surprised if that's like in the calculus as well. Because remember, guys, these conservatives think in the long term. They do not think in the short term. If you think it's only about labels and stuff, like that's part of it for sure. Absolutely. But I'm sure some person has thought that exact same thought in my head, and they're saying, yeah, that's why we need to do that. Because if you basically nullify that, what ends up happening? Then Quebec becomes a much easier place to essentially incorporate if we were to ever take over Canada or Canada ever became the part of the United States. Isn't that crazy? Like the fact that I even have to say all this stuff out loud is ridiculous to me. But it's the facts. My gains, Gust. Right, but that is probably the biggest reason right now is the it's just like companies don't like to put stuff into French because nobody speaks French in their opinion. All right. Like only Canadians speak French. At least with Spanish, like you could sell it in Mexico and to Spanish speakers in the US, right? But yeah. To be fair, it only let me see. I gotta catch up on the. Don't the usage tariffs negotiate the idea of free markets? Yeah, of course they do. They don't give a shit, dude. They don't care about free markets. They don't care about right. Yeah, Blue Room. McKay is a longtime follower of the channel. He's also from Canada. So enjoy, man. A lot of Canadians. Canada, am I right? You don't have to worry about much about the French, though. If you come to visit, you can stick to places where the French and English spelling are the same. For instance, Montreal, like the Viz Super Sex. Well said. That's funny. Cheers, yeah. Per capita, there's more Quebec boys in the military than any other province. Yeah, but I'm just giving you guys like a more probably imperialistic, something probably most people won't tell you, but I'm telling you right now because that's how these people think. They think they have like 10, 20, 30-year plans, right? And if you don't believe me, look what they did to Roe v. Wade. The U.S. cattle herd dropped. Okay, yes. Cheaper imports sound good at the checkout line, but the National Cattlemen Beef Association warned that the move would undercut domestic ranchers rather than help rebuild their herds. 2 Republican senators from cattle-heavy states joined that criticism. Yeah, they don't do shit. The White House hasn't said which countries will supply the beef, how the promised discount will be enforced at retail, or what happens after the 90 days are up. SNAP benefits. Okay, yeah. So this is just like a news roundup after. Okay. So this was what he said. Basically, yeah. This we covered too, right? SNAP enrollment dropped more than 13% in 12 months, from 42 million recipients to 36 million. And I guarantee you Medicaid and Medicare are also going to get these huge cuts too. You're going to see huge numbers dropped here of people being dropped. A pace that the Congressional Budget Office didn't project until 2030. Jesus. The primary driver was the work requirement under the Big Beautiful Bill signed in July 2025 which requires most adults ages 18 to 64 to volunteer training at least 80 hours per month. Arizona saw the steepest decline, 55%, with 400,000 people losing jobs. Wow, and Arizona's a swing state, guys. That's crazy, right? In Phoenix, La Diamond Lopez lost her coverage in January and has been skipping meals to make sure her children eat. Advocates warn the losses ripple outward. SNAP enrollment helps determine eligibility for school meals, and WIC, the nutrition program that for most mothers and young children. The Arizona Department of Economic Security says overwhelmed agencies and new paperwork demands are also pushing out families who still qualify. Remember when they said that government is too bureaucratic and they're a bunch of paper pushers? Bitch, they're the ones doing the paper pushing by making government do even more paper pushing, right? It's what I said a few months ago, and I'll continue to say this, right? They don't actually care about this issue as well. They feed you this crap, and then they want you to like regurgitate it back to them, right? Chief Justice John oh God, not this guy, stayed a lower court orders that would have halted construction of the White House's. Yes, this is going to be ruled on any day too. I was going to cover this earlier, but I'm glad I'm covering it now. Allowing the project to continue while the Supreme Court weighs the case. But a federal district court in D.C. ruled that Trump lacks the authority to build the 90,000 square foot structure without congressional approval. The estimate now tops $400 million, despite Trump's repeated claims that taxpayers wouldn't pay. A 250-person crew has been working 20-hour days, 7 days a week on the former East Wing site. The National Trust for the Historic Preservation, which brought the lawsuit, warned that the administration is trying to outrun judicial review by building so fast that it stops becoming so fast that stopping becomes pointless. Yeah, because they've built too much of it, right? And FBI seized former Eric Swalwell's iPhone and laptop at San Francisco International Airport Saturday, then searched his Washington, D.C. home the next day. Thank you, Kash Patel. What up? All tied to misconduct claims against the California Democrat. I mean, it couldn't have happened to a more wonderful person. Court records show that the search warrants cites a federal civil rights statute used to investigate public officials who abuse their position. Multiple women have allegations. Yeah, I'd love that to be used against Trump. I wonder why Kash Patel hasn't done that. Gee, I wonder why, right, guys? Swalwell resigned from Congress in April. Separately, State Senator Isha Wahab, right? I forget how you pronounce her name. Wahab won the special election Thursday. Yep, last Thursday for Swalwell's CA-14 seat, becoming the first Afghan American. Yep, we covered her too. Her swearing in will bring the House to 218 to 213 for Democrats, a 5-seat margin with no room for defections on party line votes. Wow. So the number is 5.6 million Americans have just lost food SNAP assistance, right? Great. There you go, and that's what Bill recommended we read. God, Bill, you had one job, Bill. Don't worry, Fetterman will vote Repub. True. Well, he's in the Senate, not in the House, but yeah, I get your point. All right, now up next, Angie Nixon is being interviewed by Democracy Now! I'm very hopeful for her. I hope she wins. It's gonna be an uphill battle. It is Florida. I'm all for the FBI going after him. It's warranted, but how about going after the code? That's my problem, right? Me and you too. I completely agree. I think it's completely stupid, guys, that we're holding some people to a standard and the others who are clearly even in a worse position, right, are not being held to that same exact standard. That's my main critique of this. And I think, like, I think it's fucking stupid, right? Like, what are we doing here? I know what we're doing. He's trying to just go after Democrats, right? Avi was on Democracy Now! Today, too, or yesterday. Oh, we'll watch that, too. Cool.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Anjali Kamath. We turn now to Florida, where the progressive state representative Angie Nixon pulled off a stunning victory last week in the Democratic Senate primary. Nixon defeated Alexander Vindman, a former Army intelligence officer who testified during Trump's first impeachment trial. Vindman was backed by the Democratic establishment, and his campaign raised more than 16 times as much cash as Nixon's campaign. Nixon has served in the Florida House of Representatives since 2020. In 2022, she made national headlines for leading sit-ins and other protests inside the Florida Capitol to protest a Republican move to redraw congressional maps. In November, Nixon will face incumbent Republican Senator Ashley Moody, who was appointed by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to fill the seat of Marco Rubio, who resigned to serve as Secretary of State. If elected, Angie Nixon would become the only member of the Democratic Socialists of America in the Senate. She joined the group in June. Angie Nixon joins us now from Jacksonville. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Angie Nixon. Tell us how you defeated Alex Vindman.
Good morning. I'm so happy to be with you all today. I was able to defeat Alex Vindman because it was good old-fashioned grassroots organizing. I am a former union organizer. I'm a community organizer. And I've had the opportunity to travel all across the state of Florida over the past nearly 2 decades to build a diverse coalition of supporters and, just folks who I've been working with over the past few years, nearly 2 decades, We actually were able to help increase the minimum wage. I was a statewide organizer with that ballot initiative, also helping with automatic rights restoration. And so it was just hustle. And so I'm super excited to be the Democratic nominee, and I'm glad to be here with you all today.
And Angie, you're facing off Republican Ashley Moody in November. Florida has gone to Trump twice. This is a deep red state. What is your strategy going to be to win in November?
My strategy is going to expand on the strategy we had during the primary, just really going to meet people where they are. Unfortunately, my
very low.
Opponent likes to call me names, but that's because she doesn't have anything to show for it. You know, folks are trying to label me right now and put me in a box, but Ashley Moody is someone who actually stole $10 million from the most medically needy kids here in the state of Florida, and they allowed her to divert that funding so that they could defeat 2 ballot initiatives that would have helped improve the health of Floridians.
What is it with Florida and like medical fraud? Right? They just keep electing these clowns. Rick Scott and now Ashley Moody. What? I mean, she hasn't been elected yet, but they love these kind of fuckers, right? At this rate, it's like she's going to be elected. Take care, Tanji. Because so many on Medicare, it's easy to,
across the state, and her reward for that theft was her appointment.
Rick Scott has entered the chat.
Not only that, but Ashley Moody is just someone who does not speak with folks. She runs away from folks. I've had to answer many calls and respond to many emails that she just did not return to constituents that were in need of assistance. She also voted against the ACA subsidies, which caused nearly 300,000 people here in the state of Florida to drop off the rolls, the ACA marketplace, and it caused our private insurance premiums to go up as well. Ashley Moody is someone who cannot be trusted. She's simply a rubber stamp for Donald Trump. She does any and everything that he says to do, and it's just ridiculous. We need to send people to Washington, D.C. who are going to stand up and push back against Donald Trump, people who are actually going to work hard to ensure they are lowering the cost and ending the corruption and the chaos that's in D.C.
And Angie Nixon, you ran on an affordability platform. Talk about your policy priorities if you do win the election in November. What is the message you'll be taking to the Senate?
So when I win, because I like to speak things into existence, on day one, I'm going to file legislation to re-extend the ACA subsidies. Folks are going bankrupt simply because they are trying to stay alive. Medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy, and that's absolutely absurd. And then we're going to also push hardcore for universal health care. A recent Yale study came out that showed that the government would...
Guys, it's not me, it's the audio. Either Democracy Now! Fucked it up, or
would save...
It sounds like they fucked it up.
$1 trillion if we pass universal health care. Also,
like, you can hear the papers in the background, like they sound super loud, but she sounds like softer, and then she gets louder and softer. It's very strange, right?
So it's going to be really important for us to address this housing issue. Right now here in the state of Florida, people who rent, they're paying over 18% the national average. People who have property insurance and they are homeowners, they are paying 300 times more than folks in other states, and that just totally has to change. The reason they're paying all this money is because Ashley Moody took a lot of money from insurance companies. She didn't rein them in when she was the Attorney General, and so they just, they help her out by contributing to her campaign coffers. And so I'm happy to let folks know that the only people that I'm beholden to are hardworking.
Pam Bondi did something similar as Attorney General.
Everyday folks
of Florida. Yeah, that is them, see?
I'm happy to let folks know that the only people that I'm beholden to are hardworking, everyday folks. I am someone who prides myself on being unbought and unbossed. Also, I am a mother of 5. Me and my husband have a blended family. I was a single mom for 12 years, and I understand how tough it is as it relates to childcare, right? I have a 5-year-old right now, and some parents are paying $800 to $2,400 a month simply to try to send their children to a childcare facility. And so I support universal childcare. I know that for every dollar we put into childcare, we get $3 back in the economy because that allows parents to be able to work. That also allows our children to be diverted from the school to prison pipeline, which, these for-profit prisons, these elected officials, these billionaires, they want our children to have an ill education.
Well, and if you think about it, right, we've essentially stopped. We now use children instead of for labor as a way to extract value through things like prison, right? Different forms throughout the economy, right? We could talk about all the different forms children now are, right? So, no, we still have them, exactly, right? So it's just like that we've shifted the way we've talked about a lot of these things, right? It's just now everything is done through this like neoliberal lens. We have entire concentration camps full of children and babies. Yes, and ICE detention especially. That's what I was gonna say, right? Like, what are we talking about?
Ridiculous, a horrible education, right? Which is why they're defunding public schools, because they want to usher them into the school to prison pipeline.
Yeah.
Why?
But it's also for like ICE, in terms of ICE, right? Which is also a part of the for-profit prison system that we talked about, right? We talked about all this a few streams ago, so
why make sure that our children have a good quality education when they know they'll make more money off of them going to prison and exploiting their labor? And so these are...
Yep. There are still thousands of minors missing from Trump's first administration. Well said.
Some of the things that I'm really pushing for.
Right. But this is what I mean. I think we tend to look at this stuff too segmented. Like it's a segmented, right? We don't view the ICE prisons as all a part of the prison industrial complex, Maddie. This is all like the for-profit prison system. All this stuff is connected, right? Just like Rikers, right? Rikers Island. All this stuff is connected with one another. It's why, like in 2005, the Norwegian Supreme Court said, like, you couldn't extradite anyone to the United States because the prisons are too inhumane. Like they ruled that, guys. They actually ruled that back in 2005. So even before this, now it's like that could never be them, right? Would be interested in talking to a former inmate of Angola prison system. Yeah, I would. That'd be awesome to have.
And want to.
Do you know anyone like that?
See accomplished when I become the next United States Senator. I know there.
Yeah, I mean, even the name Angola, like, right? Why is it named after an African slave colony, essentially, right? An African Portuguese colony. Oh boy, look up Lansing Prison in Kansas.
There's a rumor going around saying that I want to abolish prisons. I don't. I want to abolish for-profit prisons. There's also a rumor going around saying that I want to defund the police. I don't want to defund the police. I want to defund flock cameras so that bad cops don't have the ability to stalk their ex-girlfriend.
This is all like messaging, right? This is all messaging for like the normies who are just too stupid to understand any of this stuff, right? Because you can't say like a lot of the stuff that you actually, right? But this is how you get them to understand it, right? You talk about this stuff, and this is partially why she won, right? Because she's clearly speaking about this stuff to stuff that people really care about, right? Not my opinion. I'm just saying, like, based on what people have voted for, right? Core Civics was trying to reopen up the detention center, and the local town was fighting them to stop it. Yeah, well said. Yeah, he was making sense a day working in the farms. Yeah, we watched the thing about we watched a documentary on that man. It was very interesting, let's just say. It felt like a plantation.
Or their ex-boyfriends. I want to.
It was closed in 2021 after the judge declared that it was hell on earth and that prison dated to 1859. Wow, so before the Civil War.
Make sure that we have a justice system that works for everyone, not just for the billionaires and co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, who actually are treated more fairly than a single mom who got caught stealing formula to make sure that her child had food. And so these are things that need to really be worked on. We need to make sure that hardworking, everyday people get to shape what their communities look like and what their economies look like. And that's my mantra, that's my motto, and that's what I'm fighting for each and every day.
Angie Nixon, in May, you took part at a sit-in in Governor Ron DeSantis' office in protest of the redistricting bill, where you were arrested and now face a jury trial on trespassing charges in September. Talk about redistricting and how that affects the elections in November.
I mean, Donald Trump basically went to a lot of Republican governors and asked them to rig elections for him in the form of redrawing maps. And so we know that this was a partisan gerrymander because Ron DeSantis decided to release the maps to Fox News, and he did it when it was color-coded, and it showed and illustrated where blue seats, Democratic seats, would possibly be converted to Republican seats. And so that goes against our state constitution. Jeez. And they illegally and unconstitutionally passed this bill. And so I decided to stand up for democracy and actually disrupt the proceedings because, again, what they were doing was illegal and unconstitutional, and it went against what the voters wanted. I know that the people should decide who their representatives are, right? The politicians should not be able to choose who their voters are. And what we're witnessing right now in conjunction with the gutting of the Voting Rights Act is Republican lawmakers in D.C. And all over these state legislatures, they are trying to return us back to the worst chapters of our history.
Facts.
And that is simply because they don't want us to have a say. They want the status quo. And I'm telling and making an appeal to everyone, right? Like right now, these politicians are working less and less and less. And meanwhile, they're getting richer. We are working harder than ever. And many of us are still struggling to stay afloat. They want us feeling hopeless. They want us to feel as though nothing can change, as though voting won't matter. But they're spending billions and billions of dollars, right, to suppress our right to vote. They're changing laws, making it harder for marginalized communities, for working families to go out and vote. And this is because they want to stay in power. They are so fearful of losing power. And they are fearful that many people are going to come into power, and they think that we're going to do to them what they've done to many of us for hundreds of years, but that's not the case. What happens when working families come into power, when everyday hardworking people become our state lawmakers, our federal lawmakers, we lead with love and humanity and dignity and compassion and respect. We want to make sure that no one experiences what we experienced as marginalized people. Again, I was a single mom, and I keep going back to this. I was a single mom for 12 years. I know what it's like to struggle. I don't want anyone to have to struggle the way in which I did, right? I know what happens. I am also proof positive of what happens when government does it right. I was a recipient of a workshop, a program in which I was able to gain down payment assistance because money trickled down from the feds, that trickled down to the state, that trickled down to the local government, that allowed me, a woman who had graduated from the University of Florida, that was working for the state but only making $28,000. They helped me pay my down payment. They helped me with down payment assistance as well as closing costs, right? And when I refinanced my home, I paid that back. But these are programs that Donald Trump cut under the big BS bill. Programs that Ashley Moody does not want. And that's because they just want their campaign donors and their billionaire friends and family and themselves to get richer. I am ready for hardworking, everyday people to get bailed out. I'm ready for small business owners to get bailed out. We have to focus our efforts on lowering their costs and not these costs of these big corporations. Over 88 companies last year made over $105 billion. They paid absolutely nothing in federal taxes. Meanwhile, I had a woman tell me she made $55,000 last year and she's on a payment plan with the IRS. Our system is broken, and I want to go to Washington, D.C. to help fix it.
Angie Nixon.
Yeah, in the 30s, right? If you would never, that would never happen, right? If you were making 55, yeah, good luck with that, right? And there's so much money. I had somebody who also, Trump's going after basically working class people and letting the wealthy get away with tax evasion, right?
Final question.
Like we went over that as well.
You joined the DSA recently in June. What is your relationship to the organization? If you win in November, you'd be the first DSA member in the Senate.
So you are exactly right. I just recently joined the DSA. I also just recently joined the Working Families Party. And my relationship is one that I just joined them because I saw that they were one of the organizations that was working the hardest to help ensure that people have universal health care. I'm talking to too many people who have loved ones that have died because they were underinsured or they didn't have any insurance. And so I am not an active member of DSA. I just paid a little bit of dues because as I paid dues with the Working Families Party, because I appreciate certain parts of their platform. Do I agree with all of it? No, I don't. And I don't agree with everything in the Democratic Party as well. And so I want folks to know they don't have to worry about me pushing some type of authoritarianism or any type of dictatorship. As a matter of fact, I have made it my life's mission to push back on any type of authoritarian and dictatorship, which is why I am so adamant about fighting back against Donald Trump and heading to D.C. I want folks to know I am someone accessible, ethical, someone that they can trust. I'm willing to have conversations about any questions folks may have of me and my ideology. But if they look at my track record, they know that I always put people first, hardworking, everyday people first. And that is what I'm going to do when I become their next United States Senator.
Thanks for watching.
Based. All right. Lansing prisons in Kansas. Oh, God.
Here at the Lansing Correctional Facility, inmates are back under control after they actually took control of the C block yesterday here at the facility.
Hey man, this is what happened when the coronavirus is killing.
Just after 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon, an inmate took cell phone video inside
Jesus.
the C block of the Lansing Correctional Facility.
Hey, check this out though, we gonna tell you like this.
The Kansas Department
That's
of Corrections
crazy, Maddie.
is confirming the video's authenticity. Property destroyed, inmates out of their cells.
It's really going on around here.
What up?
Inmates complaining of conditions due to COVID-19. Friday, the Kansas Department of Corrections.
I mean, yeah, and I remember hearing about, I don't remember if it was this facility, but like it was even worse during COVID-19, yeah.
Said 16 staff members and 12 inmates have tested positive at Lansing. The guards ultimately got control of the riot around 11 Thursday night. 2 inmates had minor injuries. No guards were hurt. Governor Kelly spoke about the riot Friday afternoon.
Rest assured, my administration will complete that work, hold those responsible for the disturbance to account, and put in place any additional steps that are necessary to ensure that safety and order is maintained.
The Department of Corrections continues to post how many prisoners and
Kelly
guards
is very
have
solid.
COVID-19 in this facility every single day, and we'll keep tracking that
For the most
in
part.
the coming days. In Lansing, Matt Fleener, KMBC 9 News.
Oh my God. Yeah, and I mean, all this stuff is connected, right? Malcolm X spent time in prison, right? All this stuff is interconnected, guys. Let's see if there's some more information on this.
They were going to rip out my eyeballs, and they were going to shove them down my throat, and they were going to rip out my tongue, and they were going to shove them through my eye sockets.
Former Lansing prison guard Stasha Gruber says 50 inmates surrounded her, making increasingly vile threats. She pressed a panic button, but help didn't arrive for another 6 minutes. A counselor and another guard finally rescued her.
I pleaded, please put me somewhere where I'm not going to be put with them. Next thing I know, I'm being put in a cell pod that has nothing but those gang members. And I'm left alone.
Alone, guarding 130 men.
Even
she said
the
the final
guards.
straw came when the men showed her a photo of her young children, telling her to quit or else.
I went straight to my captain, begging and pleading.
What we rightfully give 3 prisoner meals a day, but we have people starving in the streets and children going without food. Please make that make sense.
To do something. Help me protect my family. They won't harm you. They won't do anything to you.
She asked her union leader.
The guards were very underpaid and understaffed. Well, it sounds like it, right?
For help. She said they also.
And in a lot of these communities, like, if especially if you don't have the the education. These are like kind of the only jobs you can get, right, Maddie?
Did nothing.
Yeah.
So she says she quit, although the Kansas Department
There
of
you go.
Corrections says she was fired. That was 4 years ago. But Stasha says
4 years ago.
nothing has changed. In November, 2 Lansing guards were attacked by inmates within a few weeks of one another. Even before that attack, former guards tell us they felt so unsafe, they quit.
If you're the only officer making your rounds and stuff, and all these inmates come like hovering around you, we don't have a panic button anymore.
Marilla Green quit this year. She said the only way she had of alerting anyone if an inmate were to attack her was a radio, one she might not be able to reach in time.
It doesn't matter if they're in maximum, minimum, or medium. Any officer can be attacked in any part of that prison.
Marilla worked at the prison for 8 months. She was also assigned to guard more than 120 men by herself. And because of a staffing shortage, the prison increased the workday from 8 to 12 hours. But that only made matters worse.
When the 12-hour shifts started, a lot more officers were leaving.
As of now, the prison has reported more than
Usually, yes, but this is right outside Kansas City.
80 open positions. The guards are overworked and overwrought.
There you go. What Maddie said.
These 2 former guards say.
I think it's just us being worn out. The inmates could feel that on us. They can read us really well.
Of course they can.
I fear for the rest of the officers because I think the inmates are going to take over.
This week, the Kansas Department of Corrections acknowledged the staffing problems. In a statement, it said it was banning visitation and locking down medium and maximum housing units from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. But guards still at Lansing tell Fox 4 that many of those units are still open. Only a few areas have been locked down. The union insisted to us, despite complaints from former guards, that it's doing everything it can to protect its members. It said in a statement that it's fought and will continue to fight tirelessly for every worker our union represents. Among the objectives is to improve guard pay, but these 2 former guards say more money is nice, but it doesn't protect you from being attacked.
Your life matters.
Linda Wager, Fox 4 News.
The state employees union said it knows money isn't the only answer. It's also negotiating to get better safety equipment for corrections security staff and better overtime policies.
Of course. Yeah, and we don't critique that. See, this is the problem. Is it's all interconnected, right? It's all interconnected. And I guess recently this has now been closed, this prison, right? And they're gonna do tours?
All I seen was these 4 walls, and I look up and I see guards with guns looking down on us.
Leavenworth Mayor Jermaine Wilson remembers his time he spent in Lansing back in 2008 and hopes visitors will someday get a chance to see what life behind these bars was really like.
To experience these prison cells, if you think negative, all you will see is the negative things. But if you think positive, you'll find some positivity in some of these brick walls and prison cells.
The building that was set for a $10 million demolition will instead be turned over to the Lansing Historical Society.
We're just going to basically leave it as it is.
Full building tours and ghost tours could open and be ready to go as early as February.
Just being able to experience this is going to be a thrill for most people.
And the history behind the wall is just as huge.
Truman Capote visited this prison on a regular basis, and the fact that we had Hickok and Smith work here.
Maybe the most exciting thing that's happened at this prison happened right here on this stage where back in 1970 Johnny Cash performed in front of the inmates.
There's so much history that surrounds this prison.
Johnny
Cash. We need to tell it.
With murals painted by inmates and 4x10 cells, the Leavenworth County District Attorney hopes the future attraction will have another effect.
What I really hope is people want to come visit here and learn why they don't want to stay here.
In Lansing, Alan Schultz, KMBC 9 News.
Okay, sure, buddy. After the prison stuff, some good news, sure. In the cold blood murders served there, yeah. The historical, to be fair, it's a very old prison. Yeah. They probably had to close it down for that reason alone, right? But it's good that it's been closed. Yeah, well said. In the cold-blooded murder served there. I love this stream. You cover this stuff so well, in a different way. Thank you, girl. Appreciate the support. Yeah, guys, I'm just doing what I love to do, right? I'm trying to like weave multiple things all at once here, right? I'm not just trying to like blindly present information. We're trying to also have fun. But yeah, like talk about serious topics, especially in politics, how this all affects society. And we're executed there. That's where Truman Capote was here. He was visiting them. I forgot about that. Damn, okay. How about clean it up and make it a homeless shelter? That would be the ideal thing to do, but you know, ideal, that ain't happening anytime soon. It's not good to turn into that. It's been a cheaper and safer build with the new shelters. Lick and subscribe is right. Thank you, Blue Room, appreciate it. Thank you for the support. That way is the way too smart. That is way too smart for us to do anyway. Give people their own rooms, take off bars and replace them with actual doors for individuals to have their own space. What's this you sent me?
Donald Trump is losing all control as his top aides and senior advisors are all quitting. The rats are fleeing the sinking ship. First, we learned Caroline Leavitt, Donald Trump's chief propagandist, who goes by the title press secretary, that she would be quitting. And as we predicted, that would be a sign of things to come. Indeed, it was. We then learned from the latest reporting yesterday from Notice, nearly half of Donald Trump's appointees at the Treasury Department quit. They can't stand working for Donald Trump and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, as they are continually asked to do illegal things, and they have had enough. Then we learned top aide at the White House, Emily
Well, one good thing about this is if you cripple the administration enough where it becomes very difficult for this for them to do this kind of stuff. That's one W, I guess. Right? Because a lot of these things are done by these kind of bureaucrats, right? These people that have to be appointed by Congress. If not, then you can't just appoint someone, right? So that is one advantage of this, but I mean, they're fleeing the sinking ship, right? Yeah. That's why I call it good news. Yeah, because a lot of this stuff does require like teams to implement, right? Like even the tariffs and all this stuff, like it does require a lot of people to actually execute this stuff, right? It's not just people think of it as like a decree from the up top, and it's really not that simple, right? You have to have people in the government actually like carry this stuff out and then actually enforce it, right?
Underwood would be quitting. Her position was that she was the...
Think of it kind of like a medieval kingdom, right? You can have a king who barks out orders all they want, but if all his knights resign, good luck with the right? And the noblemen don't support it, or there's right? Oliver Cromwell, anyone? Right? Look what happened with Oliver Cromwell, right?
Top deputy to deputy chief of staff.
I'm not saying that they're going to overthrow Trump or anything, but it does it hampers the bureaucratic state, right? More like King John.
And Miller. She apparently couldn't stand
well, that's what I'm saying.
being around Miller and the White House. And she knew that this White House was indeed a sinking ship, that there would be lots of investigations coming regarding all of the criminality in the White House once the Democrats...
Yeah, but this is why I'm always skeptical of power, right? Because this is the problem. Always be skeptical of these hierarchical systems, right? Because the more like these systems rely on these hierarchies, generally what ends up happening is example A in chat, example B here, right? You could give hundreds of historical right? So, yeah, lesser MAGA idiots execute illegal orders. Exactly, right? Also, it gives judges the ability to be like, you can't do that without this, and this approval, right? So that's often what happens, and this is a good thing, right? Why do you think he was so quick to get all these like confirmations through the Senate, right? Because he knows.
Control of the House of
The rule of law
Representatives.
dies.
So she fled as well. Then you had another top advisor, someone by the name of Andy Baker, White House Deputy
Remember that didn't start with Trump. Exactly, it didn't.
National Security.
He's just a symptom of the problem. Started with Mitch during Obama. Well said, right? Mitch did that very well too. He was very effective at doing that, refusing to fill judges. Yep. Right, and there's little things like this. So let me give you an example, Maddie. A lot of people don't know this. The blue slip, right? The blue slip system is an example of this, right? So Mitch kind of drove this into... Yeah, this is a part of the Senate that a lot of people don't know, right? So if you've done like mock Senate and stuff like that, you understand this pretty thoroughly, right? But to appoint a judge, a district judge or like a state judge, right? It used to also apply to federal judges. Say they were going to be in Florida or something, right? You had to get the blue slips from both the senators from Florida to approve that nomination. One way you could go about kind of vetoing this, which it never happened as much as it did under Mitch McConnell, right? Was you just don't turn in your blue slip, right? So that's how effectively they were able to block Obama from appointing people down south, such as Mississippi, from getting on any sort of like district courts, local, right, federal courts, any of those federal courts. They couldn't get on because guess what? Mississippi has 2 Republican senators. If one of them doesn't agree with that appointment, well, guess what? They don't turn in their blue slip, and the blue slip, right? See? So these are all like little technical things that once you understand how the law works and everything, it's really important, right? Because it does have an impact. And they did this very effectively to Obama. They pulled this shit on him, and he wasn't able to do as much as he could, right? So what did he try to do? He tried to do the recess appointments. Remember that? And the Supreme Court said you can't do recess appointments in this way, right? So then Mitch took advantage of that Supreme Court case, and that's how he was able to call a pro forma session the entire time that Obama was trying to fill that Supreme Court case, that Supreme Court seat, right? When Scalia died. They just called a infinite, essentially pro forma session, which means, and like the Senate's off, but not really, right? It's just a technical way of going around the rules. There you go. Right? So you have to know all this stuff, guys, or else you're sort of missing the bigger picture. He should have just sued Mitch for the declaration of... Yeah, well, he should have. He should have done more, I think. But I think including the 2 justices, yeah, well said. This is one of Obama's massive real failures. He should have done a lot more. He was up against a lot. He could have also like used the power of the presidency to really pressure this stuff. And he just failed to do it, right? He just kind of rested on his laurels and was like, eh. And that's where I critique, especially Obama, right? I'm going to make the Senate where things go to die. Well said. And that's Mitch's legacy, right, guys? He's still a zombie, and he made the Senate a zombie, essentially. Congrats, you succeeded. Yes. Again, Obama should have sued. He should have sued. He could have pulled like a pulled like what other presidents have done, Maddie, which is you go out and you talk about this issue consistently every fucking day, right? Woodrow Wilson did it with the League of Nations, right? And if he would have continued to do so, he would have probably got the League of Nations, Henry Cabot Lodge, to pass the bill, and maybe World War II would have not happened the way it did, right? Maybe. It's a bit of an alternative history here, but that is the truth, right, guys? The League of Nations would have been essentially adopted, but instead, Henry Cabot Lodge basically killed it in the Senate because Woodrow Wilson was not able to go out there and because he had a stroke, right? But this is how presidents and people with power actually used to use it, right? Now it's just like they kind of don't care. And to them, it doesn't really matter. And guys, it's a lot of work. I mean, do you know how much you have to talk about the Senate and like a Supreme Court case and Supreme Court cases and the Supreme Court? Oh, that's a lot of work, guys. I don't know. That'd be a lot of work to do a lawsuit as well. I don't know. Nah, fuck that, right? So that's where I really blame Obama on that stuff, right? Is he could have been doing a lot more and he just didn't. Henry Cabot Lodge, oh, are you a poli-sci nerd? I mean, I have 2 degrees in it. Maddie. So I better be. I'm just good at hiding my power level, girl. That's literally my job. I know. That's literally his job. He didn't do his job, right? Mitch on ice, I can employ. But like, what I'm saying is presidents have the ability to do this, right? FDR did this too really well, right? He tried his best when it came to this. The establishment hit back hard, right? Against this shit. Especially with the court packing thing, right? But that was a much more ambitious bill, right? And a lot of the public didn't like that, unfortunately. I think it would have been brilliant, but there's a few examples, and a lot of historians, if you ask the great ones, especially if the books I've read on the subject, right, Maddie, they say that if the League of Nations would have gone through, World War II probably wouldn't have not happened. It probably wouldn't have happened, right? It wouldn't have happened the same way, right? Because part of the reason the League of Nations fell apart was because the US was the one advocating for all these nations to join, and then guess what happened? The US didn't join. It's kind of fucked up when you think about it, that like the one thing that like Woodrow Wilson actually, the US wanted, they didn't end up actually delivering on, right? What does that say about your word? Kind of similar to what Trump is doing today. It shows that you are not somebody to kind of like be taken seriously, right? But again, he had a stroke, right? Like you kind of see why maybe like he would have probably got it passed through the Senate, but Henry Cabot Lodge is a dick, and of course he wasn't gonna let that happen, especially when the dude's in a fucking coma. To be fair, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, yeah. Oh no, I said, oh, you're a poli-sci nerd. I was praising you. Yeah. Thank you, girl. I figured you were saying that. Yeah. I mean, literally, I talk about this all the time. One reason I started streaming on Twitch is because, like, I went to school for this stuff, right? I got 2 degrees in political science and international relations. So then I was like, well, if I'm not going to move to DC and do all these jobs that I could be doing, what could I do? And that's kind of when I discovered like streaming in Twitch, Maddie. So I was like, you know, I might as well do that. Let's give it a shot. So be a nerd on stream, a political science nerd on stream, girl. All right, let's get back to it.
White House once the Democrats took control of the
I gotta eat. Be right back later.
House
No
of
worries.
Representatives. So
Enjoy your
she
meal.
fled as well. Then you had another top advisor, someone by the name of Andy Baker, White House Deputy National Security Advisor, very close to J.D. Vance. He was very much involved in the failed, or non-existent, I should say, rather, negotiations with Iran. And Donald Trump now says we are declaring economic doomsday against Iran, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. After just earlier this week, Donald Trump saying the Strait of Hormuz is now annexed territory of the United States. So he's gone. And then you have total chaos embroiling the White House. You have Donald Trump's top deputy, Dan Scavino, posting the following message. When you get fired for doing a spectacularly shitty
I've been told
job
a few times, you guys can kind of tell me, but that I like the way I talk about this stuff, I purposely dumb myself down because I don't like to sound very professorial or overly intellectual. I also dress a certain way. Like, I just don't care about that stuff. Right? I've had to, but I do it because I don't know. I think part of it is like I told you before, I kind of noticed that, like, how you present yourself, how you comport yourself, if you want to be super douchey, the way you comport yourself is really important to getting a sort of message out there, right? And if I comported myself like an intellectual elitist or something like that, I just feel like the message wouldn't be the same, right? Like I would feel like it just wouldn't land the same way as somebody who is being more authentic, right? Like, this is authentically more me, but like everyone else, we all have different personas. There's that word. Right? Part of the game, persona, is about, right? Or persona, because there's more than one persona game, is about how we kind of hide like our true selves, right? Our shadow self, all that stuff from the world. And it's kind of interesting to see like Carl Jung pop up in these discussions with politics, right? Because it's very much true, right? Like we kind of hide, we put on different masks for different types of people, right? He literally used it as like a mask, but it's more like we accept certain standards of communicating depending on who we speak to, right? So like, yeah, like if I'm surrounded by a bunch of political douchebags who are very like uppity duppity and intellectual, I'll put on the suit and dance like a monkey, right? I wish I was a dumb. You wish you were a dumb? Yeah. But there's a bunch of this stuff going on, right? Subconsciously. And I think that's what's so interesting about like persona and that whole concept of personas, right? And that's like where the game comes from, right? If you played the games, you know what I'm talking about. It's why they were one of my favorite games, right? Being smart can backfire. Exactly. See, so that's the problem, is also how you, and I've learned this through the years, right? That you could be right on all these issues or talk about these issues in a very philosophical way and all that. But the messaging is also really important, right? You have to understand how you're talking to people and calibrate yourself appropriately, right? It's kind of like if you're like, you know, the whole notion of read the room, right? You got to be able to read the room really well. Whiskey Leaks, welcome back. Glad you're here, buddy. Never need to dumb yourself down. Just dumb down the information without the knowledge. Without the knowledge, we love you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, and I think as I've become more confident, like more like understanding of the streaming culture, right? I've just become more and more myself. Like, Like, I'm just also like, I don't know, like yourself. I always find that kind of funny because like I have different versions of myself, right? It's not like I'm being disingenuous or anything. It's just some days I feel like being more off the cuff, and some days I feel like being more professorial and intellectual on this stuff, right? It just depends on the kind of mood I'm in. So like, it's also not, I think like we're all like that, and we just have to kind of sort through those different modes that we operate through, right? Leftists are usually by default intellectual. Yeah, well said, right? Gus, you definitely jumped into streaming at an appropriate time for the interest and knowledge. Well, and that's one reason I did it, right? Because I was like really ashamed of the situation with the election, right? I literally started streaming the day after the election. Hello, Kirsten B. Welcome back, girl. Good to see you again. I have a Gus version of myself as well. He is not bald. His hair stands 5 feet tall. Yeah. Right. And that's what the concept of personas are, right? Is that we like shift that. I think what's important though is that you are just yourself, but don't change like anything about like the messaging, right? Or like you don't change the content, you change kind of how you talk about it. Right? If you want to think of it that way, something like that. And that's what I've done from day one. So you've been streaming, but like, say if I were to talk like this to Joe Kennedy III, right? I was looking through some pictures, and I was saying that I took a picture with him at a campaign, like a meetup at somebody's house, right? She has a very nice house. She's a very like rich lady, right? He hosted a campaign event for him. If I were to talk to him like that, he just wouldn't. It would rub him the wrong way, right? It wouldn't be appropriate. So like everything is about kind of calibrating yourself to the appropriate situation, right, guys? True. If you truly understand the topic, you can live 5 to anyone, explain it like I'm 5. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Like I try to dumb stuff down, or not dumb stuff down, but to like to get everyone on the same page and then build on that, right? That's what I try to do here. I think it's really easy to use streaming as like a way to just like endlessly watch content or whatever, and like there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I choose not to engage like that because I don't think it's always very effective. Right.
An agency.
Simplify it. Well said.
With your badge deactivated.
And then you can build on it, right? Because you build that trust with your audience. That's the way I look at it, right?
Activated, building access revoked, and the full "you're dead to us" package, or when you get passed over for ambassadorships, boards, or commissions because there are candidates who are actually far more qualified than you, please resist the urge to sprint to every media outlet that will platform your lying bullshit and then falsely attack people in the presidential personnel office who are out here serving President Trump, the administration, and the American people each and every day. Just take the L and move on, loser. Clown emoji. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Just another normal one in the White House. And then late last night, we learned about another person in the Trump White House quitting. God. James Braid, the top White House aide in charge of liaising with Congress, quitting the Trump regime, according to a person familiar with the transition. Dasha Burns of Politico was the first to report it. James Braid to depart the White House, top White House aide in charge of liaising with Congress, the middleman between Donald Trump and MAGA Mike Johnson, and one of the most experienced congressional hands in the White House, Dasha Burns puts it. The rats fleeing the sinking ship. Bye-bye, James Braid. Or how about you have Joe Kent, the former number 2 at the Office of Director of National Intelligence, who worked for Gabbard, who also left the Trump regime, Tulsi Gabbard. Joe Kent posted the following message yesterday regarding Donald Trump's so-called plan to declare economic D-Day and doomsday on Iran. What Donald Trump wants to trigger World War III so badly and be on the side of Kim Jong-un and what Russia and Iran and China against the United States. Total idiotic is Donald Trump. We know that. Joe Kent says, so if this plan by Donald Trump is actually implemented, it's very likely that Iran will respond by striking the troops we have still in the region. We need to deprive Iran of that option, pull our troops out of harm's way instead of leaving them as leverage for Iran to exploit. Then offer sanctions relief, unfreezing of assets in exchange for opening the Strait of Hormuz. This is the least destructive path to finally put an end to this mess and put American first. And that was Donald Trump's number 2 at the office for the Director of National Intelligence. Both he and Gabbard left, or they were forced out. And now Donald Trump brought in that guy, Jay Clayton, who you saw get cross-examined by Senator Ossoff. More on Senator Ossoff in a moment. Yeah. And Clayton's out there just being a Donald Trump sycophant, saying, we got to get him his golden ballroom. Back to the Treasury appointees who have...
Damn, that was a crazy note. Wait, what crazy note? What crazy note? What? 2 hours and 53 minutes? You've been streaming for a while. I left for a year, and here you are still. Yeah. I told myself I was going to stream for at least 1 year straight. I made that promise to myself, and I kept it. I think I only took like 3 days off. One day was like when I was really sick. One day was my birthday. And I think one day was like Christmas or something like that. I forget exactly what. So I streamed for like a year nonstop. And then I was like, I noticed like a lot of people have been leaving Twitch, like you. And I was like thinking, what are some ways I can make the stream more fun, engaging, things that I can control, right? Because I can't control the fact that people leave for a year and then come back, right? So what did I do? I spent a lot of time after streaming.
Whoa. Hey chat, Gloggy here. Gus has grown as a streamer. I'm not sure I could have remained the host of Cumcast without Gus getting with the memes. Thank God with your support chat, Gus has grown. So if you're looking for support, subscribe to Cumcast and get your personal support bras and jock straps. You know you want it. Get it now.
Love it. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Whiskey, thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. That was funny. Someone clipped that. I noticed that. So then what I've been working on for the last couple months have been like things to improve the stream. Like just things that you're seeing on the screen right now, the games, just like little things like the title changing depending on what we're covering, what topic, right? All these things are stuff that I've worked on in the past or like recently to like get people to like kind of come back. But I'm glad that you're back, Whiskey Leaks, because yeah, I noticed that like Twitch itself started falling off for like a year. Like there was a year ago, I noticed like the numbers were just completely down. And I was wondering what that was about. I just think people are exhausted, right? People are like, what is going on with the government, right? And I think now that things are not perfect, but they're starting to maybe like level out. This work is going to be more important, but I've kept it up because I mean, I love doing it, man. Right. As Maddie said, I'm a political science nerd, so might as well, right? Is what I went to school for. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Quit. The Treasury Department has seen dramatic exodus of Donald Trump's own appointees, outpacing the turnover of any other administration. Since the start of the second Trump regime, basically almost 50% have either quit or have been pushed out of their positions in the Treasury Department from the 16 Treasury appointees who are confirmed by the Senate.
I didn't leave. I got a job that didn't give me time at all for Twitch. No, I understand. That's what I mean. Like, I'm not saying you left or anything. That's why I choose not to view it that way, right? I think there's two ways you can view life. Either things happen to you, or you're reacting to stuff that's happening to like a group of people all at once, right? And I try not to like look at the individual situations, right? I try to kind of be above the fray, and I try to also like try to control what I can control, right? So let me give you an example, right? If a Great Depression happens, right? Like, I will try to stream as much as I can, even though I would know that there is a Great Depression going on, right? So my job would change drastically in terms of that. But that doesn't change that there's not a Great Depression going on, right? So in this case, everyone needs a job. You had a job that didn't give you a lot of time off, so that kind of knocked you off as a Twitch viewer as much as you'd like to be a Twitch viewer, right? These are things that we can't all control, but there are things that you can control as a person for what you can do currently, right? And that's what I'm saying. I'm kind of commenting on the macro versus the micro, right? Being positive versus like, yeah, like there's a Great Depression going on. What do you expect, right? Does that make sense, Whiskey? Yeah. So let's get this right. Trump and his boys say Iran has no military, no weapons, and no missiles, but yet afraid to go in, right? So like, if you have the ability to like improve yourself, to change yourself, to become a better, right? That's on you. That's not on like the Great Depression. But yeah, absolutely. Like you'll never get, right? Oh, no. Gloggy's panties are discontinued. They are. We had to discontinue them. They sold out. Too slow. They said Canada has no military too. Try this. I had a day and a half off a week. Yeah, that's crazy, buddy. I'm glad you're back. Thank you so much. There is no U.S. in America anymore. Only America. I like that. America. Except for the U.S. in chat. I'm speaking government lines. Yeah, y'all are great here. Thank you. That's another thing is like I was told, hey, listen, as a streamer, you have the ability to kind of curate the correct audience, right? Like the audience, your community is really what you have control over. And I'm just so glad that we all found each other, because like you guys are great, right? This is why I do it. It's not just for like watching these videos and stuff, right? I could do this myself, and like it's also a part of the community that we're building together, right? This is really important.
At least 4 of the 7 top Treasury officials left after disagreements with Trump and Bessent because they did not want to violate the law, and they believed they were being asked to do criminal things. And they also didn't want to be associated with the $1.8 billion slush fund for the January 6th insurrectionists, which was actually a distraction for Donald Trump giving himself tax immunity so that the Treasury Department and IRS would never look into Donald Trump for not paying his taxes. Yeah. So let's talk about Senator Ossoff for a second. As you know now, in the famous speech he gave in Atlanta, which we covered at the Midas Touch Network, he made a statement saying Donald Trump would rather be off golfing, building golden ballrooms, or being with Natalie on a Qatari jet, which is apparently defenseless and doesn't have the capabilities to stop potential assassination attempts. And that's what Donald Trump would rather do than help the American people, because Donald Trump doesn't care about the American people. And that threw MAGA world into insanity. And they said, how dare you talk about Natalie like that? And so Senator Ossoff was asked about his statement on MS Now last night and about the behavior.
Yeah, McKay's great, people. Blue, and you're both from Canada, which is pretty cool. So like, yeah, I mean, honestly, McKay, like, I think I've told you this in the past, but your recommendation to getting Kid in here helped me out tremendously, right? In hindsight, because I formed a friend, right? I formed a connection. A lot of you guys started off watching Kid first, right? And then right? And that was McKay. McKay was out there being like, yo, you should raid this guy named Gustx. He's really good at talking about politics. And Kid was like, who? Never heard of him, right? Because I only had like one viewer. Yeah, that was some luck. Exactly. So, like, and I've said this to you before, so like, this shouldn't be breaking news to you, but like, yeah, I really appreciate that because like through word of mouth, this stuff spreads, right? That's what community's for, right? Lucy, like, you know a lot of people. Trying to think. Ducky, you know a lot of people. Oh my God. Blue Room, you know a lot of people, right? So like this stuff really matters, right? Like you talking about, like I think like a lot of times like we segment ourselves a little too much, especially on Twitch and YouTube, right? And that shouldn't be the case, right? It doesn't mean we're all gonna get along, but like for sure we'll get along. I mean, we'll hopefully have some agreements and discussions along the way. 3 of us for sure. Yeah. Right, you guys are like, a lot of you guys just get around Twitch, right? And McKay, you're not even on that much on Twitch, from what I can tell, but like it just sort of lucked out that way, right? Right now. Things work out that way, right? You have to be willing to see like the longer game, which is important.
Behavior of all of these Trump staffers. And Senator Ossoff is like, why do we treat these people like they're babies? Why is there some double standard that you all of a sudden hold people in the Democratic Party or outside of the MAGA party where they have to be absolutely perfect? But Trump and MAGA and their staffers are treated like little toddlers, like bad behaving toddlers. No, these are adults and their actions, whether it's Trump or Natalie Harp or who's ever in the White House, though a lot of them are quitting, are causing catastrophic damage to the American people. These are not innocent people. These are people complicit in war crimes. These are people complicit in deaths in that they are part of a Trump regime that's out there killing people, starving people, ripping away healthcare from people, destroying the American way of destroying Americans' lives, destroying people's lives all over the world, slaughtering little girls in Iran. Listen to what Senator Ossoff says. Powerful words indeed. Let's play it.
You said, we just heard it, he wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar. Why do you think that's the line that bothers Donald Trump the most?
Why do you think?
Lawrence, it's been amazing to watch this White House melt down over this all week. And about Natalie Harp, these White House staffers are adults, public officials paid by the taxpayer with immense power in positions of public trust. And whether it's Natalie Harp printing out Donald Trump's daily dose of delusion and flattery, or Peter Navarro steering taxpayer-funded...
Yeah, we read some of this, and we were like, boy, this girl's in Delulu land, right?
...loans to Trump family investments, or Pete Hegseth...
sycophancy to the max.
...deluding the president daily into deepening this quagmire in the Middle East. No one cares about their feelings. The sailors on the Lincoln are fighting his war, a war based on lies, while he plays with his new ballroom, flies around on a jet given to him by a foreign prince, and retreats into this circle.
I was in an Aragonian bum stream today, and she was so jealous how cute some of your emotes were. Fuck, I should have shouted out Ice Beans. I mean, Ice Beans helped me draw them, but not all of them. That one you're using right now, that was all me. So, like, yeah, Ice Beans is good at making, she does a lot of people's emotes and stuff, but Yeah. Right? This is what I mean, man.
Of sycophantic aides who tell him,
like, just always be cognizant of that, right? Like, you can't just be shouting out like, you know, giant streamers, right? Like Maple takes, like, he doesn't need as many shout outs as, say, like her or even me or even Oregonian Bum, right?
every day
I think I shouted
what he
you out
wants
loud,
to hear,
at
not
least. That's good. All right.
what he needs to.
That's fine. It's not that it really matters. All I'm trying to say is like it's a team effort, right?
Here, this entire White House is responsible for lying the country into war, and for the rest of their careers, they will be known for having.
But it's easier because larger streamers have more connection because they've been streaming longer. They have bigger audiences. They have more connections. Right, so I understand that. It's just how it is, right? But
participated.
That's why I always say Ice Beans did the emotes, right? Because I try to get her as much traffic to her site and to get any sort of commissions she'd want, right? Because I know that. Like, I know it's important to do that. Right? I talk about that all the time on here.
In this obscenity.
Now, as all of these people are quitting, we're learning more about Donald Trump's intention to replace Caroline Leavitt. Another great scoop from Notice right here.
Oh, God.
Donald Trump wants to fill Caroline Leavitt's position with a man. He wants a man, he says. This is what Notice is reporting.
You a compliment on the emotes. That's awesome she said that. I haven't really got to know her as much. She's never come in here and chatted very much. I don't think she's chatted at all. I'd love her to come in. The Ice Beans thing was an afterthought. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, no. I mean, like, the reason I choose Ice Beans is because it's not like I think a lot of people think that the emotes are just somebody making them and then that's it, right? Like, they're cute or they're awesome or whatever. But it's a little more complicated than that, right? Like, Ice Beans has me like go through like exactly what I want, right? And I like that about her. That's why I like working with her in general, because she has me like, she's like, what exactly do you want, right? Because she's not somebody who just like does it and then that's like, it's her thing, right? She draws them and she envisions them to the degree that like we work together to do that to get the like template ready, right? But that's because like I really believe in the emotes themselves, Blue Room, right? So I appreciate that a lot. And that's what I mean. Like she's really good at like understanding what I want to, like what I visualize and replicating that, right? Because anybody could essentially there are a lot of people online who can do emotes, but they don't always turn out the same way, right? So I think it's also a collaborative thing where you have to have somebody who understands how you think, right? And what kind of style you like. And that's why, again, I always shout her out because she, at least with me, works really well, right? So, but that's because we were like, I told her, I was like, Ice Beans, I want to make these emotes a must-have on Twitch. Like, I want people to have them. I want people to be like, yes, they're awesome. They're so adorable. They're so cute. They're so amazing. Like, I have to have them, right? If you like emotes. If you don't, then that's fine, right? There's other reasons to subscribe. I'm just saying, as that in itself, right? So I appreciate that, man. I understand that compliment really well, is what I'm trying to tell you. Aggro lurks a lot, but when they aren't streaming, they do too many political streams anymore, mostly Raptor Blue, I think. Oh, okay. I think the burnout is real. I understand. Yeah. Again, I'd love to shout out to Ice Beans. Yeah.
Jeff Stein.
She rated Blue Room. She just rated today. She rated us today. But yeah, shout out Ice Beans.
With the scoop, Trump is telling his advisors he wants a man to be the White House president.
There you are.
secretary. He's interested in Scott Jennings, but not quite sold. Ari Fleischer might as well bring back all the neocons from the George W. Bush administration has been floated. Their kicker has another idea I had not considered. And so that's what Donald Trump is doing right now. Isn't it also notable that a lot of the people who have quit or have been forced out have been women? I mean, we know that.
Yeah, she's rated. She rated me today earlier. You weren't here. Could have said hi.
While they're awful human beings, Pam Bondi, Lori Chavez DeRemer,
and I just
Tulsi Gabbard.
It's rare. What I'm trying to tell you, man, is that like it's not just like one person. Like the emotes and all this stuff require like a collaborative effort, much like what most of life is like, right? Like you have a vision, you gotta like plan stuff out. It's awesome, and I that's what I love about this platform in itself, right? Like I'm able to meet people like that. So, like Ice Beans. Is that an edible, Gust? Not yet.
Christy Nome, right? I mean, objectively horrific, vile humans. Hard to say that they're worse than Pete Hegseth and Bessent and Lutnick, and I can go down the list of all of these horrific, Miller, all of these horrific men are not far worse. They're all horrible people. But just think about me listing all of those people right there, the level of turnover and people quitting in this Trump regime. So Donald Trump wants to appoint Scott Jennings. Okay, so this was Scott Jennings last night. Now, after Donald Trump has been found civilly liable for being a sex predator, right? And the Supreme Court wouldn't take Donald Trump's appeal even. Trump's a civilly liable sex assault predator. You have Scott Jennings saying, I just think that we shouldn't demean women. We shouldn't, and it's the Democrats' fault. That's so stupid. Here, play this clip.
But I also think it is worse to actually use insults to call women stupid, to call them piggy, to say that they are fat, whatever it is.
I want to do one like that too. Blue Room. Like a cuddle one or like a hug one. I just got to find the right one to get her to, right? Because Ice Beans works really well when she sees like what you want, right? So if you have like a really good hug one that you don't have or that you recommend, let me know because I'm kind of curious. You've probably seen a lot of really great hug ones or something like that. The kitty one's adorable. It was clear that these women have nothing but pwned and to throw away. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Those things, actual, straight up, direct insults.
Like, yeah, that one's okay. The cat's hugging. I don't know. The love. I'm trying to find the right love one to do too, because I know a lot of people use that one.
At professional.
I'll be on the outlook. Yeah, if you find one that you like, that's like really, really good, that we can use as like a template, right, or inspiration. Because like me and her, we do a weekly phone call and
women
or Discord call, and we talk about this stuff. I just haven't found anything. Cheshire Cat.
And doing their jobs. I think most people think that's actually worse.
I think it's, look, I said I don't believe in demeaning women. I don't know what your problem is. Didn't you work for Bill Clinton? I mean, my God, we know how Democrats treat women in the workplace.
So that's the guy who Donald Trump wants to replace, Caroline Leavitt. And here CNN plays a montage of Donald Trump attacking various women just in the past few months. Let's play this clip right here.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
But what we want to do is to replenish the Social Security Trust Fund.
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face.
I'm asking you about survivors
of
Jeffrey.
What does that have to do with the job, dipshit?
Well, there you have it, folks.
Quiet, piggy.
Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe.
Quiet,
Let's get
piggy.
to 7 million subscribers. We appreciate you. Order
Play
WTF
it.
America now. Thanks for watching.
Before you go, our book, WTF America, is available for
Play it,
pre-order
chat.
now. It's the story of how we got here and how...
Thank you. There we go. That's what I wanted. Thank you, Cheshire Cat. All right. This is the video, McKay, you said? Where is it?
Please clap.
Yep, go ahead. Is this the video you wanted us to see or something, you said? That was 3 minutes long or whatever? Or is there another one? Okay. Quiet Piggy. Oh, God.
I got me a red house and a red car, runs on big red batteries. They used to be blue 15 minutes ago, but they turned red just for me. I got me a red horse and I ride it. I got some blue friends, they're the best. We used to fly around the world on a big jet plane they call the Lolita Express. I got me a red tie and it's 10 feet long and it matches my red hat. I got me a red bird and a red fish, a red dog and a red cat. And I got me a red pen and I use it. I got a big red chainsaw too. My red friend likes that white powder, makes his arms do weird salutes. When the war gets here, we're all gonna hold hands. All the Baptists and the Catholics, all the Marxists and the fascists. When the war gets here, we're gonna get on the level. Everyone looks a little bit nicer when you finally meet the devil. I had me a red talk on a red day, looking for a thank you dressed in blue. If you want to win a war, my friend, you know you better wear a suit. I got me a red bulldog, technocratic, bootstrap tugging buddy. He wrote an elegy for a people he don't know, and it ain't funny. There's a deep swamp, and I'll drain it, for my people are in danger. Who would have ever thought the deep state were the National Park Rangers? I got me some red pills in a bottle. I got black and blue ones too. All the pills are all the same. The illusion is you choose. When the war gets here, we're all gonna hold hands. All the cowboys and the hippies, put away this change misgivings. When the war gets here, we're gonna get on the level. Everyone looks a little bit nicer when you finally meet the devil. When the king's cut friend and foe, and every nation knows his wrath. When he's dead in 20 years, we'll be here and they'll be back. When we're all hung out to dry by our savior technocrats, it won't matter if you're neocon or mega Democrats. When the war gets here, we're all gonna hold hands. All the Baptists and the Catholics, all the Marxists and the fascists. When the war gets here, we're gonna get on the level. Everyone looks a little bit nicer when you finally meet the devil.
Hell yeah, love that. Love that. What is that emote? I love it. That shot cat. Oh my god, Cheeks is back. I mean nothing. I mean like your style. Oh yeah, his cheeks back. I mean it shouldn't have been because it's a cartoon character, right? That's a good thing. That's a good sign. That means we're not gonna get banned when we get our cheeks emote, which is gonna be even better than the rhizome one. So you were a poli-sci major, Gus? Yes, I have a degree in political science and international relations. I did two degrees in one. It was a lot of work. A lot of work. I'm jealous. Why? Don't be jealous. It was a lot of fun though. I loved, like, I was always somebody who loves going to school. So like it's easy when you like going to school and you like talking about what you do, right? It makes streaming a lot easier. Because if you can do this all day, right? Talk about politics and you know, with very little resistance. Like I bet everyone has like days where they're just like, oh, right? But for me, it's just like it's never gotten old, or like I don't like doing it, or I wish I could go back. Yeah, it's awesome, cute, sexy, and smart. Give me a break, swooner. Thanks, Cheshire Cat. Appreciate the compliment. I love that. Thank you, girl. Appreciate it. Me too. I love, like, guys, to me, school was like everything, right? Like it was a social circle because obviously what do you do after classes, right? You get drunk, you you smoke and stuff, right? Especially weed. I didn't really smoke cigarettes or anything, but like there was things like that, right? There were clubs, right? So this is how I have so many friends, right? Because like when you go to college, when you do all this stuff, you have just a lot of connections, right? Or like if you're gonna do that stuff, you just try to build as many connections as possible. And yeah, I don't know. Me too. I love school. Read that already. Gloggy, shake your butt on screen. Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Watch this. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Get ready for the Gloggy butt shaking emote. Because if Rhizomes is back, this one is totally on. I was a little worried for a second. Hell yeah, guys. Look at those fucking cheeks. I need a stone Gloggy emote. Yeah. I need a job, by the way. It's hypnotic, isn't it, chat? If you stare into the cheeks enough, you can see the cheeks, and Americans are purer than thou. Yeah, for real. Guys, I feel sick. I'm gonna go lay down. No worries. Hope you feel better, girl. Oh, a Gloggy classic? That would be pretty good. You guys use that a lot, that fucking emote. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Stare into those cheeks. Long-headed. Yeah. That one's almost done, by the way. She says it's almost done, so we'll get it any day now. I'll probably end up uploading it, and you'll see it. And when you see it, I want you to use it. The lips is what gets me. I know, it's so good, right? That was somebody's idea. It was a collaborative effort. I forget who. I think it was Beery who recommended that. Yeah. I'm back. Flound Diesel, welcome back. I still think it's just as cold, but now I have a fever. Yeah, I don't know. It got cold all of a sudden. This week has been way colder. Like I haven't even been able to sun. You know, guys, I'm powered by the sun like a Kryptonian. Not this week though. It's been gloomy, dark, and cold. Ugh. Fucking hate it. Cuter face Gus. Thank you, Cheshire Cat. Appreciate it, guys. All right. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Give me the money. Give me the money.
And we got the extra sub. What up? Let's fucking go.
Ooh. Lucy Rosie 20 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub. Everyone take cover.
I know. Holy shit.
And billions and billions and billions and
Girl,
billions.
you didn't have to do that. You already gave so many.
Billions and 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 billions.
Miss me, Boston.
And billions and billions and billions and billions and billions. Billions and billions and billions.
Hell yeah,
and
we got a hype train.
Billions and billions and
Thank
billions
you.
and billions 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 and billions
Let's
and
fucking
billions
go.
and billions and billions.
Tier 100. Thanks for sharing the song, brother.
And billions 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 and billions.
Not war, just peace, forever, forever, forever. Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos, no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica.
Thank you, McKay,
No.
for the 100 biddies.
Not war.
Of course, buddy. No worries.
No a la guerra loca.
Hype train time.
No crazy. No crazy girl. No.
Chew. We got a regular hype train chat. Thanks to Lucy Rosie 20.
¿Cómo se dice en
It
inglés?
ending at 8:25, 2026,
Please,
1:10:36 a.m.
Yes, peace.
We had 2 and at 83%,
Yes,
so let's keep it going.
Peace forever. Peace forever. Peace forever.
Roar input.
Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado.
Me and you too. What up?
Tipo
Thank you
Tarzán
for the
sería
100 biddies.
sí paz, sí paz, sí paz por siempre. Sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 paz. Not war, just peace. The people United States. De parte de the people Bolivarian Republic. I do want. I do want. Peace forever. Not war, just peace, forever, forever, forever. Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos,
Clown Diesel.
no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica. No, not war, just peace. No a la guerra loca.
Tier 100, only one more to go.
No crazy, no crazy girl, no. ¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace forever. Peace forever. Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado. Tipo Tarzán sería sí paz, sí paz, sí paz por siempre. Sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, paz, paz. Not war, just peace. The people United States. De parte de the people Bolivarian Republic. I
I love reading chat. All right. Hell yeah, guys. Congrats on hitting 100 messages, girl. Just in time for the hype train. Hell yeah, girl. Just in time. Now's a good time to sub, guys. If you haven't subbed or your gifted sub has run out. So you
Nothing
can get the
bad
emote.
can happen. It can only good happen.
What up? Fucking love it.
I love Tesla.
Chuga, 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 chew. Who? Whoa, 0 H drain level 3 reached. We advanced from level 2 to level 3. Keep the support coming and keep this train moving.
Oh my god, that's amazing. All right, let's see. Shall we play the song? What other song should we play? I'm trying to get the hype train to be more energetic, guys. Right? We got to play that song. Woo! Thank you, Cheshire Cat. Appreciate it, girl. Oh my god. Why is it taking so long to load?
Cheerwall 100.
Okay, finally, Jesus. No, we won't play that yet because that's not. That song was really funny though. Hell yeah, I love that. Bro, that pins it.
On the open road.
How about this
On the open road. Yeah. On the open road. Yeah, I've traveled all around the globe. Seen new places. People remember stories I've been told. I've been hot and bothered in the land of ice and frozen in the rain. But nothing comes close to the way I feel
I could do
when
this
I'm
all
on
night.
the open road again.
For real, man.
Up from
I love the cheeks, I know.
in the car, go to Timburu to freshen up. Oh, I swim at Lake Wakatipu. Manganui, Wanganui, Pokakoi, driving slowly, singing all the way home. Kaingaroa, Anga Anga, Otrahanga, Kangaroa, all the places I'd love to go. Yeah, I've tasted finest food known to me, but nothing's better than a fresh feed from the sea. I've been hot and bothered in the land of ice and frozen in the rain, but nothing comes close to the way I feel when I'm on the open road again. Up from Bluffo, in the car, go to Timburu to freshen up. I'll swim at Lake Wakatipu. Manganui, Wanganui, Pokakoi, driving slowly, singing all the way home. Kaingaroa, Anga Anga, Otrahanga, Kangaroa, all the places
We need
I'd
to do a
love
playlist. We had a playlist, but then our shit all got like demonetized and then struck. So we lost everything October.
to go. Tiararoa. First
Share
to
your new
see the
emotes, guys.
light, you should see there.
It fucking sucks.
Stars light up the night. Then jump to Gizzy, keep him busy through the all-day sun. Walk the coast in a single run. Hit the road, share the load, we're discovering. Snooze, you lose, and then you wake up in. Turn motherfucker, tangi hanga ko. Oh, oh, tamatia turipu. Kaka piki manga huru no kupo ka efenua. Kita nata, and you wake up in. Turn motherfucker, tangi hanga ko.
The regular hype train has reached the station. We finished at level 3. Thank you to everyone who subscribed, gifted subscriptions, or cheered.
By the way, this is the longest name for a city in the world. In case anyone's wondering what the hell is being said right now. This is a city. Yeah. That's why it's kind of like related to politics, right? Because like imagine having to say this. You basically have to sing a song to remember the name. Where? In New Zealand. Right. It's like that, and there's one city in Wales, right? That is like really long as well, but I think this one beats that one. Yeah, so this is why like this is a song, right? That's what's even funnier about it is like they had to make a fucking song to like so you could say the name of the place you live. In the cargo to timber room, too fresh and October. I'll swim at Lake Wakatimbu. Right, and they're like listing things near it, basically. Right? October, so. All the places I'd love to go on the open road. Yeah. On the open road. Like, hold on. Hold on. This is how long it is, right? This whole thing right here. So watch this, right? There's like TikToks about this, right? When you wake up in this is a sign right outside the town. When you wake up in so like in case you guys are like, what the fuck? This is when you wake up in
Right, fine and sunny weather in te taumata whakatangihanga kōauau o tamatea turi pūka ka piki maunga horonuku pō kai whenua ki tana tahu. Meanwhile...
Nailed it. He said that a few times. Yeah, that's why this is a thing, right? And look.
Okay.
Here we go.
Where are we?
We are in taumata whakatangihanga kōauau o tamatea turi pūkaka piki maunga.
What a boomer!
Nuku poka iwi he nua ki tana tahu to his lover.
Easy for you to say.
God, can you imagine not saying that 20 times fast? Could never be me, chat. If you can't do that, get out right now. Okay. Most normal place of all times. I know, right? Isn't it great though? Like that's why I play that song, because it's like can you imagine having to say that at like a town meeting and shit? That's so funny. I was trying to like it's an earworm, right? It's pretty catchy. It kind of sounds like a Bruno Mars song a little bit. His stuff is a little catchy sometimes, right? And it's, I don't know, somebody showed me that and I was like, holy shit, right? There's also this town, I think that's like second compared to that, right? This guy nails it too. Watch this, October.
Now today we had a big contrast in temperature across the UK, just 12 degrees over coastal parts of eastern England with cloudy skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyn, Gillgorgera Cwndrobwll, Llantysilio Gogorgoch, the temperature got to 21 Celsius, that's 70 in Fahrenheit.
He nailed it. Thank you for the successful hype train, guys. That was very awesome. Thank you, thank you. Love you guys. Say that 10 times fast, girl. God. Can't even say the first one. Now say that one. Let's fucking go, chat. I know, right? Oh, I love it. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Wait, I gotta find that song you were going to play. Because we also have that one too. Let's hear it. This one's really fun and hype. All right, let's see. I can't even read out loud. Oh God. Oh God.
Immigrants worldwide.
Hell yeah.
Dale, Snow.
Arriba las mexicanas, traigo encima una dominicana. I said God bless Latinas, we're my centroamericanas. La chingadera se acaba, no se espera pa' nada. And if anyone in my way, then I know I got to hit in la cara. Better give me a little more room, this ain't shit you do over Zoom. If you gonna call on community, then bitch you better commute. Don't tell me what I need to do, dime que chingados haces tú. Dime where the fuck is we meeting at and bring my zoot suit. And we gon' bring these bitches a riot, take the shit to the calles. No querían un desmadre, well then I suggest you don't try it. I suggest you don't try it. Basta ya de los fraudes. Find the person who got it, so this turn their face to a baile. Basta ya, basta ya. Get the fuck up out my face, basta ya, basta ya.
Yeah, this is. I'll definitely have to play this. Thanks.
Make America great, more like make America hate their neighbors. They ain't got no shame, they ripping mamas from the babies. Talking about my people, saying we murder, rape, and abuse. And projecting all that propaganda, Epstein files with the proof. Fake news, pedos in blue suits, devils in the pews. Lame fools, we don't fuck with them. Nikki Oye too. Time to get less bigoted, time to get woke, wake up, no ignorance. I'm stay back, stay up, stay killing it. Yeah, I'm a proud son of 2 immigrants. Basta ya, basta ya.
Chingo la migra, yeah. Fuck yeah.
Patrol got a new bag, same Ku Klux wearing new mask. Put the BPD and ICE, turn by Tel Aviv in the ICU. Cameras on, fool, yeah, we see you. It's all connected, they ain't telling you. Now the CIA overthrowing who? Put a puppet president on pedestal. See, vienen por me for speaking the truth, they proving a point. The land of the free was never for you or me to enjoy. Solo existe América, por la vida se robaron. No aguantaría ni un día sin mexicanos. The revolution will be Twitch stream. All our cities on the front line. And sing your man what you live for when it comes time. Our energy, our legacy, our bodies, our autonomy. To the biggest making policies. Get the fuck up out of our faces.
Damn right, okay. There we go. Gus, yeah. Ooh. We got some breaking news after this. Fuck.
Bong, bing, 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 bong, bong, bing, 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 bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
I haven't heard this one.
Bing, bong, bong, bing, 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 bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, bong,
let's indict the motherfucker.
Let's indict breaking news. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, the old days, bing, bong, you know, with the map, bing, 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 little mouth on him.
We just
bing,
got a hype
bing,
train, that's why.
bing, 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 bing.
But when they indicted me, and then again, and again, and again, I was never indicted. Now I'm setting records. Al Capone was not indicted so much. If you looked at Al Capone in the wrong way.
Snow is super outspoken on politics too. Awesome, yeah. Put him in the Discord.
He was not indicted like me. They had a weightlifting deal. There's one young woman. She was so proud of it. They put a quarter of an ounce on each side of the thing. Then this guy who recently transitioned. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing. 6 o'clock. I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you? We will immediately stop all of the pillaging and theft. Very simply, if you rob a store, you can fully expect to be shot as you are leaving that store. Shot, 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 shot. You deserve a little entertainment.
Okay, this is pretty
They have
funny.
a problem. Everybody wants it. They're screaming, dance, dance. Bing. My wife, the first lady, hates when I do this. She said, it's not presidential. I said, yeah, but people like it. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you? You don't hear about the American dream anymore, do you? You used to hear the American dream. The American dream, there's no American dream with
They're making new album mixtape on live stream too. Wow.
I mean, the guy can't find his way off of the stage. Look, here's the stage. And this guy gets up. Where am I? What a loser. They said, sir, please don't say that.
You're the
sounds
loser,
too obnoxious. I said, I don't mind being obnoxious. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you?
Yeah, I'm glad you sent that to me. I have not heard that before. All right, the breaking news. This is great news. Maddie, get ready. Chat, get ready. Oh, great.
All right, y'all, we got some absolutely massive, major red alert type breaking news here. I mean, this is an emergency for democracy if I've ever seen an emergency for democracy. So, Mark Elias of Democracy Docket.
Yep, he's the guy kind of fighting this stuff in the courts. We've talked about him.
Says, breaking, the Supreme Court has allowed President Donald Trump's sweeping attack on mail voting to go forward, bolstering his long-running effort to restrict voting access ahead of the
Holy shit. That's really bad.
2026 midterm elections. So the New York Times also reported on this, and the gist of the decision is that
what the fuck?
They're allowing a lot of Trump's executive order blocking mail-in voting. They're allowing it to go into effect. And I mean, stop and think about how ridiculous this is. But the point they make, and I'm not kidding about this, it sounds like I'm joking. I'm not joking. The point they make is, oh, you haven't been hurt by this executive order yet, so you don't really have standing to be in court to sue over this. So in other words, Trump has to actually, steal the election for you to get the damages to then go in front of the court for them to maybe make a different decision.
What the hell?
Nobody actually had their
Do you see the mental gymnastics this court does to get him to basically be like, yeah, do it, steal the election. We don't care. Just fucking go. Do it. It's literally happening, guys. What the hell? This is the mental gymnastics they're doing, right? These are like the legalese that they're pulling off, right? Now, if this were a Democrat, do you think they'd be giving them that much deference?
Oh, hell no.
They wouldn't do that.
Restricted.
They fucking gay wedding cake and had zero standing. Well said, right? Thank you, Maddie. You're keeping tabs. Exactly. But for the gay wedding thing, oh yeah, no. The damages, what damages? No, we're going to expedite that as quickly as possible. Right? So don't be fooled by this, guys. This is what they do. Thank you. Well frickin' said.
Yet, they're just saying that they're going to restrict votes, and they're just crafting the policy to restrict votes. But since it hasn't happened yet, therefore, y'all gonna have to fucking deal with that. So I've never seen anything in my life this overtly dishonest. I have to be honest with you guys. I genuinely thought that this executive order attempt from Trump was so desperate, and I thought, even with this very right-wing court, there's really no chance that they could let this stand as it is, because it's just so hackish.
They did.
There's just no shot. Well, it turns out they really went that low. And they said, yeah, you can go through with this executive order which blocks mail-in voting. So let me give you some more specifics here. Yashar Ali says, the Supreme Court has allowed the Trump administration to move forward for now with major parts of his election executive order. By the way, can everybody get on board with my framing on this now? Can everybody start referring to this as a regime? Are you not convinced yet that this is a regime? This is not
anybody saying otherwise.
This is not like a normal government. Like we're talking about a criminal regime here. He says his order includes a plan that would require states to provide voter lists to the federal government and directs the United States Postal Service not to transmit mail-in ballots from voters who are not on the required list. So what they're doing here is they're illegally federalizing elections. The way elections...
Yeah. Well said. Right? Because elections are supposed to be done on a county level, on a state level. That's what they've said. Guys, they just said, like, they're doing double standards here, right? They just said that the VRA, the Voting Rights Act, doesn't apply in these cases because it's states' rights. And then when states' rights are actually an issue, here they are literally doing the opposite, right? They're federalizing elections. Let that sink in. Lie, cheat, and steal, kill. Why? And anybody telling you this is why voting, like, they wouldn't be doing this if they knew that the vote or like voting in general didn't matter, right? I guarantee you guys, they know it matters. This is why they're doing it.
Work under our Constitution is the state's duty.
Right. Now, we can argue about electoralism and all that. Absolutely, right? That's not what I'm arguing here. My point is, they wouldn't be this hardcore about all these things they're doing if voting had no reason at all, right? If there was no reason that they would ever be worried about this shit, right?
Elections. And that's why it's very hard for somebody to steal an election.
It's been going on since Shelby County. Well said.
Right? But he's
right. But here they are literally like a few months ago, right? When we were all watching the VRA ruling at the Supreme Court, they said you can't do that because essentially states' rights, right? That was one of their basically their main ideas behind it, right? Okay, well, why did they strike down a few years ago Section 2 as well, right? The map drawing of like especially traditionally racist sections of the South. Why did they do that? Because they said things have changed. You can't just like do that because states are different now and states, right? Another argument towards that. But now here is a clear-cut example of states' rights and they choose not to enforce it. Let that sink in, guys.
Trying to federalize the election system, and the Supreme Court is basically letting him do it. I mean, this is ludicrous. The USPS part of his order remains blocked by another injunction. It also directs the federal government to create its own lists of confirmed U.S. citizens. Gee, I wonder who they're going to take off the list. I wonder if they're just going to go after black-sounding names and Hispanic-sounding names and names that sound like they belong to Democrats. I wonder if they're going to do this thing that they've always done called ballot purging and ballot spoiling, where they specifically try to allow Republicans to vote and stop Democrats from voting. Gee, I can't figure it out. Lists the government acknowledges may be incomplete while threatening possible federal investigations or prosecutions of state election officials who disregard them. The Supreme Court did not rule that Trump's order is legal. It ruled that the states challenging it sued too early. The legal fight continues. So, of course, Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson dissented, and, you know, they're pointing out all the same stuff that we're pointing out. I mean, this is out of this world. Dean Obadala says, Trump's post office declares that they will not deliver ballots to people by mail, even in 8 states with all mail-in ballots, unless they comply with what Trump is demanding. Trump is now using the post office as a political weapon to rig elections. The coup has started. Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you it's a 5-alarm fire, I mean it. When I tell you this is a red alert, I mean it. When I tell you this is an emergency, I mean it. This is astonishing. So point number 1, there should be protests outside of the Supreme Court in perpetuity starting right now. Like, you should have tens of thousands of people right outside of the Supreme Court right now. By the way, I'll go a step further. I'm a believer in peaceful protest, but I think you should peacefully protest at the houses of the conservative Supreme Court justices. They should not be able to go anywhere without being reminded that they are ending democracy, that they are tyrants, that they are helping a dictator, a wannabe dictator, okay? That they are flagrantly disregarding the Constitution and U.S. law. They should be protested anywhere and everywhere. They should not be able to go anywhere without people peacefully protesting directly in their face, okay? So that's one of the points right there. The other point is, bro, everybody's got you got to get out there and vote. I mean, we really need every single liberal, leftist, Democrat, independent, everybody with a fucking conscience needs to go out there and vote on election day. Okay? Understand that the end result, they're already sort of achieving what they wanted to achieve. The end result being, this is going to depress turnout to one extent or another. But the fact of the matter is,
that's what they always do, depress turnout.
Would have tried to be this bold and try to do this obviously illegal thing unless they knew.
Sorry, guys, my dog had to go out.
The blue wave was going to be so catastrophic and so over the top that they feel like even with this rigging attempt, it's maybe going to mitigate just how much Democrats win by, right? Like if Democrats were going to win by 16 points, they just made it so Democrats win by 12 points with this move. But everybody needs to get out there and everybody needs to vote. And we need to be as aggressive as humanly possible in getting out there. Because they're literally, if voting didn't matter, they wouldn't be trying to take it away like.
Yeah, exactly. And this is like the argument that you hear a lot from people. And it's just like, well, why would they, right?
Like this, so
it's so stupid.
Right?
Like I never really bought that, right?
Like if it didn't matter, they wouldn't be doing this. So it does matter. You know, people debate.
Right. Now, is it like the end all be all to everything? Absolutely not, right? You still have to put pressure on from the workplace, unions, right? Cooperatives have to pressure the political system to do the change that actually is required, right? It's a combination of factors, just like everything in life, right? Not everything is so cut and dry, guys. But to be like none of it matters is a bit disingenuous as well, right? Is very disingenuous. I agree. Yeah.
Exactly how much or whatever, but this is so over the top. This is so egregious. This is so insane.
Yeah.
Every single conservative justice should be fucking ashamed of themselves.
Yeah.
They are pissing and shitting on whatever remains of our democracy. This is grotesque. This is unconscionable. They shouldn't be able to sleep at night. They should not be able to sleep at night knowing what they just fucking did to this country. This is a disgrace. Normally I could come out here and try to steel man a decision by the Supreme Court. There is no steel manning.
There's no steel manning
because what they're doing is a brazen power play. What they're doing is desperately trying to allow Trump to rig the election, to hold on to power and keep the Democratic wave suppressed. By the way, Democrats, wakey, do you not see how existential this is yet?
Yeah,
you're
not going to be a party. Like,
now
what
they
the
literally
fuck?
just greenlit a coup. They just greenlit Donald Trump fucking blocking mail-in voting, which is preposterous. Donald Trump himself votes by mail. He votes by mail. But you can't vote by mail because the real reason, it's got nothing to do with mail-in voting
so
other
bad
than
right now, guys.
more Democrats vote by mail. But the real purpose
so
is to federalize the elections. Federalize the elections, get lists of approved voters, and try to ballot spoil and ballot purge and get rid of as many Democrats.
Yeah, this is so fucked up. Meanwhile, my local union have turned into little bitches and bending over for data centers and Coke and the Koch brothers. Yeah. And unions aren't perfect either, right? This is another thing is for some reason, everybody thinks unions are perfect, right? I think there is a better solution to unions, right? Co-ops. And even there, it's like we could do some improvements, right? I don't have like all the answers. And I think anybody telling you that they have every single answer to our solutions is kind of being disingenuous, right? A lot of these things are going to require just a lot of work, right? And to be like unions are always the perfect solution to everything is full of shit. I just don't agree, right? Because there are plenty of examples like that. Well said.
Democrats' names as
Wait,
possible.
what did Lucy say? Okay, I agree because this is a swooner. God damn it. What Cheshire Cat was saying earlier, yeah. We still have a water treaty that governs our border on the West Coast coming up. That is going to go bad. Yeah, right? And this is all just going to be compounded. The solution is collective action by Democrats and progressives. Well said. Yeah. You can't just rely on one thing, right? It has to be collectively done.
That's what's happening here. Fucking unbelievable, man. Just, I am so disgusted. I'm so grossed out.
Yeah,
I mean, I
I'm
thought I
pissed
was
too.
done for the day. But no, they decided to dump another fucking horror show on us and did it immediately. So this should be a real wake-up call to anybody and everybody that pays attention to politics. I mean, this is up there with, like, some of the worst decisions we've ever fucking seen. And I don't know, man. Like, what has to happen? Is it like, do they have to move on election day and say, oh, look, you know, hey, they used this election rigging executive order to rig the election, and then is the Supreme Court going to look at it and go, oh, you can't do that, you have to stop? I mean, what in the nitpicking ass bullshit?
Well, this is what they did with Bush v. Gore. Right? They basically said, you changed the way that you tallied the vote, and therefore you can't do that. Therefore, stop the count, start the steal, right? And they did it successfully. Ally in HD, welcome back. Good to see you again. Oh my God. I always distrusted Roberts since his confirmation hearings. I fucking hate Roberts, Maddie. I'm so glad you understand, because I mean, this has been, I remember when I was a kid, I watched his confirmation hearings, and some of the stuff he was saying when I was a kid and I knew nothing about politics was like, ooh, right? And now that he's confirmed, I mean, give me Harriet Miers any day. The closet cleaning lady, right? Give me her any day at this point. I would have preferred Harriet Miers. Remember her? Oh my God. The cleaning lady. It wasn't even that. Oh my God. The split second Bush was ahead. The votes he immediately sued to win. Yeah, like, but what I'm saying is like, that was their rationale at the Supreme Court, that Scalia especially, right, was the one who said, he said, like, you changed the way you tallied the vote with the hanging Chad stuff, and oh my, it's just such a mess. Like, these people will cheat and lie on everything, right? The Brooks Brothers riot, right? And SCOTUS basically ruled, well, it's time up anyway. Yeah, exactly, because, Maddie, you know, we've never had an election that takes a month to count anything, right? Oh, wait. Every election since, like, 1796 to, like, up until recently has took months to get the actual results. What the fuck are you smoking, Scalia, right? That's literally what Scalia said. That was the cope that Scalia said. He said, we were the laughingstock of the international community. First of all, they don't care about the international community. Laugh out loud. Because we took over a month to get a vote out and to see who was going to become president. Except that's literally been our system for like over 100 years, right? It makes no sense. I've been lurking and cleaning. Damn right. Get back to work, piggy.
Nonsense. I mean, clearly they are just trying to help Trump. They want to let Trump interfere with mail-in voting. They want to let him purge and spoil the ballots that are Democratic ballots. And Trump, the same guy who he tried to steal the election in 2020. He did the fake elector slate. Jack Smith had him dead to rights, and Jack Smith says he would have been locked up if I got to finish my fucking job. And here we are, they're just letting the criminal do criminal shit. This country, we are in dire straits in this country, man. We are in dire straits. And we can't let it happen. The people need to rise up. The people absolutely need to rise up.
Yeah, one of the silver linings of all this is that I don't have to hear Thomas declare all that they're strict originalists. Yeah, or yeah, originalists my ass, right? They're not. Come on.
This is completely.
We always knew that.
And utterly unacceptable.
It's why. Like, I remember I tuned into Pisco's stream, right? And he was just giving so much deference to the Supreme Court and even he didn't buy it. And I'm like, so then why are you giving them so much deference? You know they're not originalists. You know they don't actually fucking believe in any of this. And this was like last year I tuned in, right? But this honestly just, it really pissed me off because I was like, what are you doing? Right? Like you're a pretty big streamer. You could be talking about this stuff in a more efficient way. And you're like definitely a lawyer, so you know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? You know that this originalism argument is bullshit, right? And a few of his audience didn't understand that. So I was like, yeah, I think it's important to educate your audience on the facts that they were never originalists to begin with, right? Or constitutional originalism, judging via a Ouija board.
Acceptable.
Where's that giant asteroid, guys?
But there's good news. A massive asteroid might hit the Earth. NASA calculated a 3.1% chance of impact. Now, that is the highest ever recorded.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Canada long feared the chaos of U.S. politics. Yeah, we talked about this concept, especially there was one reason they didn't never join the U.S. Not just they don't believe, they just have to find one super random white dude from 570 AD who vaguely references something. Then they can use that to hang their entire judicial bullshit on. Okay, you get the prize for making me laugh the most. It's 3 streams in a row now, guys. Somebody's made me like hilariously chuckle. It's exactly it, right? It's like the most like Ouija board type, like voodoo type political philosophy, judicial philosophy ever, right? They just find somebody from like like Roman times. Someone you've barely heard about. And they're just like, I told you, originalism is the way to go. Voodoo economics, voodoo. That's a good one. Okay, we'll coin that. TM. I don't believe in trademark law, but let's get that one. Let's get that one. We're patenting that one. That's gonna be used on the stream from now on. Voodoo adjudicating. Like asking the magic 8-ball. I mean, it really is, right? They just they use this legalese, this voodoo adjudicating system, right? To just twist the law into whatever it is they actually want to get done. There's no actual ideology or judicial principles that they're trying to apply, right? And I think this one just shows it. I mean, there've been a lot of times that they've shown their hands. This is just the ultimate version of it, right? Give that chatter a cookie. Yeah, I'm working on a system where if you guys do something really funny, or I probably will work on it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but you get a special accommodation or a reward or something. I got to figure out how to do it. So there you go. 3 of you have already earned that. Thank you very much. You genuinely made me chuckle. And not just chuckle, laugh out loud. That was very clever. Who was it? Sweet Chewy yesterday? Literally made me die on the floor laughing. Remember that? You too, me and you too. My St. Thomas Aquinas card beats your Cicero water card. I'm literally Raffle. I'm the Rafflecopter right now, guys. You've heard of the hip hop helicopter. Now I'm the Rafflecopter. Oh, that's so funny. I loved it. Thank you so much for that. I needed that, especially after this depressing news, right, guys? Like, honestly, if there's something to piss me off, like to really boil my blood, I've noticed, especially since college, it's this shitty Supreme Court. This shitty Supreme Court has pissed me off so many times that I like can remember the fact, like I can remember each occasion that they like actually like completely boiled my blood. Yeah. So I especially needed that Rafflecopter. Thank you, Maddie. Cheshire Cat. Maybe it'll be asked me later. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to do that. It's gonna be like a system I work on, right? In case anyone doesn't know, I normally take Wednesdays and Thursdays off to like work on the back end of the stream, so we have more stuff to like enjoy together and stuff, right? So like just fix bugs and shit. So that's often what I'm doing. So if you don't see me streaming those days, don't be totally shocked. That's what I'm doing. I'm just working on like code, and like I'm working on a new system to keep track of like breaking news too. So that's gonna be fun. I'm working on like a hype train generator. I'm working on like a DJ thing where we want to play music. It gets automatically added, right? Stuff like that. But I have a lot going on right now. The Gloggybond game that I've been working on too. Oh, I thought she had a black eye. No, I know. All right. Next, there is an announcement from Zoran. This just dropped.
I'm standing under the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway. It's nearly 70 years old, and it's long past its shelf life. While it's still safe to drive on, for now, we can't wait any longer. We're done kicking the can down the road. That's why we're announcing a plan to repair the city-owned section of the BQE, known as BQE Central. Before we talk about how we're fixing the BQE, let's talk about how we got here. The BQE was built by New York's most famous, or infamous, urban planner, Robert Moses. It was part of his grand vision of building highways across New York City for a population that more and more wanted to drive their own cars. But Robert Moses is another video entirely. When he finished the BQE Central in 1954, it was only designed to handle around 50,000 car trips a day and last for 50 years. But here we are, 70 years later, with more than 130,000 vehicles driving on it daily, including 13,000 heavy trucks. You do the math. This isn't a new problem. For decades, prior administrations have been trying to figure out a way to address the urgently needed repairs of the BQE.
Mayor de Blasio has formed a new panel to evaluate options to replace the BQE. Mayor Adams unveiling a new vision for a reimagined Brooklyn-Queens Expressway.
Every year we don't do something about the BQE, it costs the city $160 million. But all we have to show for it is this. So here's the plan. We're going to repair the 1.5 miles of BQE Central, which is the only part of the highway actually controlled by
the way, this whole problem with the BQE, right? I'm not from New York, so I don't know a lot about it. Reminds me of another thing here in my city that we got rid of, thankfully. And Congressman Tip O'Neill, who was the Speaker of the House, really advocated for, right? And he got passed. If you're familiar with the Big Dig, this was what he advocated for, right? Because Boston was one of the most congested cities in the entire country, besides probably New York, right? Even more so, apparently. And what did they do? They took this whole thing that they had, just much like the BQE, and they basically shrunk it, like they sunk it underground, right? And that's why it's called the Big Dig. And then on top of that, they stripped all like the overpasses and stuff. And what did they do? They built parks, right? They're still streets, but they're parks as well. So yeah, I think this is really needed. And honestly, without the Big Dig, I think like Boston would be in a much worse place. So this is something that's sorely lacking, that needs like serious attention in New York, right? because these kind of infrastructure projects not only generate a lot of economic growth, but they help the local economies tremendously, right? And I think like this just kind of shows you like there weren't enough, like your representatives in New York were not advocating for the right things, right? Because if we got that back in the 80s with Tip O'Neill, why didn't you guys get this as well, right? Right, and that's why, like, if you drive through the tunnel, it's called the Tip O'Neill Tunnel for that reason alone, right? Congressman Tip O'Neill, he was a famous New Dealer, right? He was in Congress for a long time, right? Very much a New Dealer type Democrat, right?
City. We'll fix the aging concrete and triple cantilever section that's most in need of repair.
Very similar.
We'll build a temporary road for traffic, which avoids sending tens of thousands of cars and trucks.
It's very
into
similar to the Green Monster, right? That's what they called it. I remember when I was a kid, I drove by it and I was like, this is so ugly. It reminds me a lot of this. Like this huge overpass system. It was a nightmare. Like traffic took forever. I remember we got stuck here once and I was like, right? But not here in New York, I'm saying in Boston, right? So like, this is what I mean. Like these kind of infrastructure projects in these like very, very populated cities could easily do a lot of really good things, but they just don't want to fund them, right?
Streets and keeps the highway operable during construction. This will extend the life of the BQE for another 40 years. This plan allows us to safely fix the current problem without slowing our city down and wasting decades more waiting while the BQE continues to get worse. This won't be easy, won't be quick, but we're done waiting on one of the city's most severe infrastructure issues. Let's get to work.
Yeah. There's actually, we probably will end up watching this, but it's a very interesting micro example about politics, infrastructure, what else? Local politics, obviously federal politics. It's a bunch of topics all into one. The WGBH did a really interesting deep dive on this project itself in Boston, right? And can you just imagine if New York had something like this, right? Hold on. Yeah. It's a very long series. We might end up watching it, but it's a very interesting deep dive into this kind of like federal, local, statewide, and like the intersection between like funding, infrastructure, and like who holds power in the government. It's a very interesting topic, right? It's why it's so long, but this very much goes along with that, right? New York just didn't have the right people advocating for these kind of things.
Promised to keep Boston open for business during the entire 15 years of construction. So
that didn't really happen. But yeah, this is a piece by GBH, right? WGBH, on this whole thing, and like the central artery and stuff. So yeah, one day we will probably watch it. But I ended up watching the whole thing. This came out 2 years ago. There you go. That's why I watched it. And it ends up being like an important lesson in this stuff, right? That politics is very local. It's about who's in power. It's about who's advocating for this stuff. And yeah, not all states have the kind of right people being their representatives. Look at Hakeem Jeffries, right? All right, now we're going to learn about this candidate who took Eric Swalwell's seat, right? Because he resigned Congress, that creeper. And she seemed pretty good. Don't forget that Brexit was a Russian cyber. Yeah, well said too, right? Like that whole idea, it was to weaken Britain, right? And look, 10 years later, yeah, Britain is significantly weaker off, right? It's right, and they're. What's crazy is that like the vote was so close, and people are still doubling down on that, right? I get scared. Although now, like the polls are shifting the other way. Maybe they should. But it's too late, right? Because you can't have a member of like Britain constantly leaving and joining, right? It does create problems. I get scared when I see Canada on your screen. Not gonna lie, I think, oh no, breaking news. Yeah, well, you should. Putin was building his cyber warfare apparatus since the last 2000s. Yeah, well, and remember, where does Putin come from? That KGB background, right? So he knows how to like manipulate people and brainwash them and do the proper he knows that it's a very slow process, right? And that's what he's successfully done in all throughout the world, right? He's doing multiple operations. Maddie, we uncovered a few months ago, I don't think you were here that day, but we uncovered something about how Russia was using its citizens to move to Brazil and claim they were Germans, get Brazilian passports made for them, so then they could go abroad and spy and do espionage and do exactly what you just said, right? Cyber warfare type operations against other nation states, including the EU, the United States, right? Mexico was on that list, all using Brazil as like a proxy. And you're like, Brazil? Yeah, because if you understand the concept that Brazil is actually quite a diverse country, and it would be very easy for a country like Russia to forge passports and birth certificates, or just like look up birth certificates and kind of like change them around a little bit of people who have like German last names. There you go. They're not Russian guys, they're German. And there you go. No one's the wiser, because there is a large diaspora in Brazil that is German, right? And even Rigel was like, I didn't know that they came before World War I, right? And it's like, yeah, they did. Like a lot of people don't know that, but they did. With small elections, then Scottish independence referendum, then Brexit, Eastern European elections, then 2016. Yeah, that's like the timeline to all this stuff, right? That's crazy. Sucks. A brand new car, potholes, infrastructure. Have you read Timothy Snyder? Yes, I have. You'd think they'd pick Argentina for Eastern Europe sounding names. That too. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, right? But Argentina's on that list too, because they have very open policies too when it comes to immigration as well. But yeah, no. Oh, Gus, did you see the 3 Gus coming out of the sewer? Please send it to me. I got to see that. Or maybe I'll look it up. The 3 Gus coming out of the sewer. I didn't know there were 3 of me. There's 3 Gus's. It's more of a post-World War II going to Argentina joke. Yeah, honestly, that's bull crap too, because I have a pretty authoritative source, right? When it comes to like Argentine immigration and stuff, especially to South America, and like it tracks all that stuff to a T. You can look at the actual records of the immigrants arriving to Buenos Aires, right? The giant port city there. And most of them arrived before World War II. It was the Nazis arriving after World War II, obviously, right? But that's why also Argentina has a huge German diaspora, right? But Brazil has a huge one too, right? It's like there are parts of Brazil, we talked about this, right? Yeah. where you're like, wait, what? This is Germany, right? Nope. This is Brazil, guys. This is Brazil. Right? And by the way, the same thing in Argentina. Right? We have a chatter from Argentina. She'll tell you the same thing. Literally the same thing, right? Why? It's because the diaspora came it came earlier than a lot of people expected, right? But yeah, there were a lot of Nazis as well, but they nowhere near the amount before World War I. So, or at that time period, right? Rigel, you also looked this up and you found that out. That was pretty crazy, right, dog? Yeah, look at this, right? You'd be like, wow, this is this looks like Germany. Nope. Isn't it funny to see that there are places that look more like Germany used to look like than Germany itself? Right? Yeah, I don't know too many places in Germany with tropical trees. Rigel, tell us where they are. Yeah, it's pretty funny. But yeah, Russia's very good at that stuff, Maddie. No idea what you're saying. Lived down there about me. And the Confederates tried to move down there. Yep, we covered that too. We cover a lot of stuff on here, Maddie. Damn, you know a lot. You know your shit. Good for you, girl. Gus here. Okay, thank you. The people coming out of. So there are apparently 3 Gus's coming out of a sewer. Is that what you're saying, Cheshire Cat? I didn't know somebody cloned me, girl. Yeah, the first wave was before 1900. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go, man. Yep. There we go. Was before. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that, but if you look at the actual, like, this is why primary sources are so important too, right? Again, I have the book. I keep forgetting to pull it out, but the book breaks down all that stuff to South America, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, I think Chile as well, and to a lesser degree, Peru. It pulls from like actual documents of that time period, which was interesting, right? Blue Men Band, the underground version. Yeah, the Secret Service got tropical trees made out metal in Berlin. Guys, one is enough. Yeah. Not Gus's. Guts. You said Gus. I thought you had cloned me or somebody had cloned me. God. You had one job, girl. You didn't do it. All right, let's go.
Now to a deepening mystery here in New York City. Police are investigating new video of 3 people emerging from a sewer in New York City. It's just the latest in a series of similar and disturbing incidents in recent weeks. Here's ABC's Morgan Norwood.
Tonight, the NYPD investigating this new video showing 3 people climbing out of a Manhattan manhole in the middle of the night. Wow. One by one, some in all black, wearing waders and headlamps, emerging to the street just feet from Penn Station in Madison Square Garden. It's the latest in a string of bizarre incidents in the belly of New York. This group, oddly similar to the ones police were trying to identify weeks ago. Seen here, also wearing waders, carrying flashlights, and prying open a manhole, then slipping into...
They don't look homeless to me. I would assume they're homeless, but they don't look homeless to me. Why are they wearing these, like, jackets and stuff, right?
...to the sewer. In another incident, authorities investigating 7 men, also with headlamps and shovels, spawning from the sewer system in Brooklyn. One guy almost gets hit by a car. Police think these groups are hunting for valuables. The city's Department of Environmental Protection says it inspected the sewers around this latest incident and found no damage to the infrastructure.
And Lindsay, officials stress that entering the sewer system is not only extremely dangerous, but it's also illegal. Lindsay?
And unnerving. Morgan, thank you.
Some weirdness. Yeah, this is interesting. Why are they doing that, right? Huh. Gases?
We turn now to that mystery under the streets of New York City after video captured 3 people in headlamps and rubber overalls.
Yeah, like, I don't think if you're homeless, right? I would think, oh, maybe they're homeless. They're just trying to get to a place that's warm, right? Aren't sewers warm? I think. I don't know enough about them, to be honest. I think it depends, right? Yeah, no, I don't think they're homeless, guys.
From a manhole in the overnight hours. This is at least the 3rd such sighting, and police cannot fully explain.
Maybe they're the rat men. Remember that from Batman?
Our Tom
I give up. I lost their fucking minds.
Hansen
Oh well.
is looking into things.
It's part mystery, part urban myth. 3 men seen emerging from New York City's subterranean sewer near the popular and busy Penn Station. This video was taken last Tuesday just after 4 o'clock in the morning. You could see, one by one, 3 men dressed in overalls and headlamps emerging from underground. The 3rd man replaces the manhole cover and is then seen covering his face as he quickly walks away.
Urban exploring involves invading private property, so there's probably a strong likelihood that that's what it is. It's an adventure.
The NYPD says it's aware of the video, and an inspection of the sewer system did not show any structural damage.
If it was nefarious, whatever was left behind in the sewer would be the risk. And we've already checked the sewers and nobody's found anything to worry about.
We're standing right where this happened in the heart of Manhattan, just steps away from the busy Madison Square Garden. And when you look around this area, there are dozens of security cameras on this block alone that could have captured this brazen act. This isn't the first time groups of people have been recorded entering the city's sewer system. In May, this video shows 3 people similarly dressed.
I am the great Cornholio. Manholio?
Prying open a manhole cover and one by one stepping down into the sewer. Manhole covers protect and limit access to the sewer system, which can be extremely dangerous. In May, a woman died after she fell into an uncovered New York City manhole. There are 7,500 miles of sewers running underneath New York City, which handles more than 1 billion gallons of wastewater every day.
They may have planned no harm to anyone, but they have broken the law.
And Tony, the NYPD says they are still actively investigating this, and the City Environmental Protection Department called this both illegal and extremely dangerous, going on to say there are potentially deadly gases, unstable surfaces, and other hazards in the city's massive sewer system, Tony.
Tom, thank you.
TP for my bunghole!
I need TP for my bumhole. I'm glad you got the reference. Oh my god, it's so stupid. All right, now moving on to, I told you, she took Eric Swalwell's seat because he resigned Congress, and she seems giga-based, so let's learn more about her.
In California, progressive Democratic State Senator Aisha Wahab has made history by winning a special election to fill the congressional seat vacated by disgraced Representative Eric Swalwell, who resigned amid sexual misconduct claims. Wahab becomes...
And now he's being investigated by the FBI. But, you know, of course they're investigating him because Democrat, right? Not Trump and all the shit that he did.
The first Afghan-American
on the Epstein class. No.
Elected to Congress representing eastern parts of the San Francisco Bay Area. In 2018, she also became the first Afghan-American elected to public office in the United States. During Wahab's congressional campaign, groups affiliated with AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, spent over $6 million to support her rival, Melissa Hernandez. Aisha Wahab joins us now. Welcome to Democracy.
People demand the face? What is going on with my camera? I'm so sorry, guys. It keeps shutting down. I think I gotta fix the little port on it. Is that good? Yeah, it's working.
See now, Aisha, you won the primary pretty easily earlier this year, and during this special election, between then and the special election, groups affiliated with AIPAC spent over $6 million to defeat you. Talk about the significance of this victory and how you did it.
Well, I just want to appreciate my team and the district for really seeing through it. My district is a decently well-educated district.
You too, Blue Room.
They knew that my record is very, very clear versus the lies that were spread by AIPAC. And I do want to highlight the fact that the millions of dollars in this district compared to many other districts. For example, we don't have a big city. We don't have an Oakland. We don't have a San Jose or San Francisco. And San Francisco is barely touching $3 million of outside spending. We were pushing over $9.4 million, right? And still counting. We'll see the final numbers, but it did significant damage when there's in a single.
Even Blue Room now. Oh. Yeah. See, we want to stare.
A month, nearly $6+ million being
break.
spread to spread lies. And I'm
breaking the camera on purpose.
That the Chronicle actually stated that a lot of the ads were misleading and were lies.
And Aisha, it wasn't just AIPAC that was a special interest group that was working against you. You also pushed for a bill that would outlaw caste discrimination when you were
That's
in
awesome.
the state Senate, and you pushed for this law. In 2023, it ended up being vetoed by Gavin Newsom. But during that time, you faced a lot of death threats and violent threats. And how did you deal with that? And talk about what you were pushing for and what that interest group was.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah, so there was a bill that I pushed called to ban caste discrimination, which is practiced in some cultures where you could never educate yourself enough to get out of the caste, right? It's literally a 3,000-year-old slavery model that still exists today. And there were a lot of people that were opposed to it. They will never say why they were completely opposed to it. They pretend that caste does not exist. But the fact that we had the Senate have to pay for a bulletproof vest for me because of the amount of death threats that I received, rape threats, just a lot of weird
crazy.
things. It was important for me to carry the bill all the way through because it was the right thing to do. It basically said that in California, let alone in the United States, discrimination of any kind is bad. And I wanted to ensure that all people in my district felt seen, felt heard, and felt protected.
Aisha Wahab, you're the first Muslim and first Afghan-American woman in the state Senate, and you'd be the first Afghan-American in Congress. We're now, coming up on 25 years since the invasion of Afghanistan, and 5 years since the Taliban took power. Your thoughts on, the significance of your trajectory and what is happening in Afghanistan?
Wrote 'em.
Yeah, I'm an American through and through, born in New York, raised by Uncle Sam in the foster care system. And as an Afghan American, someone who is proud of my culture and heritage, it's disappointing to see what is happening in Afghanistan, where they are blocking women and children from going to school, really living their lives. I think that that's going to be a disaster to come for Afghanistan, let alone the fact that the United States needs to practice diplomacy, and regardless of which group is in power, we should be exercising diplomacy and having a relationship, hopefully even kind of steering them in the right direction when it comes to human rights, women's rights, and just civil rights across the board. Afghanistan is a landlocked nation. It is surrounded by interested parties. They have unlimited amount of resources that the United States needs to, at least partner with, to have contracts with. And Afghanistan also needs other allies, and we have not really exercised that. There are a lot of different warlord groups that want power that are not the Taliban, too. And I think that each of them are deeply, deeply failed and misguided in the sense that they are not doing what's right for the country. They are doing what's right for themselves. And we have seen, even under the support of the United States, that these warlord groups literally rape the country.
And Aisha Wahab, last question. You just have 30 seconds. You talked about growing up in the foster care system. How has that informed your policy priorities, and what is the message you'll be taking to Congress?
Definitely. Our entire campaign was about unity and supporting the most vulnerable community member. Growing up in the foster care system, going to church, living with different types of people, hearing different languages, I realized that at the end of the day, everyone wants stability, everyone wants peace, a thriving future, and to live the American dream.
You just have 5
and
seconds,
I embody
Aisha. I'm
that.
so sorry.
I want to be able to do that.
Thank you
No
so
worries.
much. Congressman-elect Aisha Wahab won a special election in California, and that does it for today's show. Happy birthday, Julie Crosby.
Wow, that was
I'm Anjali
quick.
Kamath. Thank you for joining us for another edition of Democracy Now!
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org.
All right. I like that one. Whose is that? Screms? How do you say her name? Screms? Like cream? If I see like a new like emote that I haven't seen, what I do is Screams. Wow, she has a lot of followers. 28,000 followers. Okay. Yeah, her emotes are pretty good. Wow. I might have to use as a template or something, right? As a source of inspiration. The emotes are amazing. I've got gifted them a few times. Oh, so you know who she is? Yeah, I mean, well, she's pretty popular, it looks. Screams. Do you watch her, Lucy, or is that why you got, or you just got gifted them? That's crazy. Yeah, they're really nice. The Little Kisses one, that one's pretty, that one's coot. Yeah. I feel like you could also do something with the hearts, something like that with Gloggy. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, you do? Okay. All right. Hope you sleep well next time. Night, night. McKay. Y'all have a good one. All right. Take care, buddy. I don't really watch gamers, though. Gotcha. Is she like a gamer? It looks like she kind of does gaming, right? Does she do gaming? Oh, I gotta pull up her thing again. Yeah, it looks like she does gaming. So it's not like politics or anything. Later, Gus. Talk to you soon, brother. Yeah, hit me up with the DMs so we can get that shit ready. She's interactive. Oh, okay. But yeah. Yeah, a lot of gamers are like, I don't know, they just don't always interact with their chat. That's will do. Yeah, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Well, not anymore.
Peter Jeffries and Jared Kushner having a private meeting earlier this week. During the recent meeting, the pair discussed housing, immigration, and the high cost of living as potential areas of common ground. Mr. Kushner suggested that Mr. Jeffries should meet with the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. Two people with knowledge of the meeting said.
Correct, because Jared Kushner does not work on those issues for the federal government. So actually, go ahead.
Yeah, what is this? Why is he doing this?
He is a representative for the president that people know.
God, yeah, there are a lot of people that he could know.
But just from a PR optics perspective, Don, I mean, is this the kind of message that Democrats
Damn, where does the time go by? It's already 10:30 almost.
Putting out there, striking a note of...
This is how you know you love politics, when you just like, you talk about this stuff and you're like, wow, it's already 10:30? Crazy.
Working together and a conciliatory note going into November midterms?
To me, the biggest signal here is that the Trump White House understands that Hakeem Jeffries will be the next speaker. So it's time to start figuring out how to work with him and what we can possibly work on together. That means they've seen the numbers, they've seen the polling, and it suggests that at least the House, perhaps the Senate, but at least the House will probably flip. And so, you know, does it look good that Hakeem Jeffries is having a secret meeting with Jared?
Most gamer streams don't endorse political talk. Oh, really? You would think they would, but I guess that makes sense. So I try and
tone it down to normie chats. But she's interactive. Like she like will say stuff. Like, because a lot of people don't even read their chat, I've noticed, right? Then again, I've spent maybe in the past year, maybe 2 hours on Twitch, max, right?
Kushner, who's going to be a trillionaire.
At the very most. I can't imagine, like, my... you know when you get those recaps? Those yearly recaps? My yearly recap is going to be hilarious. It's going to be... Right? We covered the yearly recaps last year. By the way, the more you watch, I'm going to cover everyone's yearly recap. This has been a tradition ever since last year. And yeah. I remember mine, it was like maybe an hour or two. I don't remember exactly how much. I think most of it was just me leaving the computer on too. Because sometimes I leave my computer on. Just like I leave my Steam Deck on or whatever. So, yeah, it makes people mad fast if the audience is mixed bag, only joining some gameplay. Yeah, it makes sense.
By the time this administration is over, no.
A lot of you guys, like, I was either your number 1 or 2 streamer, which I was like honored by, right?
But I think sophisticated operators.
That was badass. We still have that section in the Discord. Like, this was when Gray, right? Like, this was Gray's. I was Gray's number 3. And he wasn't even that, like, far apart. Because look at this. Hassan, Central Committee, 408, and I was 397. Like, he's probably even more now, right? So that was pretty cool to see. We're gonna keep that tradition alive because I thought it was fun. Yeah, look, like Gamer Katso here. Wow, this is crazy to go back to. Skinny Cheeks, who I don't know who the fuck Skinny Cheeks is. I don't know any of these streamers, guys. I'm sorry. But look, I'm their number 2. That's cool, right? Based. Watch Blue Room be like 10,000 hours of fucking Hassan. 5 hours of Gustx. I'm joking. Shadowlands. I don't know who Shadowlands is. Hassan, James. This was Ratatosk. This was when Ratatosk first started watching me. I remember that. That, and you're like a hardcore, like, you watch a lot of hours. Holy shit, dog. Damn, that was crazy. The Terry, there you go, buddy. I remember this one. Right? I was your number 5. Ambigubot? Who the fuck is Ambigubot? Like George in space? What the fuck? I know, we're gonna do it. Oh, hold on, where were you? I'm trying to find your recap. I'm seeing everybody's recap now. Christopher Wallace, Nina, who doesn't even stream anymore according to him, right? He watched 217 hours. 117 hours of me and 148 of King. Yeah, that's crazy, dog. Okay. Kois. Let's find Oxpecker. Hold on. Divine Misty. Oh, here's Elaney. Remember this? 73 hours watched of me. The rest is Red Cyber, Pep Talks, Excellent for Congress, and Electricity MMO. Where are you, Oxpecker? Trying to find you. Working Poor, Rycron, Thorn. Let's see. Eddie Bombay, what up? I know you lurk a lot, dog. 1,604 hours. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, dog. Yo, me too, please. You weren't even in here before when we did that. You're gonna have to wait till this Christmas. Everybody gets their recap by the end of the year. That's how it works. It was the thing I did. Yeah. Tarnsy, you too. Everyone gets one. And then we go over them at the end of the year. Let's see. Damn, those were the recaps from, and those aren't all of them either, because I feel like we're missing some. Did you guys like DM me them? Oxpecker, I don't think you ever submitted them. Yeah, dog, you didn't submit yours last year. Awesome. Good stuff. That was some fun stuff. I remember that. Cheshire Cat. Man, Eleni hangs out in many small spaces. Yeah. Yep, she does. It depends, right? Like, I feel like some of you guys watch Twitch like thousands of hours, but Eleni doesn't watch thousands of hours. She watches like hundreds, but not thousands. It also could be just because you're leaving the PC on, right? I'm assuming something like that. I don't know. Some of you guys are more so, but
understand that it's time for the.
You better do it this year. This year, when Christmas rolls around, they will give you a recap, and then you post it into the Discord, and we'll share it all live on the stream.
Adults to sit down and figure out.
That includes everyone who's brand new, right? Who didn't do it last year, because you probably were like. I mean, I was a small streamer. I still am, so.
Where we can work together, and hopefully this meeting is probably the beginning of that.
But, okay, I hear you. And, like, but in a moment, that meeting could happen on Wednesday after the election. In a moment where you have the American people, especially Democrats, right? Not just the online folks, right? There's always like who's online. And when I actually talk to voters on the ground, what they say is they want to see fighters. They want people held accountable. They have a lot of questions about the Iran war and the negotiations happening, which Jared is leading along with Steve Witkoff. They want, and a lot of people who have questions about Hakeem Jeffries, right? Yeah. Like there's always we as reporters unknowingly ask every candidate, should he be the speaker? Are you going to vote for him? He will be the speaker.
Yeah.
If Democrats take the House. But I just, it's PR, but it's also like the fight. I understand the conciliatory, people should work together.
But I actually hear the opposite. I feel like people are tired of the fight, too. I mean, I think you do have certain areas of the country that are, hate Trump, certain areas of the country that hate Democrats. But I also think that a majority of the country are tired of the fighting and just want to make sure that their life is better. So I actually give both of them. I give Jeffries huge credit on this. I think the president has said, I guess the president has said tons. He knows he's going to be working with Jeffries and that he's happy about that.
My one issue with that, though, is while Jared Kushner is a trusted top ally of the president, who, despite not formally being in the administration, is handling has taken on a pretty significant portfolio, but he is not the domestic guy. He is not the director of legislative affairs. He is not the person who understands the way Congress works, is the lawmaker whisperer, that point person between Pennsylvania Avenue and the White House. So if anything, he is viewed as a top investigative target. I mean,
I'm sure that Democrats will go after him for the roles that he is playing, internationally. But I also think that he is the biggest representative on behalf of the president, that people know that the president sent Jared to do that. Jared didn't do that on his own. That's why he also said, however, you need to meet with Susie, who is the one that has the right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Leader Jeffries, we'd be happy to have you on to talk about this and all the other things. It's been a little while. I want to move to the leader of your party, Ashley, which is President Trump. And
it's the Hunger Games. Yeah, dog.
I guess a plea to voters on Friday in my family's hometown in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Listen to this.
And the problem that we have is they say that Trump does great when he's on the ballot, but when he's not on the ballot, his people don't come and they don't vote. So what I really want you to do is pretend, please, that I'm on the ballot. Just come and vote. It's so important.
Ashley, he's right. when he's not on the ballot, they do have a hard time getting Republican and MAGA voters out. I love when he lets us know who the last person that got a hold of him to what they told him, because that's clear. What do you make of the president in Ruby Red, South Carolina, making this plea?
Well, first of all, my dad lives in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I know we should, and we can go visit together. No, but I think that the biggest issue Republicans have right now is the enthusiasm gap. Yeah. I mean, the Democrats, whether it's on the socialist side or not, there's the excitement of taking out Republicans. So I think what Trump's saying, which I think you'll hear a lot more of that over the next couple months. I mean, obviously, when the mini convention starts in September, I think all this messages starts for real, and I think that's going to be one of his messages, which is, if I'm on the ballot, you're going to come out and vote.
Right, Don. I see you looking.
Giving me an evil eye.
Imagine.
Well, no, it's not. I am always skeptical to hear.
What would it look like, please?
And see Republicans, especially this president, talk about.
Zach Chap flipped out on me. He does that a lot. He's flipped out on me. I think he needs to be a little bit more tolerant and compassionate towards people. He's a little he's very hot-headed, snappy. Yeah. He's done it to me too. I don't take much offense because I understand he's probably going through a hard time. I'm a pretty tolerant person, right? I don't know. I've seen a lot of stuff where people just, but that doesn't excuse you treating people like shit. So don't feel too bad. Yeah. Honestly, like I think he could get the message across a lot better if he could be a kinder, more compassionate person, right? You win more with honey than you do with I don't know, salt or something, right? Or bitterness. Like I'm not. Yeah. As I write, commie scum. Yeah, no, he flipped out on you. Don't feel too bad. You know, he's done it to me too. So it's like, see, this is another reason is like, I try to be friends with all the content creators, or like at least friendly, right? And I keep it very surface level until otherwise. But like, you're not going to get along with everyone, and you just kind of have to realize that, right, guys? Like, so if people are going through a hard time, then, or they need some work done, right? Nah, he's a dick sometimes, especially the femmes. Yeah, that's not good, right? Because you should treat people equally, right? Yeah. Let me guess, you enable fascism.
Voter count.
Yeah. I mean, he called me a liberal, which is hilarious because I literally have the same positions as him. If not, they're actually more philosophically aligned with a actually more version of what he wants, right? But he doesn't know that because he thinks I just watch like news and stuff all day. And I only cover politics from like a today's perspective, right? So like he doesn't realize that this is more complicated than that, right?
Republicans win it.
Whatever. I really don't care what people think about me. So like
elections when turnout is low.
That's right. It's not someone I interact with on the right. It's why I see, this is one reason when it comes to like streaming drama and stuff, I just don't care about any of that stuff, guys, right? Oh no, did you pronounce private property? Yeah.
I cannot detach this from the idea of my former Missouri politician.
Again, I even said to him, I was like, so like Cheshire Cat, if he does that to me, imagine what he does to you, right? I can only imagine. Oh God. Is this the link? I'm flipping out. It was like when Living Lily sent us that thing with Hassan. I laughed my ass off.
Are you sick of too many people speaking Mexican in this country? Have you ever considered a career in law?
He banned you? He banned you? Oh my God, I'm sorry, girl.
Enforcement, but the Police said you were too stupid? Do you like to wear a mask while doing despicable things? Join ICE! Are you interested in demanding documents from visible minorities?
Yeah, I think people just take this way too seriously.
Have you ever considered becoming a mall security guard so you can boss kids around? Do you ever think Hitler had some good ideas? Join ICE! Do you ever stare out the window while drinking a cup of coffee and think, wow, I'm good at hatred and anger? Were you bullied as a kid, or were you the bully? Either works. Do you consider paintball a sport? Do you think Kristi Noem should kill another puppy?
Yeah, clearly.
Join ICE! Do you laugh out loud when you watch Schindler's List? Does the idea of pepper spraying peaceful protesters make you aroused? Did your wife leave you after you joined a militia? Do you consider playing Call of Duty a way of life? Join ICE!
Oh no.
Do you think fascism is a witticism from the Fast and Furious franchise?
Oh no.
Do you ever call your ex and then hang up just to hear her voice? Have you been to at least 3 Trump rallies? Have you seen every Steven Seagal movie? Can you do 5 push-ups in a row? How about 3? Do you ever lie next to some clothes your ex left and pretend she's still around? You're so witty. The bottom line is, if you're a dumb, racist piece of shit, ICE might have a job for you.
Yeah.
And don't forget, you can always hide behind a mask.
Facts.
I just want to be loved.
Oh man.
Colleague.
For the next couple months, I mean, obviously.
Those matter, don't mind. What matters, don't mind. Don't worry, he's about what he's wrong.
When the mini convention starts in September, I think all this messages starts for real, and I think that's going to be one of his messages, which is, if I'm on the ballot, you're going to come out and vote.
Right, Don. I see you looking.
Giving me an evil eye.
Imagine.
Well, no, it's not. I am always skeptical to hear and see Republicans, especially this president, talk about increasing voter count. Republicans win elections when turnout is low. I cannot detach this from the idea of my former Missouri politician colleague, as we called him then, and some call him now, Crazy Ed Martin, leaving the White House, leaving the Department of Justice, and going to somehow run the litigious and extra governmental efforts to protect the election. And so if I see the president in South Carolina, the reddest of red country, encouraging turnout, and I see Ed Martin leaving the Department of Justice to go manage the election, I see what's happening with the Postal Service and mail-in ballots and the edicts released this week. I also see National Guard patrolling the streets of cities in this country. I am concerned about a broad, wide-scale voter protection / suppression effort on behalf of this White House, and I'm really
they're able to do it now. It's called suppress the mail-in vote.
Becoming concerned.
You can't vote by mail anymore.
Because I wonder who he actually wants to come out to vote. It ain't us.
What was it like working with Ed Martin and watching where he is now? Yeah, let's tease this out a little bit.
Listen, Ed Martin is a good and loyal friend. The problem is that he's used his powers on the wrong side of American politics. You have to be very cautious when the red United States Senate, who has pretty much rubber stamped Trump's policies for 10 years, decided not to confirm him and confirmed instead Jeanine Pirro. If Jeanine Pirro is the same person over Ed Martin, I think you've got a problem. Ed Martin is probably the leader of the non-mentally ill Trump sycophants. So Natalie Harp being someone who, has hyperbolic sycophantia, right? We saw that in her letters to the president. Ed Martin is probably the only one that's sane, yet still that locked in on all of Trump's crazy. He has rubber stamped the worst of policies, from voter suppression to whatever else, for a long time now. And, it starts back with his roots 20 years ago, 30 years ago with Phyllis Schlafly, who pushed the worst anti-feminist policies in the history of the world. That was Ed Martin's doing. And so, he's been the worst of the Trump sycophants on a substantive matters for a long time. And we've known it for a long time as folks in Missouri. But it's also, and I will shut it down.
There we go, guys. Missouri.
With this.
I told you that's how they say it sometimes.
Ed Martin, Natalie Harp, and so many others.
People in Missouri, why do they do that?
This administration are the kind of people who would be nowhere near levers of power in any other sane American institution, any other administration. And this is the kind of folks you're getting with this Trump administration.
I think there's some good people too.
Yeah, we bet you. Yes, there probably are. We don't see them as often. Political operators here, not psychologists, but I take your point. I want to throw up MS Now's 12 Senate races to watch, Ashley, because I think it's interesting. We have Alaska as a toss-up. Florida likely R. Georgia lean D. Iowa lean R. Maine and Michigan both toss-ups. Minnesota likely D. Nebraska likely R. Lean D for New Hampshire and North Carolina. Ohio is a toss-up. Texas is a lean R. We do this rating. It's informed by polling data, reportings about the campaigns, and recent electoral trends and primary results. So there's a lot there. Political Report does this work. We're kind of in line on a lot of this. I'm curious, when you are looking at the map, we've talked about the House. The Senate does feel like it's in play. It could be a fever dream for Democrats at this point, but these numbers that we're seeing in these ratings do tell an interesting story.
Listen, I always think that we should be prepared that the Senate's in play. That we do have a lot of money that we are going to start spending soon, places like Texas. But I'm a big believer that there are going to be seats that switch this time around from Republican to Democrat, Democrat to Republican. So look, Georgia's probably Democrat. North Carolina's probably Democrat. Alaska, maybe. But however, Michigan and New Hampshire, no one's talking about New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Both of those could go Republican. So I do think there's going to be different dynamics.
That'd be a wash.
But I think it's going to be very difficult, and I hope I'm not eating my words, for the Senate to flip. House, I'm with you. However, I think it's going to be very, very, very close, because you not only have the 4, but you also have the vice president.
Right. Yeah. Right.
So, I mean, it's the pure math.
Exactly. Got to throw in Texas, though. James Tallarico is a real threat to the Republican lock. That
wasn't Beto too?
No. Beto was no James Tallarico. And Beto was also not running against Ken Paxton, who was a horrific candidate and probably a horrific person as well.
Better candidate.
The polling is interesting, because I don't think there was any polling in Texas when Beto was running either time that showed him ahead of the Republican, and that we've seen polling over and over again that shows Tallarico
I'm
above.
negative Nelly on polling right now.
It's primary polling. I'm with you. Yeah.
We all are. I feel like that has been the thrust of several of our questions to candidates who have come onto the show. Right. But can we talk about Alaska for a sec? Have you guys been following this Dan Sullivan saga?
Which Dan Sullivan?
Exactly. So
Exactly. I'm wondering, Ashley, because both of you, being political operators and having worked on campaigns in the past, is it normal for there to be efforts to recruit sort of these paper tigers or these candidates to help detract from the Republican candidate? Obviously, I don't think we've ever seen anything with a candidate having the exact same name as the Republican candidate. But what does that usually look like? And what legally could you charge someone with for having, quote, conspired in a scheme like this?
I think you see it all the time. I mean, this is a different situation because they have the same name, so that's even worse for Senator Dan Sullivan. However, you see it all the time in regards to...
Guys, there are 2 Dan Sullivans running in Alaska.
Republicans and Democrats supporting the candidate they want to run against. Yeah. So who is helping Florida Senate candidate that just won, Angel
Angela Nixon.
Angela Nixon, because Republicans were helping her get on the ballot. Republicans were helping her. Democrats have done it to run against extreme MAGA voters, to make sure that in a general it's much harder to beat. I mean, I would say that Mike Rogers would want to run against El Sayed much more than he would have run against Haley Stevens. So I think that this happens all the time. I don't
But
think
actually
there's
actively recruiting someone to jump in?
Yeah, it's happened before. In
I don't agree. I think this is gonna backfire.
In fact, this is the plot of the
at least on the left
1993 Eddie Murphy film, The Distinguished
Yes,
Gentleman.
that's right.
Like,
Congressman Jeff Jones.
when we do it to them, it hurts, right? Like with the North Carolina governorship, right? Remember that? What was his name again? Oh my God, I'm blanking. He was terrible. The Black Nazi. That's who they're talking about, right? They're giving that example.
Yes.
Without saying.
And so I do think, however, if you are the
Mr. Black Nazi himself. Oh my God, he had little like Nazi figurines that he collected. Cringe.
OG Dan Sullivan, you have a problem with this, and you want to file some lawsuit that has something to do with folks.
And like admitted on forums, bizarro. Yeah, no. It was
Inspiring
hilarious. What's his name again? Oh my God, I'm blanking. Oh, Mark Robinson, right? That was his name. Yeah, this guy. What a clown. Literally the funniest clip of him where like Trump says, "You're like the Martin Luther King for the Republican side," and he was like visibly really upset because he thought that like Martin Luther King, I'm not joking, guys, he despises Martin Luther King Jr. Don't believe me? Look. He despises him. Yeah, this is
Former President Donald Trump has thrown his support behind North Carolina Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson for governor. At a recent rally.
Hold on. I think this is it. Hold on, where is it?
Every group virtually in the country, law enforcement endorsed us. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mark. Good luck, Mark. He'll win. Gotta win. He's gotta win. Gotta win. He's a good man. This is Martin Luther King on steroids. Okay, now I told that to Mark. I said, I think you're better than Martin Luther King. I think you are Martin Luther King times two. Every group virtually in the country, law enforcement endorsed us. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mark. Good luck, Mark. He'll win. Gotta win.
Right? And he was like, and when I said that to you, you were visibly upset. Why were you upset? And he didn't realize that the dude was a black Nazi. And he hated Martin Luther King Jr. He still does to this day, right? It's literally one of like, Trump is so fucking stupid, guys. How did this guy ever become president? Oh my God.
Intentional ballot confusion. That's not permissible.
Don Calloway, a real person from Missouri. Y'all heard him say Missouri. And Ashley Davis, we're going to take you. Nan will be coming to Bucksport. We'll see how you fare in there with the politics.
All right. And with that, guys, I'm going to call it a night. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the Gustx Broadcast. What up? It's that time of the night where I say good night, good day, wherever you are. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Let's raid out. Who shall we raid out to? Cheshire Cat Smiles, what up? Thank you, girl. Appreciate it. Thanks for the stream, of course. Thanks, God. See you chatters tomorrow. Hell yeah. Stay tuned for the credits. Thank you for the stream. Thank you, Blue Room. Let's see. Thank you, October. I know you were lurking. Oh. Thank you, Lucy. Let's raid out to... Good night, Papa Gus. I love it. All right. Damn, 170 messages. Not bad. Oh, it looks like Proudly Radical is celebrating his anniversary. Let's raid out to him. Ooh. Yeah, we haven't raided him in a while. Cool. Breaky time? Yeah, we can raid him some other time. Just because it's his anniversary. Use plenty emotes, chat.